Hello and welcome along and welcome to day 2 of the second round of the fourth season of Farming Simulator League. I am Virtual Farmer, and with me starting off today I have Cast by Copter. Welcome along, my friend.
Good morning. Thank you, Alex. Nice to be here once again. We have a great day of finals finally on the way.
We do. We have had a couple of surprises coming into these finals. A couple of really good teams getting knocked out. We lost My Insanity yesterday, who played a blinding couple of games last round, and in fact to get through to facing Vultra this time, they played a really good game as well. But unfortunately, Vultra turned out to be too strong for them, and so they went through in their stead.
Yeah, that is true.
First game today is going to be Vultra versus Lindner, which is looking to shape up to be a cracking game as well. So yeah, looking forward to that. Our second game is going to be Trelleborg versus Bednar, which is a proper grudge match from last round's final, and then our last quarterfinal today is going to be Dierke Enfeld versus Astragon. As Fermiers Flamboyants are getting a free pass into the semi-finals, as neither of the teams that would have been facing them today turned up yesterday. So yeah,
that doesn't happen so often. So Fermiers, they got to be happy with the fact that they will get straight to the semifinals. But I mean, they don't have an easy opponent coming on the semi, so it's going to be Vultra or Lindner versus the Fermiers when the time comes. So they will still have to fight.
Both of those are going to be big ones. First, though, we have an introduction to the FSL for those of you who
welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff. So make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming.
So there we go. There is an overview of the FSL.
Yeah, I mean, even those instructions, even with those instructions, I can even play the game. I mean, Kermit is laying it out nicely that it should be pretty clear for everybody how the game is going to be played. And of course, we got to try to do everything with virtual farmers to explain through all the things. And of course, with Kermit as well, because he's going to be joining us later.
He is. Lots of people asking in the chat where he is. Yeah, he will be joining us later. He is up. We have heard from him this morning. So yeah, he's not overslept or anything. He is going to be joining us in about an hour's time, I think. So we are going here for the current standings going into these finals. As you can see, Fermi's Flamboyance, really, really strong position. They're going straight into the semis today. They're going to get at least 50 points off today. So that puts them nicely still in third. Trelleborg looking to extend their lead up there at the top, and Bednar looking to reverse their fortunes from last time. So there's a lot to play for in these finals today.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, Vultra and Lindner, we saw Lindner playing yesterday. A great match, actually. We had that on the stream as well. So they will be, of course, facing then Vultra now on the first game. And then, of course, the winner is going to take the Fermius Flamboyance on the second game. And I do have a feeling that it's going to be great finals.
It is. And the interesting thing is if Bednar fails to beat Trelleborg today, then that actually puts Fermius Flamboyance in second place. As it stands at the moment, if things were to not change much below them. So yeah, that's in fact no, I think if Bednar lose, then Fermius Flamboyance are in second place overall, which would be massive for them. Such a great start to the season for that new team coming in from nowhere. Whereas Bednar, I think, are strong enough to beat Trelleborg. I think they can do it, and they showed the strategy to do it last time. Trelleborg pulled everything out to beat them, though, in last time's final. First, however, we are going to be taking Vultra and Lindner out for a spin, see how those two teams do against each other on the field. And yeah, what do you think? Do you think that Vultra can take Lindner here, or Lindner can take Vultra?
I think both teams, they definitely have a chance. When looking at the kind of like the statistical data from yesterday, Vultra is looking a little bit stronger on the paper, to be honest. They did beat My Insanity. The average score was better than Lindner. So I think they have a slight advantage, but that is just, my personal opinion. And of course, they will have to prove them on the server. Of course, it also comes a lot down to the momentum as well, how the guys have woken up and how they feel about the day.
Yeah, it is a thing that Vultra do seem to be, in general, the stronger team. They came from nowhere at the end of last season to really challenge Trelleborg at the top. Yeah, and did beat My Insanity, who were looking very, very strong during yesterday's play-ins in their first round match. So here we go. We are on to the banning phase. And the Manitou is straight out for Lindner. They don't want that telehandler there. I would think that the second telehandler is also going to go for them in a minute. The large Deutz Far is a ban for Vultra. Interesting choice from them. That is, though, the fastest tractor on the field next to the Fendt 1050. And Vultra have also banned the Vultra. Which is an interesting choice. That is the 400 horsepower Vultra. And yeah, no surprise there. The second telehandler has been banned by Lindner. They want that telescopic arm out of the game for this match.
Yeah, I think the Vultra's bans, they are, like you said, a little bit different, definitely. So maybe they're trying something new today. I don't know. Maybe we'll see some kind of a different kind of strategy here, because the change is the essential process of all existence.
The Deutz is an interesting band simply because we've not seen anybody select that all weekend so far. So I'm not sure that that's going to have much of an effect. The Vultra we have seen used a lot, but only really when the higher powered care wheel tractors have been banned. So I'm not sure either of Vultra's bans will have much effect on Lindner there. We have seen the positive effect that those telehandlers can have. So Lindner removing those does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, let's see the last ones. No surprises with the perks there. Runner Archimedes under pressure. All the teams getting the same perks, and in a way, I mean the picks they are quite similar. Both have case, so those should be the fast bale delivery machines for the start, if I can say so. But yeah, of course, there's a risk always with the case because then you don't have the front, and that's gonna be even more difficult to stock it in if you're gonna miss the swing.
Interesting that Lindner have gone for that little Lindtrack tractor. Very, very maneuverable, but a little bit more unwieldy than the John Deere that Vultra has gone for. And we've tended to see people go for that Lindner when the John Deere isn't available. So interesting choice there from them. Yeah. Dursurus beating Vultra to that Massey Ferguson combine, but Vultra managing to grab the Fent Ideal. I think that gives them 2 Fent Ideals. If it does, that is a definite advantage due to the size of the tank on that Ideal. In fact, yes, Vultra are running 2 Ideals, so they have a lot of tank storage capacity for grain. Could come into play later in the game very much. Apollo heading now to get the first bale.
Yeah, this is looking good. I mean, that's going to be still 10 seconds of time. This could be 140 something, definitely. It's going to be a very good bale if he's going to swing that in. Let's see the points. Oh yes, 146. Beautiful. That's the way to go.
A 146 first bale from Lindner. They are on fire at the moment. Really impressive from them.
Yeah, I mean, they chose
Apollo executing that flip very nicely.
Yeah, they chose the field that was closer to the river instead of like going for the outside field there for the first bale. And that was really definitely paying out because it's certain coming with a bale as well. That's going to be even reversed inside, so that's going to slow down a little bit. That's going to be 113 actually. I was going to expect a little bit more.
That's a huge disadvantage going into this. 30 bales. That's more than a bale.
Yeah, 33 points. That's a lot of points. I mean, it's more than a bale with the maximum multiplier.
It's going to be very, very difficult to well, they have to produce at least 1 extra bale compared to their opponents now.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to go. We saw some games yesterday. There was only like a 10 points of a difference. So this could be one of those. And if this is one of those games and Vultra going to lose it, then of course that gap is already coming from the first bale. So I think the first bale is, yes, it of course makes a difference at the end. But it's also like a psychological thing. You know, we are on the lead. And all this grinding which they are doing on the field, you know, before they start to stack the bales inside and getting more points, the other team is feeling that, yeah, we are currently on the loose. We are on the losing side. So it's a psychological thing as well.
Yeah, adds that extra little bit of pressure that could force them to make unforced errors. Yeah, which is kind of what you want to try and get them to do.
But
Lennox avoiding the weeds there.
Yeah, it's very early. We should be having the first drops in a couple of seconds. Then we'll see if there's going to be something that will change the course of actions right now. That's going to be bridges lowered and then bridges raised. So we have both of them actually here.
Both teams using bottleneck here. Bridges lowered could be a really, really useful one to get for them at the moment.
I would love to see the bridges of doom only.
Get bridges raised and force everyone through. Vultra is coming to drop off their first load of grain. They have About 42,000, so about the same amount as Lindner do, who are also coming to do the first grain drop. Grain is going to be unaltered by these first drops today. And, Lindner's Apollo's got stuck.
Oops, that's
He's
a
got
problem.
himself stuck on the wood pile.
Yeah. Well, meanwhile, Vultra's going to be unloading already, and they did have about 42k of grain before they started unloading. So currently, Lindner, they do have more grain, so they can definitely counterfeit the strategy because there's no silos closed. Apollo is gonna start unloading as well, gonna try to make things more even, and he can also go for the extra mile, so he can definitely get more grain to the silo and have a slight multiplier for them as the advantage.
It's one of those things where there was that 3 times advantage for Vultra at one point, but there just was not enough time before Lindner got in there and dropped their grain off for them to score any points. I normally go, why aren't you scoring? Why aren't you scoring? When they get that 3 times multiplier set up there. But when that window is as small as that, there just isn't the opportunity.
Oh, Søren's going to be having his adventures. I mean, he ran to the pad straight at the start, didn't go to the tractor at all. So now he's going to go and pick that up.
He has the runner perk, so he's able to move a lot faster across the field than his teammates.
I think I said this last tournament as well, but I really would love to see like real farmers having the runner perk as well. That would definitely look funny on the fields, on the countryside in Finland when the guys would be just, going there all the way loaded with the energy drinks like that. But
Xerxes going to pick up his stacking tractor as well.
Yeah, 1.5 minutes for the next drops. Either of the teams actually didn't pick anything, so both drops were not picked up by anybody. So lowered or raised, they didn't have any impact because they were not picked up. And with the under pressure, I guess the situation for the boat was just in a way that they didn't much deliver the bales next to the barn, so it wouldn't have made much of a difference.
Xerxes beginning to collect bales now off the field, getting them back to the barn. They've got 50 seconds until the second drop at 8 minutes does. And Anton is doing the same now for Vultra, also getting bales back. Both these stackers will try and be in position to get bales on the belt the moment they find out what the 8-minute drop is. They want to take full advantage of that. Neither team being massively disrupted to their opponents yet.
And earlier we saw both teams actually unloading some grain, and we had the multiplier going back and forth. Now it's 2.0, but Vultra has been collecting more, so they have 35k, and Lindner currently just the maximum 30k for that trailer. So Vultra, they have a slight advantage if it comes to the fact that there's, for example, a battle of unloading the grain. The drops are there. A couple of the bales from Lindner getting inside. We do have speed limit. The other one is going to be Crazy Tool.
Crazy Tool. A Crazy Tool is the one you want right now. Although we did see yesterday, one team picked Crazy Tool and the other picked Speed Limit and properly disrupt the team that picked Crazy Tool. It was an interesting choice. And both teams going for Speed Limit. Kermit is going to be shouting at the screen.
Yeah, I think he's having his morning pancakes, what I see from the chat, so I guess he's going to be almost like swallowing them on the wrong throat. But Kermit, have a great breakfast. I'll see you later, and then we can talk more about the Crazy Tool. But I think slowly Kermit is maybe, admitting that even though we had a huge hype about the Crazy Tool, it's not just as effective. Because we saw that yesterday. We actually had, I think, 2 times the Crazy Tool was picked, and both times there was not a player in position to utilize it. So the window to use that is so narrow that it sometimes just doesn't make sense. It's going to require a lot of preparations to be ready for it.
I think part of the problem is that more often than not, it's the person who's out there bailing who picks up that drop.
Ooh.
So as a result, they are nowhere near their baler at the point where they get Crazy Tool and can't take full advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. It needs teamwork. It needs to have a second player going to pick that up, and then you need to have the other guy already on the baler making the bales. So when teams are usually going for the drops, they do, just go there by themselves. So it's like a one-man job. And to use Crazy Tool properly, it really needs to be synchronized within the team. But bales are getting inside.
Oh, we got a... Oh, Lindner at a slight disadvantage now with a 1.9 to 2.1 on the multiplier.
Yeah.
Now that I think has probably come about because Vultra have those two combines, the two ideal combines. They're able to get that little bit more grain into those tanks and therefore able to drop a little bit more grain off.
Yeah, we saw earlier that Lindner had 30k and Vultra had 35k actually on store before they started unloading, so they just had more.
Those combines really do make a difference.
They do, but Lindner, they had the advantage from the first bale, so that was 33 points if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
The difference. So yeah,
15...
now I mean, 33 bales is gonna make the difference.
Yeah, 15 delivery of 15 bales will see that advantage disappear.
Yeah, I should stop doing the custom math once again. But yeah, Vultra is just now transferring the bales. They have 18. Sorry, Vultra has 21, but Lindner, which we see they have 18. But I think Lindner is looking. I mean, they are like preparing more earlier. We haven't seen the Vultra side for a while. What's happening actually there? But Lindner definitely has a lot of bales right next to the belt and also on the belt, so they will start moving them in. And now we do have soon also the 4-minute super drop coming in, and of course we'll see how that's going to change the whole setup.
And Xerxes, I think, is making sure that he doesn't have too many bales piled up for that last minute or so rush. He's making sure that when he's bringing in bales, he's immediately going and loading them onto the conveyor and getting that sorted. Whereas Vultra don't seem to be in any rush. Oh! Lindner grabbing a bale withering of a bale from Vultra. That is 21 points that Lindner have just destroyed off the field of Vultras.
Now, meanwhile, of course, Lindner is just putting the bales in. Vultra, they haven't been getting much points lately, so they have to have a very fast last-minute stacking. Only 200 and 300 points for the team, so this is going to be interesting to see how much points these teams actually get. We could have a match that is actually having a quite low score for the winning team, but now, this is a good view. Now we can see the both teams with their bales. So they do have a pretty equal amount of bales right next to the belt, and on the belt, maybe a couple more for Vultra if my eyes are not completely lying. But the point difference is already 200 and something points, 220 points. So Lindner, they have been able to, get those points on the middle of the game, and now the Vultra, they definitely have more to catch.
It is very much a lot of pressure now on Anton's shoulders to get these bales stacked, because they have the bales back at the barn to win this, but they've got to get them all into that barn. Whereas Lindner made it a lot less difficult. Xerxes has been stacking constantly with these bales. It's why they've pulled out this lead at the moment. The issue they've got to have is they don't want to leave him now sitting there at all without bales to stack, because that will just mean he really inefficiently has to go out onto the field and get more. So interesting difference in strategies here on loading on the belt. And it's really going to go down to Anton's stacking skills and making sure that he gets them nice and straight onto that belt.
Yeah, true. Lindner has been just, grinding the points all the time. Now Vultra is also stacking more, so, I mean, was that 5 bales?
That's 6.
Yeah, that's
6. No, that top one isn't going in.
unfortunate, but there's going to be more.
Too far out.
Let's just hope that it's not going to get stuck and block the other ones, because we have seen that happening as well. But yeah, it's going to fall down, but it's going to fall away in time. So this is actually looking good. There's going to be a lot of points on that belt. That's 42 more. There's going to be 42 coming in. So they have closed the gap to less than 100 points. So Vultra, I mean, now, just like you said, Alex, now they just have to get the logistics working on that belt. It all comes down to the person who's actually just stacking them. And we saw Sorcerers doing the work for Lindner, and now, I mean, Vultra, they got to step up for the challenge.
And more bales coming in for Vultra. Lindner have seemed to have stopped scoring points. Have they run out of bales at their barn? Yes, Sorcerers has had to go out and get bales, and this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
They need to keep him fed with bales, otherwise a lot of time gets wasted. And a bale-tastic for Vultra.
Yeah, they got a lot of bales inside, and now they have the bonus. They have taken the lead. So now Lindner, they have to come up with something. But look at that, the amount of bales which they have there. I don't think that they can do it. So Vultra, they seems to be successful on the catch-up process, and they have taken the lead. There's only 2 bales anymore remaining, and I don't think they have the time to stack anything else on the belt. That's going to go all the way on the 2nd floor of the barn. So they will reach 800 something points, but it's not going to be enough. Vultra, Sören, he's going to also push the last bale inside. One man cannot summon the future, but one man can change the present.
And Vultra take it, thanks mainly to that bale-tastic. That was the issue that really existed, was that Lindner had to go out there. They had to get those extra bales because they had none to stack, and as a result they missed the bale-tastic. They missed their opponents getting that big bonus. And look, an extra 8,000 liters of grain delivered for Vultra. That also will have played a big part in that victory. 2 extra bales delivered though for Lindner.
Yeah, I mean,
and they still lost by a good 50 points.
The gap was 60 points, and then we also had the advantage for Lindner at the start with the with 33 points. So basically, they made 93 points more during the game after the first bale.
I think Lindner in this second game are going to have to watch that need to go out there and get more bales. It gave Vultra the opening they needed to go and get that bale-tastic and really ramp their scores up, unfortunately.
Yeah, but now the second game, so we'll see if Vultra can make it this 2-0, or will Lindner make it all the way to the third game of the series. And of course, what they are playing for here, it is a place on the semi-finals, and whoever's going to be advancing from this series, they're going to face Vermeer's Flamboyance. So we do have the opponent already known, but it's going to be semi-final, and of course 50 points on the standings of the league, at least. If they can make it to the final, then of course there's going to be even more available, and if they win it, even more then. So definitely a lot on the line, and the second game should be starting pretty soon.
So do we think that Lindner can turn this around? I don't think they made a massive amount of errors. I think their biggest error, as I was saying, was that they had been so efficient at their stacking that it meant Xerxes had to go out there and grab extra bales and gave Vultra that opening to score the bonus. I think at that stage you need to have one eye on what your opponent's doing, and you need to have one person back at your barn and making sure that bonus is blocked, and possibly that you score as a result of blocking it. But we'll see what Lindner pull out of the bag to try and beat Vultra, or whether Vultra go through in 2 games as we enter into the banning phase again.
Yeah. Yeah, the ban phase we saw. I mean, Lindner, they got the first bale on the first game. And well, there isn't that much they can improve on the first bale. I mean, they can get a couple more points, but that would be then beating the record after that one. But definitely a couple more points can be done there. But Vultra, they have shown that they can definitely beat the, they can easily close that gap with the strategy on the game. So I think Lindner, yes, they will have to get a good first bale, but they also have to find something else for the actual gameplay.
And what's their final choice? Yeah, no changes here on the banning. It's all going to be where it is, as it was before. Getting all tongue twisted this morning.
Okay, captain's face. Let's see the picks. Should be no surprises here, to be honest. We have seen quite similar strategies almost across, well, not across all of them, but we have seen bottleneck being used quite much. Ideal, usually always there on the other side, and then, well, the case this time. So it's exactly the same picks for the both sides. But then we see the players' picks. And I mean, Archimedes, Runner, those we will definitely see. And yeah, Runner's going to come.
There we go.
And the picks otherwise should be the same as well.
It's interesting that Lennox goes for the runner perk with the Massey versus Ursus, who's obviously doing the stacking for Lindner, goes for the runner with the stacking tractor.
But yeah, quite similar. Archimedes under pressure, same perks for both sides, and then of course the picks for the actual vehicles is going to be quite similar as well. What I don't like here is that they have it on the different order. As sometimes yesterday we had exactly the same order for the both sides, but that is of course just a very minor detail, and that's the same fix for the both sides. The player just in different order there. But now we're gonna go for the first bale, and let's see how this rush is going to work. The first bale, and of course the battle of the pads that should be commencing, so nobody, well, should not be getting stuck on the gates, and everybody's going to be getting on the fields just fine. Apollo seems to be heading for the baler. There's nobody else coming for it, so
we've got a battle over here. Yeah, Lennox has managed to grab the ideal for Vultra again. We're seeing a very similar setup shake out. No change from the first game here. Advantage with the Harvesters definitely going to Vultra again.
There we go. Let's see how the first bale is going to start building up. There is about, 20 seconds to get a good bale inside. I mean, Vultra seems to be slow once again, but Lindner, they're already on the pace. Apollo is going to be tailing Sinfrey, and now he's going to be disengaging behind it, going to take the overtake, and he's going to be heading to the bridges. It doesn't seem to be as fast as what we had on the previous game, but it will definitely be still a good bale. And also Vultra seems to be getting a better one. Depends, of course, how Søren's going to swing that, and if he needs to actually reverse and stuck it that way, then it will make all the difference. But yeah, let's see. It's going to be already past 1 minute mark. Actually 10 seconds over. Søren seems to be swinging it. Apollo's going to get 127 and 126 for Søren.
So much closer here. Vultra playing a better game than they were first game, which they won by a good margin. And Apollo slightly slower on his first bale.
But then the grinding continues, so we just have that 1.5 minutes until the first drop's going to appear. And then meanwhile, well, the teams are collecting grain. Lindner has to be a little bit faster on that matter. So as we can see, 19k for them. They are like 4k ahead of Vultra. That's not going to make a much of a difference, but just a funny fact and all these small details that we can see from the game. But of course, the 12-minute mark job, it was actually not picked up at all on the previous match. And of course, it depends what we're going to be seeing and what are the drops in the end.
And Søren being very, very quick there, picking up the overloader in comparison to Apollo. And as they say, time is the fire in which we burn. And Apollo seems to be burning that time a little bit more than Søren is.
So let's see. The grain being collected. Nothing that much has been happening. I mean, Vultra has been catching up a little bit on the grain collection. They are more efficient on that matter. They're actually going to overtake on Lindner on the amount of grain, so they're going to be faster with that. And just 10 seconds, and we have the jobs coming in, and then we'll see what's going to happen next. But it's just business as usual. The first, let's say, 5 minutes are usually just, you know, grinding. There we go. Bridge is raised and speed limit. Both teams actually, when speed limit was available on the last round, they did go for it.
Yeah, there we go. Speed limit up by Vultra. Are Lindner going to do the same?
Yeah, no surprises there. Lindner didn't yet pick anything, so we'll see if they're going to go for it. They still have about half a minute of time to pick it up, so they're going to be staying there for a minute. They might take that on the last possible second. Sören's going to start unloading the grain, so the multiplier is going to just start changing advantage of Vultra. They haven't been much delivering any bales, so we'll see how long this is going to go on. It's always like the cat and mouse game. First team is going to unload the grain, then the second team is going to come and they will, you know, balance the multiplier and yeah, so and there's usually like 2 rounds on the grain game as well. And there we go, the speed team is going to be picked up by Lindner as well.
Are now dropped off. He's great, and Apollo coming in to do the same for Lindner. Not making much of this 3-point or 3 times multiplier of Vultra, but as we said last game, there wasn't a huge amount of time there for them to do that. Again, you kind of need a 4th player almost to be in position to take advantage of these multipliers and these pickups at various times, or power-ups at various times.
Yeah, Sören's gonna identify the New Holland baler from the pad, gonna go pick that up. And it's gonna actually just take it off the pad, so it's gonna... That means that the opposite team cannot use it, right? So he basically just moves that away from the pad, kind of like marks it for them, and then the opposite team cannot pick that up anymore, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that then clears that off from the other team picking it up.
Yeah, that's what. Just trying to double check that I'm not just saying
It's
nonsense.
less of a... It's less important these days to pick up as many as possible because both teams here reserved both a baler and a harvester at the start. So there's no way when that happens to get a rush. So
yeah. Oh well. I mean, teams are just back at work. Nothing that crazy happening right now, but of course, grain, it is currently being gathered by both teams, and Vultra actually having again 33k. And on the previous match, we saw Lindner getting about 30. They didn't have more than one trailer where to put the grain, so now it's 35 for Vultra. So they have a slight advantage. And what they did on the last game, they did change the multiplier at the end a little bit as their advantage. So we'll see if that's going to be the case. Oh, Ledok's having an issue with the harvester. I mean, that is not a field, that's a building, my friend.
Vultra seem to have built 3 harvesters. That is, they are going for a very, very big amount of amount of grain to try and force that multiplier in their advantage. That's really disruptive. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Well, let's see. Anton starting to deliver the bales. We haven't seen much of the bales moving next to the barn or next to the belt. We can see also Zerzerus now meeting here at the silo. So more equipment coming for the silos. And they do have 35k as well, so this time Lindner has been collecting more. We have the 8-minute drops, we have the bale drop, and it's going to be the bridge is lowered. So no silo closed, and that's not going to affect the kind of like the grain game.
I would expect both teams to go for the bale drop. Both of them are ones that are... Ooh! Vultra have picked bridges lowered and have lowered all of their bridges. That is, I suppose they can get more bales back quicker doing that.
Yeah, let's see how they want to play this one. Meanwhile, Lennox gonna be just, transferring the grain, gonna start unloading it as well. So now they're gonna start to adjust the multiplier. They have 2.5, 2.6 soonish. And if they now, at the same time, if the other players are currently transferring the bales using the lower bridges, and they actually just might get a huge amount of bales next to the belt and gonna start, just unloading them and stacking them on the belt. And there we go, exactly. Certain, we're gonna put those bales on the belt. They do have the multiplier for them, but now it's gonna be counterfeited by Lindner actually just in time.
Lindner still short, although they do still have another 5,000 litres. They may have learned their lesson from the first one, although Vultra are now scoring at the 2.1. But Lindner have evened things up, and it's not quite enough. Is it enough?
It's 2.0.
No, it's not quite enough to take it to a 2.1 for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Vultra had in mind, they tried to make a big score here. They got the bridges lower, they wanted to unload the grain, get a huge multiplier, and at the same time, when the bridges were down, to get the bales on the belt, move as much stuff out of the fields and straight on the belt with the faster bridges to score, 30 points per bale at least for, let's say, for 10 bales. Or something like that, but didn't work out this time. They lost the multiplier. They got some points, but they're still on the lead, so it's completely fine. But there was a chance for Vultra to get that gap.
And Lindner just needed a smidge more grain, and they would have given more disruption to Vultra. As it is, just evening things up have disrupted Vultra's entire game plan at the moment. So Lindner looking good. They are playing well. They have about the same number of bales as Vultra do. They just need to score those bales, and if they're lucky, grab a combo while they're at it.
So 5 minutes to go and 1 minute for the super drop. We can see Lindner, they have a nice stack of bales here. We can see a lot of bales actually right next to the belt. And they will start unloading. They will definitely start unloading sooner than what they did on the last game. So this is looking good for Lindner as well, because they are now, I would say, more in time. And look at Zelzarus, he's just, getting those bales on the belt. He's going to start the stacking operation definitely sooner than what they did on the last game, because Vultra, I think they started like 1 minute earlier or something than Lindner, and they managed to close that gap in the end. So now Lindner, I think they have a good timing now. They are getting bales on the belt. Vultra is still moving them. They haven't started stacking. And the amount of bales, I mean, yes, it looks good for Vultra, but I would definitely say that Lindner, they have some even more than Vultra currently right next to the belt. But Vultra, on the numbers, they do have more, but they are just not here yet.
And Vultra making sure that Lindner don't get that bale combo, getting a bale on the belt as they come in. Xerxes gets another 4 bales onto the belt.
Yeah, this is looking very good. That's going to be 80 points right there.
Super dropper spawned, and it's bottom boost.
And this is very good. I mean, if Lindner's going to go for it, they will go for it. They will get it. And they had a huge amount of bales there waiting next to the belt. Okay, not anymore, because Cerceros has been so effective, but they can stack these remains inside at least. That's going to be 60 points. Look at the gap. They have 170 points advantage.
To get the boost. And, yeah, Vultra, it has forced Vultra to put a bale in the bottom.
Yeah, I mean,
and lose 10 points for that bale.
Yeah, I think they thought that they're going to get it. So Anton was ready to stack something on the first floor, but they didn't. So they lost basically 10 points. Sinfree is going to be just dropping the bales. Cerceros is going to be doing the best work he can, showing those individual collecting and stacking kills, and those should be 3 bales on the fork. Very careful operation. 1 on the middle, 1 on the left, and then we should get the last one on the right, and then the careful delivery straight above the bridges. And, well, he needs to choose what else than the Bridge of Doom.
Excellent work there from Xerxes. Some air getting got there over the Bridge of Doom, and Xerxes slowing down to go over with those 3 bales. Understandably so.
It's a precious load. 2.5 minutes to go, and the gap is 50 points. So Vultra has been also busy meanwhile, so they have been collecting some points as well. So the advantage for Lindner, it is still there. But we can see Vultra closing up. They have more bales. Anthony's back on the grind, just putting the bales on the belt. And
danger of a combo here.
A lot of,
no.
Yeah, they can definitely go for the combo unless Lindner, of course, can get some bales inside as well. And they
Lindner
had
have
something.
managed to get 3 bales in, so the combo has been reset, and the same is true now on Vultra's side.
Yeah. So once again, it all comes down to the fact who will be more efficiently in the end to stacking the bales on the belt.
Is that one going to go in? I think it might.
It is just so tight looking at the whole situation. I mean, these teams are just, basically just one bale from each other's. There's a way out of every box, a solution to every puzzle, but it's just a matter of finding it. And now the both teams, they will try to find it all the time.
Apollo getting very nearly stuck going over the bridge then, but made it in. He really needs to put a bale on the belt because Vultra is loading stuff. Oh, and little mistakes being made by Lindner at the moment. This is not good if they're going to win this. They are 90 points behind at the moment.
It's going to cost time. I mean, that small mistake, it's 5-10 seconds when he needs to reverse back, take a new course, and just go above the bridge. And with that 10 seconds, he should have been stacking those bales on the belt. So that in the end, if we see couple bales on the belt on the halfway, and they're going to lose by that, then we know that it was the reason. So now they just have to hurry. 35 seconds to go. All hands on deck as Cerzerus, Apollo, Sinfre is just watching it from the side because there's no room for 3 guys to work on the same belt. Some bales are going on the first floor. Vultra has taken the lead of 100 points, so they're definitely getting the job done. And Lindner, they're going to run out of bales. They don't have bales.
They are going to run out of
There's
bales.
no way.
There are not enough bales there.
Yeah, there's no way.
And here
they cannot find it anymore.
Last bale of the match going in. And it's not enough. 8-4-8 to 7-8-7, I think it was.
Yeah, Sinfre was even there on top of the belt, making sure that if there's any bales available, he was just, waiting there. But Vultra, they will get the series 2-0 score and 848 points versus the 787 for Lindner. So that is about 71 points, 61 points actually, if I calculated correctly. The cast mat is bad as always. But yeah, 2-0 for Vultra.
Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, Psycho Cuddles. Thank you for bringing your viewers over here for the FSL. And you're just in time to see Vultra go through in the quarterfinals, beating Lindner 2-0. Really, really good play from Vultra. The whole thing of getting the extra grain in, trying to be as disruptive as possible, all just, really, really interesting and really well played. We are going to go and take a short break in a moment, and we're going to be right back with the second game that we've got today, which is Trelleborg versus Bednar. So we've got a big one coming up. We're also going to go through the replay from the last one. We will see you in a moment. Welcome back, everybody. So that was a cracking pair of games to get things started off today. Vultra beating Lindner to secure their place in the semi-finals, facing off against Farming against Fermius Flamboyant in the semis, because Fermius managed to their opponents gave them a pass. They neither team appeared yesterday, and so Fermius are through to the semi-finals against Vultra. Next up, we have Trelleborg versus Bednar in a moment. But first, we are going to go and have a look at a replay of the last match.
Yeah, that was the 2-0 for Vultra, as we saw. And the strategies we saw Vultra in the both games. I'm not going to say that they had similar strategy, but in the end, they were just more efficient at the end. I think Lindner, they definitely improved on the second game. They were also starting the stacking of the bales a little bit earlier, but unfortunately, that just wasn't enough.
That was a beautiful drive by bale, though, from Apollo straight off the beginning there. Although then he did get stuck in the woods here, which cost him valuable seconds. And Anton's stacking in that first game, though, was absolutely brilliant. And Vultra managing to get the extra bit of grain in really helped them as well. And then that 2.1 multiplier just accelerated them to victory. And then they managed to get this Bale-tastic, which just, all of those things in that first game, really well played by Vultra, getting themselves great opportunities and taking advantage of those moments where Lindner weren't able to counter them. Just gave them that 100-point lead at the end.
Yeah, we actually saw the super drop being picked earlier, so the advantage to be able to stock on the first floor as well, get the same multiplier. But and then we're wondering why Anton did actually stack that one bale on the first floor, because we thought that it's they thought that they will have that drop, but it was actually the last bale of the combo, so that's why they stuck it on the first floor.
And it made all the difference to them. Lindner playing a much stronger game the last time. The second game, not quite enough. And you did see them make a couple of small errors like that, and like this one, that just cost them moments. But they did manage to get every single bale in at the end, and as a result, they came close. But unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. They closed that gap ever so slightly, but Vultra just playing absolutely brilliantly today.
Yeah, very, very solid performance for Vultra, to be honest. So Vultra definitely deserved their place on the semifinals. And Fermius, they gotta be a little bit scary about the situation. Vultra is coming in very strong, but now we do have the next game starting soon, and we touched the topic a little bit earlier, that Trelleborg versus Bednar, and of course, if Trelleborg, if Bednar is going to win this one, definitely then they will be also making sure that Fermius will get the second place on the league standings. But the Trelleborg so far, they have been unbeatable. Nobody has beat them. On the last tournament, they won it. They are still here, so they haven't lost a single series of best of three so far this season.
Good morning,
I said
gentlemen.
at the end of the last round a month ago, and I said it yesterday. Trelleborg were at a massive disadvantage their second game against Bednar last round, and they still won by a considerable amount of points. How they came from so far behind and at such a disadvantage and beat them, I still can't quite work out. So Bednar have a bit of an uphill struggle here. Bednar are a really good team. They got to the finals last round. They faced off against Trelleborg then. So this is a rematch between these two teams from the last final. They're going to have to pull out all the stops to beat Trelleborg, because Trelleborg are really difficult to disrupt and are are at the moment head and shoulders above the other teams in the league.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, they got the 1,300 points yesterday. We didn't see that on the stream, but that's probably the point record of this season so far. So Trelleborg, they have been just improving from the last tournament. They were completely unbeatable there. They have been unbeatable here, and they have been able to get even better scorelines. So definitely, I mean, on my books, and I guess everybody else as well, Trelleborg, they must be the favorite for this series. But of course, Bednar, they have a chance. Let's see if they find that element of surprise.
Good morning, guys. Hello.
Hello,
It's awesome to join you all
Terminator.
finally. I've got my coffee. I'm
going
awake
to-
and ready.
Awesome. I'm going to hand over to you for this match, I think, Mr. Terminator.
All right, myself and Copter. Let's do this thing.
I'll let you two have a go because, my
Okay.
voice is a little bit tender today. So.
Okay,
Go
Alex.
rest that voice. We need your hypeness for the later rounds. We'll have you back here in a bit.
Yeah, just get some coffee, Alex, and you'll find the tone. I'm pretty sure about that one. I mean, there's something about Alex. I said yesterday already that he has the voice, and there's just something so authentic on that voice. I just love that, to be honest. So just make sure that you have the best parts of that available still on the later stages of the broadcast.
Yeah, his voice is iconic with the Farming Simulator League on the English broadcast by now. He's been doing it since season 1, and I know that the chat, the regulars, joke that the more excited he gets, the higher pitch his voice goes, and that's part of the fun and the charm of Alex and Virtual Farmer when he gets excited during these FSL broadcasts. So we're going to do our best to bring the energy and hype in our own way here in this one. But Copter, it's been an interesting start to the finals. We had Vultra against Lindner. You guys just called. Vultra looking strong, and I don't really know what to expect from these two, considering how things went down in the first tournament with Trelleborg sweeping the final 2-1. It was 1,055 to 981 in the first game and 1,009 to 908 in the second game. So Bednar have looked strong so far this season, but up against Trelleborg last month, they just could not quite get it done at the same level. So let's see if they can, fix some of their mistakes and try to force Trelleborg at least into the best of 3 here as things are getting kicked off now. The mad dash for the pods to try to find those pieces of equipment, those balers and harvesters, if they want the telehandler going flying. Wooler for Trelleborg beating the player for Bednar to that, who was on foot. So it was a race between the runner perk and the telehandler there.
Yeah, I just love these early actions. There's the very fast-paced action. But Bednar, they definitely have a chance. Of course, I mean, they just gotta show the best game they can, as always. But still, I mean, Trelleborg, you cannot find more harder opponent for a quarterfinal than Trelleborg. And we can see Melly now already disengaging behind Hyper, and we still have 10 seconds till we have done the 1 minute, so 50 seconds gone. He's still quite far away from the bridges, so this is going to be less than 140, but this might be 140 something. Should be looking a good bail, and 141. Yes, it's going to be a good start for Trelleborg, and this will be 130 something, I guess. Still, no, it's going to be a little bit late, but still 133. So definitely a great start for Trelleborg, but it's not so bad for Bednar either.
Man, how blessed in talent are Trelleborg this season that last month we saw the newly added to their team, Martin, who was previously of Team Vultra, and he was the captain for the team last month. He was doing the stacking. But now we have Wooler back in the driver's seat for Trelleborg. And we also have Paul and JK. JK we're used to seeing. But, man, Trelleborg just continue to get deeper, really, in their talent pool. And it's almost like you're watching the same players when you switch out Martin and Wooler, two of the best stackers in all of the Farming Simulator League. So it's good to have Wooler back. Hopefully Martin, wherever he is doing well as well. But, man, we used to see Wooler and Martin going against each other last month, and now here they are swapping in and out for each other and not really missing a beat.
It's not so uncommon when you think about it. Gaming in general and esports. There's quite oftenly stand-ins. You might have a roster that has more players than you can actually field, and you change the lineup. Just like in ice hockey, for example, or football, you do have stand-in players, and the starting lineup changes from time to time. So maybe Trelleborg is really widening the talent pool and actually giving the players the chance to breathe a little bit on the side of the events as well. But
Right.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going to be happening with Martin and where he's going to be emerging next time.
It's going to be, it's important to remember that the Farming Simulator League, the players, it takes a lot of time and dedication to practice to be able to compete at the highest level. But at the end of the day, this is not like a full-time job for these guys. So most of them are working their normal jobs full-time and then also dedicating time to the FSL in their spare time. So to be able to have those sort of, like you compared it to a hockey lineup, which is a great analogy there, because if you can switch players in and out and still maintain the same quality, like you're going to be a really tough team to beat at the top of the standings. As we have Melly now delivering grain, or getting ready to at least, for Bednar. Paul for Trelleborg is following suit. So these teams are just going to cancel each other out here early on with the multiplier.
Yeah, both teams will start unloading it. I think Trelleborg did collect a little bit more than Bednar. They're actually unloading it faster as well currently, but it should be pretty even. We might see a slight difference on the multipliers. It's going to be 2.0 actually still, so not a change. And now the both teams are just collecting more. So nothing that bad is going to happen as we speak, and Melee is going to be heading out. We did have the drops coming in, but none of the teams were picking them up at all. So they are still, well, they're not anymore on the fields. They were left on the fields. So no changes with the drops happening at the 12-minute mark.
So we have some questions in chat from some first-time viewers about player perks. So I'll run down the ones that these two teams have picked because they're identical. So the runner perk allows the player that holds that perk to run significantly faster than other players. That's really important when you're trying to get to the starting pods to claim equipment, or if you're trying to run from the silo back to the field, if you're having to leave your auger wagon there. It's useful in several scenarios. It's also good for picking up drops. And then we have Archimedes Plus, which allows those players to unload their grain 50% faster while they're operating like a harvester or an auger wagon or the big haul trailer. And then Under Pressure is great to allow the bale or straw intake amount to be increased, so you can press bales for less amount of straw. As we see Wooler bringing in some bales for Trelleborg here. Jenny shared the stat sheets in chat with you all as well, and if you're curious about any of this information that we have in front of us as casters, you can find it as well on that link on our media page on the FSL website.
I think you have to make like an audiobook about the perks as well. I mean, the introduction video is great, so maybe you just have to make an audiobook about the media pages available, and then people can listen that while they going to sleep or something. The lovely sound of Kermit.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah, I mean, people with the voices like yours, there's always amazing stuff you can do. Audiobooks is one thing. I have some more ideas. Well, we're gonna talk about that later, not on the broadcast still. But meanwhile, we can see both teams actually getting some bales on the belt. So let's go back to the game. What we have seen happening, I think, yesterday and today as well, that there's kind of like the middle moment when teams want to get like couple hundred points. Yes, they are stacking them here right next to the belt, but then also somewhere on the middle, of course, on the 8-minute mark, depending from the drop, they're gonna be ready to put those in. But if the drop is not something that's gonna hugely give advantage to them, then they will just keep collecting them, and they're gonna leave the stacking all the way the later parts of the game. And just 10 seconds when we have that drop, and we'll see if there's going to be any kind of an advantage coming for anybody. And it's good to remember that these drops, these can be collected by both teams, so it's not like the super drop that can be collected just by one.
Yeah, and here we see them now, Crazy Tool and Bridges Lowered. Bridges Lowered, kind of self-explanatory what it does. Crazy Tool, however, that just allows you to press bales for a crazy low amount of straw for 30 seconds. So if you grab Crazy Tool, you need to make sure that you have a teammate out there already baling so that you can really increase your bail count. In fact, both teams are going to go for Crazy Tool, and you can see how close together these bales come out now. It takes just a tiny bit of straw to press a bale. It doesn't last long, but if you can fully utilize it, it is a very helpful perk.
Yeah, this is a good example how you use it, because Bednar, they were ready. I mean, they went for it, and they already had a different player on the baler getting the advantage out. JK actually went to pick it himself, and I don't think he's going to be able to utilize the drop as heavily as Melly from Bednar was doing it, because JK still needed to run back to the tractor, lost a couple seconds from that advantage, and now it's already gone. So I think Bednar made a great example here how to utilize the Crazy Tool. We spoke this earlier, actually, on the previous match lineup, that people don't go for it because they have like a solo player going for it. So the communication and the synchronization with the rest of the team, that needs to be handled. And well, Bednar and Trelleborg, if there's any teams who can do it, these are the ones.
Yeah, and we saw yesterday in the qualifiers teams picking it up and only being able to use 8 or so of the 30 seconds. And that really cost them in the end when they needed a few more bales to be able to win the round. So it is important, if you're going to grab that one, that you can fully utilize it, because those 30 seconds do not last long. Both teams are kind of even in the bale count, pretty close in the score line right now. We better prepare ourselves with Vultra late in the round with this telehandler. He might be going out and chucking a few more bales into the top if he can get all of these in, which I reckon he will. We'll see if that happens later on. The Trelleborg toss, as we nicknamed it last season.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the chat, there's a suggestion about a new perk, morning grains. But the
refills your tea or coffee by 75%.
Yeah, but I mean, if I would choose a new perk, that would be energy drink for Alex, and then we would get the high pitch voice all the time.
Oh, Hyper flipping over there, luckily able to recover. Only a couple of bales falling off, but not into the moat. But yeah, oh man, Alex on an energy drink, that might just cause his voice to go for a week or longer.
Oh well, 5 minutes to go, a little bit more, and we can see Trelleborg taking a slight lead with 140 points approximately. Both teams, they have a nice amount of bales actually right next to the belt. Maybe just by looking at eye, it looks that Trelleborg, they don't have the numbers on the stats, but they do have more bales next to the belt currently, so they are looking to stack some as we speak. And just a minute before we have the super drop, so these points, there's nothing that's going to stop these points from coming in, because there's like no grain for the teams. The multiplier is 2.0. It's not going to be changing. We do have a slightly less bales here, but a nice amount of it. And I'm just wondering if this is going to be enough for combo. But because I think Trelleborg's bales, they are just coming in, so they probably will have the time to, yeah, they did manage to actually counterfeit the whole situation, because they do have Vultra just stacking them up all the time.
Yeah, it's interesting that in Season 4 we see combos a lot less frequently, because teams are constantly having to spend more time at the barn to just keep stacking in, whereas last season with Transport Company, a lot of bales were being brought in later in the round. Now they're being consistently brought from about the 9th or 8th minute, if not earlier, by some teams. We're seconds away from the super drop. Now, this super drop, if you're new to watching, only one team can claim this, so it's a race to get there, and it looks like Trelleborg's not going to win it uncontested here, as Paul picks up Lord Baylor, and Lord Baylor just scores a couple of bales automatically. So that was 2 bales scored.
Yeah, Vultra dropping 1, but the lead is already 250 points for Trelleborg, 3.5 minutes remaining. But Bednar, they do have 17 bales waiting. So, I mean, it's going to be Hyper who's stacking, I guess. That was the, yeah. So they should be, you know, just doing a lot of work right now. They have 3 minutes, they have the time, and they have a lot of bales there. So
Right.
I think now Hyper just needs to get on with it. Just, you know, take up the sleeves and start to get the grind going on with the belt, and then the other team members have to make sure that those bales from the fields which are not here, that they will have to be coming here nicely right next to the belt, so he needs like the minimal movement to get them on the belt.
Yeah, I would much rather be in the situation. Oh, all right, keep your eyes on Vultra, because this is the moment now when they don't have any bales sitting at the barn that he is going to bring these in.
Yeah,
that's why the cameraman's
know.
doing their job here. The cameraman has put the spotlight on Vuller. He's going to have to take a route that he probably would not prefer, but that doesn't mean he might not still do it. But yeah, I would much rather be in the situation of Trelleborg at this point with 2.5 to go. The majority of their bales they've already gotten in, whereas Bednar have to make sure they get all of them in. Okay, Vuller just going with the safe route, safe moment here, not the safe route. That's reserved for something else. But being safe and just putting those two on, the time crunch is not against them yet. But don't rule out the chance of seeing him toss them in straight into the top of the barn at some point today. Here comes JK with a few more.
Yeah, I would love to see the Trelleborg toss happening, but yeah, it seems that they're going to spare that for a later moment, as they just want to make sure that they will get these points home. The bales are getting inside, about 180 points between the teams, 2 minutes still remaining. And Bednar, they still have a lot of bales, but Vultra just, starts to stack this. There's 4 available, and more will definitely come soon. So I think when you look at the time, I think the amount of bales which Bednar has, do they even have the time to put all the bales in? And if that's the case, then Trelleborg, as long as they just keep, the bales going in, they keep the flow of bales static, then they shouldn't have an issue. Does Bednar have enough, more bales than Trelleborg to catch that lead?
Yeah, it's interesting because we have a minute to go, and it still may happen with the amount of bales out there. But Trelleborg are the team this season that are consistently scoring close to, if not slightly over, 1,000 on average, whereas the league average after the first tournament was just under 900.
Is this the one?
Not with the tractor. You got to have the telehandler for it. And I think preferably they would prefer more of the outside bridges like we're seeing these two now to make the journey right. Although last tournament, I didn't think that Martin or whoever it was, it may have been JK, pulled it off last month from a crazy angle. But no need to force things here for Trelleborg. They've got a nice little lead, and if they just keep methodically putting the bales in, they're going to come out on top. And they do have plenty of time to get over that 1,000-point mark.
Yeah, looking at the action here, there's going to be 3 bales on the belt, and they guess they'll get 1 more, but I don't think that Bednar, they have the time. Even if they stack all the remaining bales on the first floor, that's not going to be enough, unfortunately. So Trelleborg, they're almost closing on 1,000 points. 5, 4, 3. Paul tries to make the final swing, and it's going to go
just too late.
Almost inside. It's going to be just a little bit too late. Well, I know one thing for sure, we can't avoid the future.
Yeah. And so Trelleborg, 961. That's a pretty decent score for Season 4, but lower than they are usually getting by a few bales, but they still looked pretty comfortable. I mean, it's only like 120 points, but when you factor in you're getting 20 points per bale, that would have taken a significant amount of more bales put in by Bednar there to close that gap. So Trelleborg just looking comfortable early on, and these teams number 1 and number 2 in the standings after the first tournament, and whoever wins this is gonna have a nice little jump ahead of the other in the overall standing. So Trelleborg takes the first of the best of 3, and Bednar needs to kind of go back to the drawing board, I think, a little bit here, because they are a strong team and they play really well, but when they come up against Trelleborg, they just fall short of having what it takes to win. So I'm not sure what the answer is for them, but maybe they need to start thinking about how can you disrupt Trelleborg. But that's easier said than done, because Trelleborg know how to adapt and know how to get things done.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have said that multiple times. They are the strongest team currently on the field. They are the only team that has gone undefeated during the whole season. So, it's not an easy task for Bednar. I don't really envy these guys at all currently, because, facing Trelleborg in any phase of the tournament, that has been elimination so far for all the teams. So I guess they are the best thing which the teams can hope currently, that they will just face Trelleborg in the last possible phase of the tournament.
Right. You're seeing the German casters right now, by the way, Homer and Klaus at the studio in Erlangen, Germany, where the Giant Software German office is, and that awesome box that looks like a straw bale in between them is the fan kit, which we're giving away 5 of those during the weekends. So there's a link in chat now for Gleam.io. Click that link, sign up, you could win the fan kit. It's got all kinds of awesome things in it, including a collector's edition for PC of Farming Simulator 22 and some Swiss chocolate as well. We'll be back. Oh, we're still here. See, I need more coffee. We're back. That was a quick break of a half a second, and now we're into the second game.
I was just wondering where you're going to go. Are you going to get some more coffee, or what's the case? We're just about to start the second match of the series.
I think I need an IV of coffee at this point. You just inject it directly into the veins.
Yeah, you need a gallon.
Yeah. Trelleborg won the first one, and Bednar needs to bounce back, or Trelleborg are into the semifinal. And so it's gonna be interesting to see what Bednar do now. Trelleborg have banned the Deutz Fahr, so one of the bigger tractors out of here now.
Yeah, we saw this happening on the first game as well, that some of the big tractors were actually banned. So some of those things are sometimes changing as well. So that's a good thing, that the things are definitely moving forward, and teams are trying different kind of strategies and different kind of bans, of course, as a result of that.
The two stackers with the manure forks on them, which allows you, if you do it properly, to stack 3 or even 6 bales at a time on the front of the front loader. Both of those have been banned by Bednar. Decent bit of strategy, but that also still leaves the telehandlers in play, and I'm sure Trelleborg will be fine with using one of those again. The Fendt 1050 is gone, so Trelleborg banning 2 of the bigger, more powerful tractors. Bednar banning the 2 triple stack tractors. Bednar going with Bottleneck and the Agco Ideal. Bottleneck for Trelleborg as well. They had Unstoppable last time. So Trelleborg just mixing things up here already. And then we've got a Corona Big Pack baler reserved for Bednar, and the Case IH baler reserved for Trelleborg. So Bottleneck, that's the team perk. If you guys are new to what that means, it raises the 2 innermost drawbridges on your opponent's side. So both of these teams now are going to have to go to the outside to be able to go across the bridges. And if you time it right, there's still 1 drawbridge at play when you use Bottleneck for your opponents. But if you can be the one that is consistently driving over that drawbridge, it will trigger it and raise it on both sides of the map. So that'll be interesting to see how this plays out in this round. Both teams have picked a telehandler. Wooler goes with the Manitou, Hyper goes with the Massey Ferguson, and the runner perk for both of them. We've got JK and Melly with Under Pressure, with Jay going with the Case IH Puma 240, Melly with the Vultra S374, and then Paul and Chasse have the Massey Ferguson 7726 and Archimedes ++. So similar perks as last time, exactly the same, slightly different equipment choices.
Yeah, that's true. No changes there. I think all the matches, more or less, we have seen Archimedes, Under Pressure, and Runner, more or less the perks for the team. So those are definitely the most popular ones. But now we're going to start the second match. And of course, Trelleborg, they have 1 victory already under their belt. So if they're going to win this one, they will be heading towards the semifinals. The team's going to be heading out from the starting area. Let's see if we do have a battle. I think they're going to be battling from the ideal. At least there's going to be both teams heading that way, and it's going to be Trelleborg who's going to win that one. Yes, that's the case.
Melly did get to the baler first, so Bednar at least winning one of the battles at the pods there early on. And I love the races for equipment at the beginning. It doesn't always happen, but both teams, like whoever were, I think it was Vuller and Hyper, were both driving the telehandlers, and they both went for the ideal. Those telehandlers can go 70 kilometers per hour, but Trelleborg was just a little bit quicker out of the gate. If you time it right, you can actually drive around inside your starting area before the gates open, and if you get enough of a running start, you can really get ahead of your teammate, or your opponents rather, and get that early advantage. As we see JK now coming over with the John Deere baler. He's going to be a little bit later than he'll want to be on the first bale. I think that's because Melly beat him to the New Holland baler here. And if Melly gets this in without any mistakes, it's going to be a nice little start. 124. Could have been slightly higher, maybe 124 or 25. But playing it safe JK has recovered pretty well, though. Oh, but he misses. If that had gone in, it wouldn't have been that much of a gap. But a nice early moment here for Bednar needing to win, and JK ramping up over the bale now, crashing into the barn. And I'm surprised that JK's even trying to push this in at this point. He's determined, but he's wasting so much time here. Without a front loader on the tractor, you're almost better off to leave it most of the time. He's risking getting stuck here.
Yeah.
This is kind of uncharacteristic from JK as they end up getting 95, so a huge moment early on in the second of the best of 3 for Bednar, who have to win here.
But it's still like more than 4 bales, almost 5 bales of points. Of course, he lost some time, but still, I mean, that's some important point. So 123 to catch up later on. That's definitely more. And I guess the question is that how much time? Well, we know how much time, but how big of an impact that time actually has for the end result. But we'll just have to figure out. We cannot see it yet, of course, but the JK definitely are missing that one. I mean, both teams, they were struggling with the first bale. We didn't see like any super fast delivery from both of the teams, and Bednar also almost got the bale stuck on the door. So yeah, it's a little bit different start. So maybe this will give Bednar a slight chance.
Yeah, they've got to make sure they don't have any mistakes though the rest of the way, and that drops go their way, that they're strategizing the pickup of drops perfectly. You really have to, like, you can bring your A game against Trelleborg and still lose. You have to bring your A+ game and not make any mistakes, because they rarely do. They're not perfect. They'll make mistakes too. We've seen JK make one already, but they're also really good at being able to just not let one mistake snowball into more for them. Trelleborg have picked up the herbicide drop, which is going to remove all of the weed patches, or in this case, the team perk herbicide removes the weeds. The drop simply ignores them. The weeds will be there after the drop expires. But for now, Trelleborg can just harvest the entire field and not have to worry about avoiding those patches of weed. JK delivering some grain at the silo. We have Melly for Bednar coming in as well.
Yeah, both teams will start unloading it. They have about the same amount, so this shouldn't change the whole situation that much. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, Trelleborg, they started a little bit earlier, so that's why they currently have the multiplier. But the end of after dispensing the grain, then it should go back towards Bednar. That's what I'm expecting. And 2.0 right now as we speak. But Bednar, can they actually make the advantage? No, they got to keep it the same. So 2.0 for the both sides. It's not going to change the situation at all. Both teams will just unload it, and they will get back to work at the fields. So no huge changes as we speak. And then, of course, the grinding starts once again. You have to do the work. I mean, farming is a lot of fun, but also there's a hard work to be done at the fields.
That's for sure. Incredible Mouse in chat says, doesn't Jay have the highest first bale? He does, in fact, set last month 147, I believe it was. So yeah, to see him make a mistake like that is not something we're used to seeing. But he was also thrown off by getting beat to the New Holland baler early on and had to adapt as well. So that slowed him down to begin with. And he probably... He risked it a little bit to try to close that gap and not have it be too much. And then it just kind of snowballed. Missing the barn and then trying to push it in without a front loader is always a recipe for disaster.
True. Well, 140. The next drops. And we can see the situation building up slowly. I mean, Trelleborg getting some bales done. Meanwhile, so probably going to be trying to build something for the 8-minute mark. They are a little bit late. I think they had more bales on... What just happened there?
He just jumped the moat and then flipped over and recovered and still has the bales
there we go.
Are you serious?
I mean, things
are you kidding
only
me, Vultra?
Impossible until they are not. Vultra is proving that.
Vultra, what? Are you kidding me?
I mean, he drove from the
just
side
when you
of
think
the
you've
bridge.
seen it all.
Yeah, he's just proving that there's all the time new things to be learned, and that is just, I have never seen that kind of thing to happen. So definitely, I mean, the bridge was definitely up, and he will just find a jump spot. We have a replay coming in. Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen.
No way.
The speed is building
happened.
up, and let's go, baby, and the jump happens right there. Look at that. Let them fly. Flips, but still makes it.
I know, especially you have been bringing the Star Trek references recently, but that makes me think of a different movie because Vultra said roads, where I'm going, we don't need any roads. And just jump the moat. I mean, listen, Trelleborg, you guys have nothing to prove at this point, but you just keep proving that you can do things that we didn't know were possible.
But that's Back to the Future, right?
Yeah, you got it. Spot on.
And I gotta say, there was somebody mentioning on the chat earlier that we should speak Star Trek. Well, I'm gonna tell you a little secret. I have already used today 6 Star Trek quotes, if somebody has noticed.
Oh, and now chat is catching up to that moment and sharing in it with us. I mean, I'm still recovering from that. And now Wooler is just like back to methodically stacking on the belt like nothing happened there. Our 8-minute drops, by the way, have hit, and Crazy Tool's been picked up by Bednar. I didn't catch what the other one was. Did you see that, Copter?
No, I was talking about the quotes.
Fair.
Sorry.
Yeah, Trelleborg haven't picked up the drop yet. It was Crazy Tool and Speed Up. Now JK's grabbed Crazy Tool, but he's the one with the baler, so luckily there is some straw right here, so he's only going to waste a few seconds. Not sure. Bednar have a nice little lead in the bales now. Wooler a little bit shaky, but recovering well. You have to know how to correct these machines sometimes, especially like the telehandler and the Lindner Lindtrack. They're pretty quick and nimble vehicles, but they get a little bit wobbly as well. So you have to be able to correct them in those kind of moments.
I gotta say, I mean, Trelleborg, every tournament, okay, this tournament, the previous tournament, they're always coming with something new. It's nice to see that they're always like they're showing off, and I'm just wondering how Wooler currently feels. He knows that we have seen that happening, and he knows that people are amazed. So maybe he's like, a little bit like, yeah, I did it. I showed
Oh, he's
them.
doing
And
it
there
again.
we go again.
This time he kind of nosedives in. I wonder if he's obviously been practicing this a lot, but I wonder if that first one scared him a little bit because I bet he's been landing it in practice more. And then he flips over, but somehow kept the bales on the forks, which I don't know how that was possible. But oh my goodness.
I kind of changed the law of physics.
I mean, it just goes to show the amount of time that you have to put in to be able to compete at the highest level, because here at Trelleborg they've won back-to-back seasons. They won the first tournament of season 4 now. They're looking for their 3rd season championship in a row. But they continue to find ways to do things that we've never seen before. And that takes time, dedication, and a little bit of creativity as well, to be able to know, like, I wonder if I can jump over this bridge with this telehandler. Well, let's practice it and see. And then here we see him doing it in a tournament. A little bit of a traffic jam there at the safer route of the stone bridge.
I mean, if they keep improving like this and just showing things which we don't know are possible, I'm a little bit scared what's going to happen during the fall of the tournaments, because there's so many new tricks they can show. Maybe they will actually take that Back to the Future reference, and we can find the Michael J. Fox flying with the bale on the air, using that as a skateboard or something like that. But yeah, definitely amazing. 300 points for Trelleborg so far. We can see Bednar closing the gap and actually taking the lead with those bales.
Not this time. At least the bales made it, I guess.
Yeah, bales made it on the other side. It could have been that he has tried that, because we have seen the bales to fly on the pass as well. So maybe the original idea was, maybe I'll try if I can toss the bales on the other side, and then, I can actually jump there myself as well.
Yeah. I would say that one's probably a mistake, but he'll pretend he meant that one, I think. I see someone, Virtual Farmer, has mentioned FarmCon in Twitch chat, which is a perfect chance for me to remind everyone that FarmCon 22 has been announced. There will be an online stream portion of the event, but also an in-person event on July 23rd and 24th at the John Deere Forum in Mannheim, Germany. And I am going to be there. The first time for me getting to go over to Germany. I'll be able to go to the German office as well and meet a lot of my colleagues at Giant Software that I've not yet met in person, but I work with every day. And I'll also hopefully get to meet some of you from the community if you can make it out for that event. It's going to be a fun time, and of course there'll be some things announced for Farming Simulator 22. Some pretty cool things still in the works for Farming Simulator 22, but here in the Farming Simulator League Season 4, Bednar have gotten the bottom boost super drop, and that has given them a chance to shove all of their bales into the bottom, and they have a nice little lead at the moment, 613 to 375 on Trelleborg. But Trelleborg, 10 more bales now left outstanding, so they can get back into this as Wooler stacks a few up on their belt.
Yeah, I mean, they have the bales there, and we have seen how effective or how efficient Wooler can be with the bales. So if they will just keep on delivering those from the fields, they do have 15 in total, so they should have more coming in. And Trelleborg, they definitely still have the means to close that gap, so it's there's plenty of time. But of course, it's all about Bednar. We can see that they don't have that many bales, so they have already stuck them in, and now they're just delivering and putting them inside as we speak. We can see that they're actually even putting on the first floor, as they know that they probably don't have the time to stack all of them on the second floor. But I mean, Trelleborg, the gap is only 70 points, so this is how effectively Wooler has been stacking them. And we can definitely see a slight panic actually, happening here on the Bednar side, because they are just, circulating here, trying to find every possible bale to put on the belt. And Trelleborg, they are just, very calmly, very calculatively just, putting them there, and there's another drop coming in, and Wooler's going to be getting some new bales to work with.
Yeah, I'm interested though, like why Bednar put that one into the bottom. I'm guessing it's because their stacker was out in the field and they were afraid of combo points potential, which is a smart move really, because you might lose out on 10 points for the bale, but if you had let Trelleborg get the 50 bonus points, that would have been a lot more severe. Yeah. So, but now look at this. Now Trelleborg have gone back into the lead. So, like, Bednar have the bales to win, but they're not bringing them into the barn at the same rate now with a minute and a half to go.
That's the problem. We can see Trelleborg, I think they had like 4 or 5 bales there waiting. I mean, Bednar, they do have some as well. So 1 minute and 20 seconds to put them all in. Jose is going to be coming with the new bales. Hyper still unloading the previous ones. So it's a busy day. It's like definitely like the heyday of the real farming currently. That now we have to get the job done. We have to fix the fields. And Wooler just doing this very efficient, stacking once again 2 at once. And with these bales, they will go almost to 800. So going to be tying with Bednar, but I guess they have some bales on the belt as well. So we just have to wait and see. This is going to go all the way down to the wire.
Yeah, and a bale dropping off right now. Oh, that was risky.
Might be. I mean, that
a bale dropping off could be catastrophic for this moment. I mean, we are neck and neck here. And I can't believe, like, I mean, as big as that gap was for the first bale points and Bednar getting bottom boost as well, Trelleborg are still right there and forcing Bednar to get every single bale in. Right now, it's 4 bales to 4 bales, and Bednar have the lead. So, but Wooler is likely going to get these 2 to go through the belt. JK is going to have to grab these 2 and put them into the bottom, I believe.
Yeah, and the Wooler's going to take that one and drive that all the way in.
He's going to put this high up on the belt is what he's going to attempt to do. Hyper.
No, he's going to
Hyper trying to chuck it into the top, and Trelleborg with a slight win. I think it was 885 to 883 unless more bales were scored at the last second.
Yeah, I'm not
going to Trelleborg moving on to the semifinal by 2 points.
2 points only. That is so small gap. And now, if you're Bednar, just think about that one bale which dropped from the belt.
Well, and the fact that you've kept Trelleborg under 900 points and still fell short by 2 points. Bednar are a really strong team, but they just have that kryptonite when they come up against Trelleborg, like most teams do. And wow, that was a close one. That was exciting. We're going to have a break here in just about a minute, but man, Trelleborg, absolutely just getting it done when it matters most. They look so calm and collected under pressure. If Hyper had been able to pull off that toss into the top of the barn, we would have been going to the third of the best of 3, though. So it really just comes down to the smallest of margins when you're up against Trelleborg.
Yeah, I don't think that I have seen a smaller gap than just 2 points so far on Farming Simulator at all. So well done. We knew that Trelleborg is going to be a very tight opponent, and Bednar, they definitely showed that they can challenge them and they made it so close. But it's going to be Trelleborg who's going to be advancing on the semis, and also they should be confirming that Vermeer's Flamboyant should be taking the second place on the league standings after the tournament.
DJK Anfeld against Astragon coming up when we're back for some highlights. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Hello, we're back.
Welcome
and
back,
Alex
everybody.
is with me. Oh, there he is. I just need to let
Hello,
you say
sorry.
hello every time. He's so
I
eager.
tend to jump in. I am. Did I ever choose the wrong game to sit out?
Oh man,
Wow.
if you had been
Although-
playing that game, your voice may be gone though, especially that
Yeah,
second
I
one.
would have no voice left. That was insane. Every single part of that was insane, and I can't believe Bednar got a Bale-tastic in the middle of that last game and still didn't win it. That is nuts.
That's a testament to how good Bednar are, but it's also a testament to how good Trelleborg are, isn't it?
I'm sitting here just my jaw on the floor for most of that game from Wooler's jumping across the cap to just 2 points in that last game were just that is why the FSL is so good, because of games like that. I'd just take you to the limit. So let's have a look at these two games with a little bit of a replay. Wooler somehow grabbing that New Holland combine,
Wooler
despite
just
being on the
absolutely
podium slightly later.
Wooler just absolutely abusing his telehandler in these two rounds, but
yes.
to great effect. Like, you know, I wonder if you were doing things like that with your telehandler or front loader when you're doing your streams, if you wouldn't be getting a lot of abuse by your chat about what in the world are you doing, Alex?
But in the farming mark
simulator.
realism command be being used an awful lot.
But I mean, with the FSL, it's all about speed. It's not about precision. It's about scoring as much points as you can. And to do that, you've got to play things a little bit differently than you would with normal farming simulator.
But Wooler's showing here why so many teams ban the telehandler. I mean, just using it to massively great effect all over the place. And that last build didn't quite get in there. Not that they needed it in that first game.
Yeah, it's like, but what do you do against Trelleborg, right? Because they love to use the maneuver fork stackers, and they love to use the telehandlers, and you can't ban all four. So you can only ban like one set of them. And so you see Wooler, I'm fine with the telehandler, scoring a bale late in the round just by putting it straight into the top with the telehandler. And JK, though, having all kinds of trouble at the beginning of this. I'm surprised he even tried to put this back in and didn't leave it for later. But if he hadn't done that, really,
the incredible
then
thing
they
about
wouldn't have won.
Still won.
Yeah. But if he had left it and they only ended up with like 60 points for their first bale, they wouldn't have won, right? So
yeah. So that's
it was
why
worth trying to get it in.
Yeah. But we're just completely abusing the telehandler here. I wonder if that's possible with the other telehandler, because that's the bigger and the faster of the two, isn't it? Do they both go?
They both go 70 kilometers per hour.
They both go 70, so yeah.
But the Massey has 20 more horsepower.
Yeah, and not quite getting it right, hitting the barrier on that third attempt.
He'll say that he meant that. You know, it's like in soccer or football. If you're trying to pass the ball in or cross the ball in and it ends up in the back of the net, and the player might claim it if it looks good enough. That might be the same thing here. At least the bales made it across.
The important thing is that he got the bales across. You know, he wasn't desperately trying to get stuff stacked. I mean, he could just fire the bales across like that and then go out and get 3 more.
Right.
So it's not like it was a massive problem. And look, as he's
he's
trying to put that one in the top and doesn't quite make it.
So it would have been a bigger victory for Trelleborg. That could have been huge
Yeah.
if Bednar had been able to get their toss into the top of the barn. They would have won because Trelleborg weren't able to get that last one. And his JK came in and hit Wooler and threw him off a bit late in the round, but it didn't cost them. Trelleborg move on to the semifinal, and so far we've got at the top of the bracket Vultra against Vermeer's Flamboyance will be our first semifinal coming up in a bit. But first we have DJK Diatka Aenfeld. I'm gonna get it right now. I've got my coffee versus Astragon, and the winner of this one will take on Trelleborg later. So I don't know what to expect from these two teams, Diatka Aenfeld and Astragon. Two teams that we see consistently competing to make it into the quarterfinals. But will one of these teams shine over the other and go up against Trelleborg later and see if they can give their best? We're about to find out.
It's gonna be interesting. I don't know what anybody can do to beat Trelleborg at the moment. That's the trouble. If
scary,
Bednar are
Alex.
playing as well as they are, how is anybody going to defeat Trelleborg?
It's scary this season because, I mean, you took away Transport Company, which was the meta team perk last season. It almost always was picked 95, if not more, % of the time. And Trelleborg were using it well, better than anyone. So I didn't really know what to expect, but it's scary because so far this season, Trelleborg, you could argue, look even more comfortable and even more dominant now that it is coming down to skill, really. It's coming down to skill more so than it used to, of stacking bales and getting the bales scored and making sure that you're not making mistakes late in the round and having to miss out on scoring bales or scoring them into the bottom of the barn. It's interesting as we're getting started now between these two teams. I mean, teams have played Trelleborg close. Trelleborg lost a game last month. Can't remember who their opponent was in that one. I think it was My Insanity, maybe. But other than that, looking pretty comfortable. Even when winning by 2 points, it sounds crazy, but Trelleborg are just always confident, and within reason, they have to be. Both of the telehandlers being banned here by Diatka, the Case IH with the narrow tires banned by Astragon. And we'll see what the last band is going to be. The Fent 724 with the Care wheels banned by Astragon this time around. So, yesterday, these two teams played to get to this point, with Astragon beating Agrol in 2 games. They didn't score over 800 points in both of those games. And then Diatka Ehrenfeld beat Sir Gaming 1,062 points in the first game and 797 in the second. So if these teams can get into the 800 range, they might be able to come out on top over their opponent here.
So what are our choices going to be with both the high-powered Carewheel tractors having been picked? The teams are forced to go into the bigger range tractors for a bit of extra horsepower for the balers. So Bam Bam picking the Vultra, as has Geppel or Geppel. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Yeah, we've got the little John Deere picked on both teams. In fact, yeah, that is an identical setup coming from both teams here. Very much a selection for selection.
I'm really starting to notice that Bottleneck is being picked a lot more than any of the other tactics so far this season. The first tournament, there was a little bit more variety as teams were figuring things out. We did see Big Haul once, maybe yesterday. I've not really seen Big Haul a lot now. And it is expensive to pick. And that may need to be adjusted to make Big Haul a little bit more desirable of a team perk to pick. And Unstoppable was used a lot last month, and I'm seeing it used less. Trelleborg did use it in the first one against Bednar, and then switched things up and went to Bottleneck for the second matchup. But Bottleneck becoming kind of the go-to strategy early on in Season 4, from what I can tell. And it's giving us a lot of entertainment on that safer route. That's for sure. Lots of jokes and memes.
It does seem to be the meta that the teams are going for at this point, is that bottleneck, and a lot of teams seeming to use it very effectively. I mean, we've seen it started in round 1, being very effective against Big Haul, and I think that's the reason why Big Haul is now being picked less, is because
so
bottleneck actually does really well.
Bottleneck's 1 point, Big Haul's 5. So anytime you pick Big Haul, you have to sacrifice a player perk or like equipment that you really want. You've got to get cheaper equipment picks. And so is it worth it? I don't think it is, because yeah, you can get 59,000 liters of grain delivered at one time, but if you're quick with your auger wagon, you can match that. In fact, it's slightly more, because the auger wagon holds 30, so you get 1,000 more if you just fill up the Horsch Titan twice. So
yeah, and we did actually see in the first game today a team applying the whole thing of getting a combine up there with the second unloading of the Horsch Titan. So they were getting in an extra 5,000 liters on top and getting a 2.1 multiplier thanks to it. So
yeah, that's smart, because the way that Season 4 I feel like is playing out is if you don't have 2 players on your team bailing, starting like in the 8th or 9th minute area, then you're likely going to fall behind in the bail count early on and have some making up to do. So why not just get that extra full harvester over and leave it there, and then that person likely will either be the one unloading the grain or going back out and getting a baler and getting some bales pressed.
And if you can get that 2.1, you know, for every 10th bale that you deliver, you have to deliver 1 bale less, which is, you're not so worried necessarily about not being out there as early as the other team. And it forces the other team to go out there and get that extra grain in there. Otherwise, they are going to be at that disadvantage.
I want to give a special shout out to a couple of players on Team Astragon, Bauer Matza and Elite Cafe. Matza especially has been showing up to the English language scrimmages, which start at like 1 a.m. Central European time on Friday nights. And they come and play for the entire 3 hours and hang out with us. And they've been really good ambassadors for the Farming Simulator League and helping new players from North America that have been finding out about the FSL through the scrimmage streams since I started moving them to the U.S. evening times. So, yeah, thanks to them for being such good sports and good teachers and just good ambassadors for the league as a whole, because this is a competition at the end of the day. But these players are friendly. They're always, you know, getting together with their teams, obviously, and practicing. But beyond that as well, I know that they're going to miss the in-person events. But because we're doing online events, there's an opportunity for like a wider variety of people from different regions to play. And it's good to see the FSL community be so welcoming and continue to grow.
Yeah, we've got teams. This tournament, we've got teams from all over the world. I mean, we had a South African team playing yesterday. We've got a regular American team playing now. It's really expanding very, very nicely.
We had an Australian team last month. I'm not sure if they competed this month. They had a lot of lag issues and had to forfeit, sadly, but they did try. You know, the long-term goal would be that the FSL continues to grow. It won't grow without you guys in chat that are watching continuing to show up, and also like players getting interested as well. But long term, we would love to see, you know, circuits on other continents and have like an actual world championship from like the each circuit's winner, basically. That is nothing confirmed. That is just kind of a dream at this point for the future.
I want to say hello to DOS5 and May MX5, who have just discovered FSL is a thing. Welcome along. Yes, this is a thing, and it is awesome. And you'll probably be sitting here in 3 hours' time, like most people who come in and discover it.
We hope you are.
We
love these comments, and this is great. You know, this is what I love about esports as well, is because we are live on Twitch. We're also live on the FSL pages on YouTube and Facebook. But we get this every tournament, don't we, Alex? At least a few people discover the FSL for the first time. So that's evidence right there that it continues to reach new people every time we go live with it. And I know that we both, and Copter as well, who is newer to the scene of doing casting, we all enjoy sitting here and calling the action for you guys and talking about the FSL and seeing crazy things happen. So we're glad when newcomers and regulars alike are in chat to join us for the journey, as Falway now is bringing 3 bales in for Diatka. The first bales were 120 to 119. No more points scored since then, but Falway's going to change that right now. Interesting, though, that you would go ahead and start scoring these with 20 seconds to go until the 8th minute drop, and bale multiplier could potentially show up here.
I wonder if it's a case of get some points on the board. If it doesn't go your way, you've at least got some points on the board.
Yeah, and
in
did
fact,
have a multiplier
the
as well.
are doing this is because they're delivering.
Well, there's
grain.
bale multiplier.
Have they jumped the gun?
Maybe.
There is bale multiplier. So now they kind of want to grab that because they
No
have
one's
a
close to it.
2.6 multiplier.
No one's close to it for
No.
either team really at the moment. So it'd be interesting to see if they even pick it up.
I'd be surprised if either team goes out their way to do that.
By the way, if you are new and you're like, what are these guys talking about? There's a lot of terminology and stuff. Check out that link I just put in chat for the stat sheet, because the stat sheet gives you all the information that we're using. We don't have any kind of insider knowledge, really. This is a document that is available to the public to see, too. You get all the information about the vehicles, the drops, the team perks, the player perks, what the tiebreakers are, all kinds of awesome information there. So if you want to learn more about how the strategy works, definitely go read it.
I have a printout of it on my desk in front of me that I am constantly looking at.
Same here.
I know you, Kermit, have your wonderful big boards that you made up with all the information on it.
Yeah, that goes back, I think, to my time as a sports broadcaster and trying to be organized, because when you're calling a soccer game and you've got 22 players out on the field at one time, that's enough names to remember for one thing, and then you start mixing in all the stats as well. So that's something that I've been doing for several years now. But man, if I don't love esports even more because of the interaction with chat and being able to just watch Farming Simulator, a game that I love and that means a lot to me. So both teams picked up Bale Multiplier in the 8th minute drop, and it's been lasting for quite a while. Both teams are scoring points with it too, which is good. Diatka did have the slight multiplier advantage there briefly, where they were scoring some extra points, and that is why they are nearly in the lead by 100 points at the moment. Traffic jam at the Stone Bridge. That's what happens when Bottleneck is in play. You got to be careful and not run into your teammates. I just noticed the Astragon's running 2 of the New Holland Balers.
And it looks like the Diatka are doing better at getting the bales off the field. I can't see many out there. They have got, it's only a 1 bale difference between the teams and over 100 points. So yeah, this is not looking great for Astragon at the moment. As long as
look at that,
Diatka can keep these coming in, that is beautiful.
I mean, I would have messed that up so badly, Alex. I would have crashed into that bale, sent one of the ones already, if not both, on the fork flying, and maybe even driven my tractor up slightly on that bale. But just so methodically, Fallwe there was just use the 2 he had on to slightly nudge the 3rd into position. Matza doing a nice job of getting a 3rd on as well. So bringing 3 in is Matza for Astragon, 437 to 311. Biden there just going over the drawbridge.
Very late there to get that across that bridge.
Hey, well, thanks, Frog in Twitch chat, who says, yes, Kermit, I watch this league for the English broadcasters. We appreciate you. And we all have a great time. And it's been great to have Copter join the team as well. But, I have to say, I miss Joe as well, Silver News, who's now doing real-life farming. So shout out to him wherever he is. He's probably out in the field at the moment doing something, because he's moved over into the real-life farming world. So he stepped away from doing the casting with us last season. Bale Withering is the super drop. This is a good one to grab. It looks like it's going to be Diatka. Oh, he missed it.
Oh, he missed it. He
wow. Luckily, Astragon wasn't fighting him for that, because that could have been costly. Astragon probably really needed that drop, and Diatka getting it maybe has given them just what they need with 3.5 to go, but they still got to get all these bales scored. They have the bale advantage, they have the lead.
The points lead of the Diatka had reduced, and it's actually because they've just not delivered as many bales. They now have a 3 bale lead over Astragon and 20 points. This is not looking good for Astragon. They don't have a lot of bales back, and they don't have enough bales to close this gap if Diatka deliver all of their bales. So yeah, how are they going to come back from this? I don't think they can come back from this at this point. Not easily, at the very least. I think if they got something like a Bale-tastic or managed to counter a combo from Deck, that would go a long way to closing the gap. But with both teams delivering at a...
Yeah, 637 to 571. The rural internet may have struck again for Alex. Are you still there, Alex? All right, well, I may be flying solo for the remainder of this round, but Diatka 657, now 697 to 591. Under 2 minutes to go. Diatka are in a great position. The bale count is pretty even, but mistakes, not getting these bales in, can still cost them as Beinen getting out and pressing more bales now. $125 to go, 797 to 671. Diatka looking in a good position to win the first of the best of three here in our final quarterfinal of the day. We'll be moving into the semifinals once we have a winner from this matchup. So far, we've got Vultra and Vermeer's Flamboyance and Trelleborg into the semifinals, awaiting the winner of this one. Jeppy now coming across into the barn area. Bam Bam as well for Astragon. Diatka into the lead by 100 points there briefly. Cut into that as Astragon scored some points. But Diatka look like they're going to cruise to the win of this first one. And Alex, are you back?
I'm back. My internet connection dropped for about 10 seconds, and it was enough to disconnect everything.
Yas in chat said you chose coffee over me. It may have been, yeah, he needed to refill his advanced GG. That's the real reason. It's gotten closer than I expected it to be, but now Diatka scoring more points and moving back ahead, and they just I think that moment where they had that multiplier advantage and then Bale multiplier drop for both teams as well, they just seemed to take a little bit better advantage of that moment, and that's what gave them the victory at the end. Both of those teams kind of looked neck and neck otherwise throughout that round. 4 extra bales delivered and 927 to 851. That bale withering as well, like remove 2 of those and it's a lot closer for Astragon. Yeah. But they still wouldn't have been able to come out on top. So Diatka Anfeld take the first of the best of 3, and it'll be up to Astragon to try to force a third here in a moment.
Diatka seemed to be dominant across most of that game. They had they just had more bales coming in, more bales pressed, and more bales delivered the whole way through. And bales mean points, and that's the thing. If you can do that solidly, you will win games.
Guys, make sure you go enter the giveaway. You see on screen right now that little straw bale in between Kloss and Homer. Those are the fan kits. We're giving away 5 of these over the weekend. You need to enter before today is over. Let's see if I click the link. How long do you have left? 9 hours left. So go enter. Don't worry about being around. That's going to be well after the tournament is over. But you have on Gleam, you enter your email. You'll be contacted if you win by our team, who will then need the information to get things sent out to you. But Alex and I can both to attest that you want one of these fan kits. So go enter that giveaway.
Absolutely. Yeah, mine has pride of place on my shelf behind me, so that it can be seen when I'm on camera.
I may or may not have 2 different versions of this kit, by the way.
Oh, really?
That was a benefit, I think, for me being in North America, because our marketing strategy had a different set of stuff that we sent out with it. And then the office in Germany also sent out their own kits to our employees and our partners, like Alex, Virtual Farmer, here with me on the commentary. So yeah, I got a nice variety of stuff in my two different ones.
I remember seeing that the American pack arriving and getting slightly jealous of my of my fellow US content creators, because that American specific one, that was a nice pack. Very nice.
So
pack.
a few things in chat that I want to answer. So Saffro Swig earlier, when we were talking about Silver News, said, wow, they made IRL farming from Farming Simulator. You'd be surprised how often this happens. It's not like a high amount, but I know of a few people from the community who have now become farmers in real life after spending several years in the Farming Simulator content creation world. The squad, Grant from the squad, and Spencer, his brother, and also Joe, Silver News, and probably others as well that I'm forgetting at the moment. We're about to start the second of this one. There was also a question from John 2K asking why we still are on FS19. Simple answer for that. It's because the Farming Simulator League client is still only on FS19 on PC. So we're here for Season 4, and we're excited that we can be here. And the only way we could be here right now with Season 4 is for it to remain on 19. We don't really know anything about if it'll be on 22 in the future, but you should be hopeful and keep asking us for it. Because
I would
we would love to see
at
it.
some point. It will, but I'm coming at that from me being suspicious that that'll probably happen rather than me actually knowing anything.
I have to say that these same things, it's even more dangerous for me now as an employee of Giants because, like, I say things like that too, and I honestly don't know. Like, you may not believe me, and like, yeah, you really know, Kermit. You're just leading us on. I promise you. On this occasion, at least, I definitely do not know. So I can just be hopeful in the future, and definitely know that, of course, we as a company would love to see it happen too. But it's easy to sit here and say it will happen, or we hope it will happen, compared to actually making it happen. And remember, we're still not like a huge company. We're still like around 90 employees across 4 offices, and the team that works on the FSL client are the same team that are working on Farming Simulator 22. And if you're following Farming Simulator 22, we still have all kinds of content coming out almost like every month, between like free DLCs and free content updates and patches, and then paid DLCs as well. There's a lot more still in store for Farming Simulator 22. And next month at FarmCon, which Alex, I believe you're going to be there, we're going to unveil even more of this information. It's going to be nice to meet you in person, Alex, for sure.
I'm looking forward to it. It's a really interesting pair of weeks I've got because I'm headed over to TwitchCon the week before, where I'm going to meet up with you and the wonderful Mr. DJ Goham.
Oh yeah,
and then. Yeah, I get to fly back to the UK for 3 days, and then I fly out to FarmCon, where there's a really big number of UK and English content creators going to FarmCon this year. I've been contacted by a couple of others who I know are going as well, and it's going to be great. There's going to be quite a big contingent going this year, which is fantastic.
I like to hear that. All right, so Astragon back to the game now. Astragon have to win this one to force the third of the best of 3. And we're just about at the moment now. Bam Bam's headed to the barn. I believe that Jeppy was as well for Diatka. Yep, here we go. Bam Bam, if he can get this in, is going to get there first. Ooh, he dropped it short. He just didn't have the lineup right, and now maybe Jeppy can take advantage of that. So, yeah, that could have been, a little bit more of an advantage. It still wouldn't have been too big of a gap, but An early moment there by Bam Bam just slightly missing the mark, and it's cost Astragon a few extra points. Thank you, Jenny in chat. Jenny Giants in chat is Jenny, our event coordinator. She's also part of the FSL team in Germany. If you're going to FarmCon, I'm sure you'll get to meet Jenny in person as well. But Jenny does a lot for us for FSL, so thanks for your help behind the scenes, Jenny, and everyone else helping us out. Look at this, the Vultra going through the grain, slowing to an absolute crawl for Jeppy. Thanks to everyone working behind the scenes on the Farming Simulator League at the studio in Germany today, so that us three guys on the English broadcast, us three fools, can just flap our gums and chat about the Farming Simulator League. Our job is easy. There's some peaceful sounds there just for a moment, away from all the machines, and then you get the birds chirping, and it's nice and pleasant, isn't it? We have some birds that come and sit on our balcony, and so at this point of the morning, when I hear the birds in the game, I get confused whether it's the game or outside. But then when I hear the crow, I know it's not outside.
I had that the other week. I was recording a video, and I had rain and thunder in game, and then I had rain and thunder outside, and I wasn't sure where it was coming from.
Yeah, there's been some changes to the client in Season 4. Wheat straw yield has been increased by 40%. The size of weed patches have been reduced by 60%. The transport company team perk and the Anderson loader have been removed. The speed of harvesters have been increased as well. And then the drops were restructured. The number of drop locations were lowered so that they're all more central in the map, makes them, even in the 12th minute, more likely that the teams will go for them, as we see Crazy Tool and Bridges lowered in the 12th minute. Crazy Tool early on is a pretty good one in the 12th minute, in my opinion, if you're ready to take advantage of it.
That's the thing. We have discovered that Crazy Tool is only really useful at this point if you've got somebody who is out there bailing. If you have to stop bailing to grab it and then get back to your bailer, you don't have enough time to take full advantage of it.
And that drop window has come and gone without either team getting one of them. So 3-1 right now. Diatka have the multiplier advantages. Bam Bam is he's turning around. They might be bringing a harvester in here, would be my guess, because he could have just started unloading there. But he's going to even the multiplier back up.
Nope.
This is going to be 2-2. I'm wondering, he shouldn't be leaving this here, to be honest. He's probably going to take it back out. Maybe he just wants to exit in this direction. Here's Fallway now. They've already delivered one load of their grain, and now they're bringing 2 ideals over to the Horsch. Looks like they're going to unload them. Yeah, they're both full already. So Diatka looking slightly ahead in the grain at the moment. They have almost 6,000 extra liters. This is the point
where we've seen teams taking advantage of the overloader here, going and grabbing another combine and getting as much grain into that combine as possible while that is unloading and while those other 2 combines are tied up. And it's just giving that extra little bit of grain. Oh, he caught. What did he catch? He caught something.
I don't know. Was that a tree that he caught? I'm not sure, but either way, a little bit shaky there by Bam Bam. I joked, you guys were calling the game that Astragon played against Agral yesterday, yourself and Copter, and I made the comment in the Twitch chat that Bam Bam is the FSL record holder for most fierce facial hair. If you see his player picture before the round starts. I mean, a guy named Bam Bam, his picture couldn't be more fitting. He's exactly like the epitome of what I would expect a guy nicknamed Bam Bam to look like. Be honest.
Question in the chat. TFR Magic. Why are they rocking on the silo? That is because if they move, if they're moving back and forth while they're unloading, it actually unloads faster. So the whole idea of that is if you start unloading and jump out the tractor and run off, then it unloads it slower than if you were actually in there moving backwards and forwards.
Yep. You'll often see them doing that when they're unloading the harvesters into the auger wagon as well. Here comes Matza across the stone bridge with 3 bales on front of the John Deere 6120M. Our 8-minute drops, direct delivery and bale multiplier. You definitely want to go get bale multiplier, especially as Diatka is...
That is a 1.5 times. That is huge.
Yeah, and Matza was bringing 3 bales in already, and now he'll go over here and pick this up. I wonder if he's not trying to throw off potential onlooking eyes.
He's trying to leave it to the last moment, I think.
Yep, and also he probably got a shout from his teammate there that, hey, I'm bringing more bales in. You start stacking and I'll go grab the drop, which is what I imagine is going to happen potentially here.
16 seconds left. He's running for it now, and bam, has grabbed the bale multiplier, and Diatka needs to do the same.
There it is.
There we go.
So both teams are going to have 5 or 6 bales apiece that they can score minimum with this multiplier, as they were bringing them in at the right time. I love seeing bale multiplier in the 8th minute because in Season 4 especially, teams are already ready to bring several bales in at that moment anyways. So if bale multiplier drops for you, it's a perfect moment, and especially if bale multiplier, the drop is right in the barn area. That's one of the locations you can show up. I'm liking the drops a lot better this season, Alex. I don't know about you, but they're grouped together better. Yeah. They're more closer to the middle of the map where players usually are, so they're likely to go for them. We saw them ignore the 12th minute drop, but the 8th minute is coming up big here for both of these teams. They're pretty much canceling each other out, but still fun as they're scoring 30 points per bale, even though normally they'd be getting 20 points per. I think that both teams have a 1.5 as well. Sometimes if you're further behind or you have the multiplier disadvantage, the drops are weighted. Oh, Matza! I think Matza was trying to take that route.
Waiting for Matza to come out, and he sideswiped him.
I think that Matza was trying to take that route so that Kafi could still drive across, but it kind of backfired a little bit, but at least he was able to recover. This one it's too close to call, although Diatka have the advantage. The bale count is even. We still have the super drop, though, that could change things coming up in the 4th minute.
We are seeing a similar thing here for Diatka, though, in that they do have both teams have the same number of bales, but Diatka have the points advantage, and that's really what started to sink Astragon last time. So. Yeah, Astragon need to get more bales pressed, and they need to get them back if they're going to win this, I think. Either that, or they need to get a clear run at loading bales up and get a bonus. Because we know Diatka can load every single one of these bales that they have left onto their conveyor and score, and make each one score points.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be the super drop that goes in Astragon's favor here for them to be able to get back into this, unless Diatka make some major mistakes and end up in the moat with these 3 bales at the moment. If that happens, then Fawway might be coming after me after the weekend, because the commentator's curse might be proven real if it actually happens now after I spoke it. Let's hope I didn't speak it into existence. But it's an 8-point lead now for Diatka, but that's because Astragon have been scoring their bales. Bale Withering is the super drop, and Astragon are likely to get to it here. Both teams in the area, but it's only 1 bale. It's not really enough.
It was 2 bales. Astragon got 2 bales.
Okay, good.
With the
Well,
den, 'cause it
that's
dropped
better.
from 18 to 16.
But they're behind. They're behind by 4 bales still, and behind in the point count as well. So I'm not sure that's good enough of a super drop for them. It seems so silly this season. We sit here and we see teams really close in the score, but if you consider the bale count, and if teams we expect teams at this point to get most of their bales in, especially with 3 minutes to go, plenty of time to take your time and get the lineup right. But even with close scores, you can almost start to feel who's likely going to win with under 4 minutes to go, depending on how the super drop goes. Now, mistakes can still happen and change the course of the match in the final minutes. The pressure increases. Things get more intense around the conveyor belt. So anything can still happen. It's only an 8-point lead, even on bales for Diaka now. So all of a sudden, it's a lot closer than I really even imagined. That bale withering definitely did help Astragon get back into this one. Good morning, Danish Dan.
That all evening up does mean that Astragon are managing to press those bales and get them back and get them in. Because that is the only way this score at the moment can even up.
Yeah,
so,
they really need...
they are pulling out all the stops.
They really need Cafe and Bam Bam to work hard to get as many bales in as possible here with 2 minutes to go. And they need Matza at the barn ready to stack them. And there he is waiting to stack them. I've played with Matza and Cafe and scrims before. And so I know that at this point of the round, this is exactly how they normally play in the scrims too. They're not dropping any bales on the ground out in the field. They're making sure that they're turning off their baler when it's got the maximum amount of bales they can bring in on the back and bringing those in so that the stacker can stay right there at the belt ready to score them.
And it looks to me like they switched balers. That's interesting.
How did Diaka just get into like a 100-point lead there with the same amount of bales all of a sudden? What in the world? In just like a split second, it went from being close to Diaka looking comfortable again.
I think that Astragon are doing something funny with balers.
I don't know what they're doing, but it's working really well.
Oh, Bam Bam dropped the baler off so that he could stack, while Matsi was out grabbing bales.
So
that's
they did
not
drop
good,
some,
because that means they've not got a baler out there pressing those last couple of necessary bales to win. And I think that might be where this lead for Diaka has come from, because they still have 2 balers out there pressing all the time, and Astragon have dropped down to 1.
Yeah, that's not good. It's kind of uncharacteristic. They've proven me wrong with what I was just saying a bit ago about not dropping any out on the field. They may have had some that they left from earlier or something, and so in a mad dash they went to grab them, but they are going to be knocked out here by Diaka, who will move on to face Trelleborg later on in the semifinals. It'll be our second semifinal of the day coming up here soon. But good job to Diaka and Feld. Like, these teams, they seemed to play similar games, but Diaka just seemed to have that little bit extra at the right moment to come out victorious.
An extra 4 bales delivered for Diaka is what's won it for them. Wow. They are bale making machines, Diaka. They've got a good chance against Trelleborg if they're able to press bales like that. They'll need to, because
I am worried though that with their points totals that they got in those 2 rounds, that up against Trelleborg, you may be getting close to 40 bales, but Trelleborg might be closer to like 45 at the end of the round.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see. For sure, because I may be wrong. Yeah, Diaka, this is going to be their first circuit points of the season. They're going to pick up at the minimum 50 for making it into the semifinal. So that right now would be good enough to move them, like, into about the middle of the pack, the top 5 probably, depending on results elsewhere. But we'll be back here in a moment. We'll have highlights from this last matchup, and we'll have the semifinals too coming up soon.
Welcome back, everybody. Whew. Now, that was a good match between those two. What do you think?
Well, I mean, it was definitely, well, Ehrenfeld got the victory, 2-0 scoreline, so yeah, it was a good game, definitely, from them. Especially the second game wasn't that easy. But yeah, I mean, of course, we're gonna be now watching Vultra and Vermeers, then we're gonna come back to Ehrenfeld, and they have to face Trelleborg. So that's maybe a little bit more tougher the opponent, to be honest. So let's see if they can keep the same pace on the second semifinal. Of course, that's gonna be played after the first one.
Yeah, Dirk definitely good at getting those bales pressed and getting those points scored. I think they're going to need to be a little bit more disruptive when they play Trelleborg later on. Trelleborg also being very, very good at pressing bales and getting points scored. So it's going to be a bit of a fight. However, we are, as you said, going on to Vermeers versus Vultra. This is Fermiers have got Fermiers Flamboyance have had a pass to this point as the other two teams didn't make it. First, though, we got a bit of a replay here from the last match, and a bit of a fight for Astragon to get that first bale in, and lost a fair amount of points due to that.
Yeah, I mean,
and you can see here.
There was some issues with the first bales, definitely there, as we saw, and almost a small mistake, but didn't much cost time for the well, who was the driver anyways? They didn't catch that, but definitely Power Matse was the driver, but they, I mean, still. The series was, I mean, all the time we saw the Ehenfeld was just, slightly on the lead. Astragon, they did their best, but unfortunately, that just wasn't enough. So, and these replays, they kind of tell the same story, to be honest, as well.
And I think part of Astragon's problems, especially in the latter stages of these two games, was the fact that they weren't going out there and pressing bales right until the end. Dierke were out there, they were bringing bales in the whole time, and that's why they got the extra bales in there. And Bam Bam having the same problem the second game as he had in the first, where he wasn't able to get that first bale in and score the points as quickly. Again, so he's missing those bits a bit, and you can see why some of the teams are driving in there and then kicking up to make sure they score those points. Because if you miss it, then it can really harm your first bale points.
I think today in general we have seen quite many players, even for example, JK from Trelleborg, missing the first bales or having some kind of problems with them. So maybe the players are feeling the pressure, or I don't know what it is, but definitely I think we have seen more first bale incidents or problems or mistakes than what we have seen, for example, yesterday or like on a daily basis on the first tournament as well.
Both teams grabbing the bale multiplier in the last few minutes, giving both of them a bit of a boost. And then, in the 5 minutes to go, it was fairly even. There was an even number of bales, and Dirk then just managed to pull it out in the sort of the last 3 minutes or so. You can see here 13 bales to 10. With very similar scores. And at this point, you can see Dierke are still bringing bales in, still got their balers going. And that's why they have bales right at the end like this. They didn't even deliver every bale they had to win that. So, yeah. Good play.
That is a sign of a strength, definitely, when you don't even have to put all the bales. I think Trelleborg had a similar situation that Trelleborg had the same situation that they didn't have to put all the bales in as well. So that is definitely a sign of a strength. But that's the replays. That's done. That game is done, and we're gonna see Ehenfeld on the second semi-final versus Trelleborg, and now we're gonna be focusing on Vultra versus Fermiers Flamboyance. And I can easily, Alex, understand that you might struggle with the name. I have the same issue as well with the Fermiers. It's sometimes quite hard to pronounce.
I've got in my head that it's Farmers Fermiers or something, and I have to keep looking at the name on screen in order to actually get it right.
But there we go. I mean, there's nothing else on the line than just a spot on the final. So these teams are guaranteed to have those league points already from the semi-final stage. Of course, reaching the final, that's going to up the points, and of course, we'll give a chance to fight from the victory as well. Whoever's going to win this one, if it's Vultra or Fermiers, FFF or the triple F. Well, I mean, whoever's going to be coming for the second semi-final, if Trelleborg advances from the second semi-final, that's going to be one very tough opponent. And if Ehenfeld manages to win the second semi-final, then they are going to be a very strong opponent as well. But now we go all the way to the ban phase. And, then we see the bans. Massey Ferguson, that's the first ban.
Whichever of these two teams wins this is going to go into second place overall, definitely. Fermiers, both teams have 50 points from reaching the semi-final. for reaching the final and coming second overall if they were to lose to whoever they're playing in the final. That'd put them on 120 points, which, is enough to put a team into second place today.
Well, then we go to the pick phase. The captain's picks, they haven't really gave a lot of surprises today. A lot of teams have been going for the same picks, bottleneck. Well, that came just so fast as well. Case and ideal. I mean, that took like a half a second and it was already laid there on the table. So definitely they had the idea on their heads already.
Vultra's still going with banning the big tractors, including that Deutz that nobody has picked at all this weekend. So, yeah, I just want to have a look quickly at the stats for that Deutz, because I don't even think that is the biggest. No, that is one of the fast tractors. So yeah, it is worth banning that to make sure that the fast, powerful tractor isn't picked. But I don't know why they're banning the Vultra over the Fendt, because the Fendt is quite a fast tractor. Although that's the reason the Fendt is 4 points to pick it. So yeah, it's not a popular tractor for that reason.
I could definitely put some money on the line just to bet that all the picks gotta be Archimedes, Under Pressure, and Runner for all the remaining matches today. that's
pretty
what
much.
I could do.
It's not often that the other personal picks get chosen. There's not a lot of choice with the rest. Easy Stacker doesn't seem to be a perk that, as long as you get your bales nice and straight on that conveyor belt, it's not one you're particularly looking to do. Sixth Sense is with where the bits are placed now. Ooh!
Oh, that's
Anton just pipping them to the post there.
Oh, well, he got it still in the end, but it's dragging a little bit. Yeah, he's getting away with it. I can see that there's already a second player picking that same utility as they get along, but that's going to slow down a little bit with the first bale. We can see Fermius Flamboyance. They already have the harvester on the field, and we should be getting a second player, which should be T2, most probably, right behind it to collect the bale and start delivering the first bale. And once again, they are very close to the bridges. So if they can make the bale from here and then just disengage very fastly, then I think Fermius Flamboyance, they have a great position to deliver the first bale. At the same time, Vultra, they are a little bit further on the field, so this is indicating that Fermius Flamboyance, yes, Haydn is already on the move and they should be getting the faster bale. And this actually is going to be pretty good. It's not the most perfect one, but it's definitely better than Vultra.
Haydn, 129 points for the first bale for Fermius Flamboyance. Soren now coming in, trying to get that first bale in for Vultra. How many points is going to get for that?
Yeah, it's less than 120, definitely 100. I don't know. It's going to be low anyways. 105.
105.
Yeah.
Not the lowest first bale we've seen today, but I think that's the lowest we've seen directly offloaded from a baler.
Yeah, we had 95. Was it actually, it was Trelleborg, GK, who had those issues with the first bale, and then he was like, for a long time trying to just stuck that in. But in the end, got it. For a while, we were wondering if that's going to be even worth of any more trying. But he still got those 95 points, and this is going to be 105 for Vultra. So, the business as usual continues to collecting the grain. We're not so far away from 12-minute drops. The one thing that I really love is that there's something happening all the time on those seconds, and that's a close call for certain. He just made it out of the way.
Both teams, 3,000 more litres of rain for Fermius at the moment over Vultra. I think Vultra will probably even that up. Vultra spending a little bit more time at the start, sort of grabbing as many harvesters as they can. I think that is probably to set themselves up for as big a multiplier as they can. We saw this in their first game, and I think they're going to do the same here. The 12-minute drop is up, and we've got Crazy Cool and Direct Delivery. Either of those would work really well. Although right now, I think Direct Delivery would be a better choice. Personally, though, I don't think either team is going to go for that.
They still have 35 seconds time to go. I mean, Crazy Tool, we spoke about that quite a lot already earlier. But if the teams are building up, let's say, for some kind of an 8-minute strategy that they will trust that they're getting something on the 8-minute mark from the drops, then maybe getting the bales with a faster speed right now could be beneficial. But then they would need the coordination to do so, and that's gonna be at least one picked, so we can see the direct delivery being picked by Vultra. And nothing for Vermeer
This
so
is
far.
going to give Vultra an advantage because Vultra are now direct delivering their crop. So, yeah, you can see slowly moving up as the grain goes from their combines directly into the silo. They have a 2.2 multiplier before that direct delivery ended. They need to get bales pressed and in now while they have this advantage. They should have it for a good 4 minutes, though.
Yeah, I mean, the whole grain game, as I call it, it has been quite, I'm not going to say non-existent, but we haven't seen any huge upsets with it. Both teams are just, going for that grain. They're going to load it off, and then the multipliers have stayed about, 1.9, 2.1, 2.0 on that ballpark. We haven't seen like any huge upsets or changes with that. I think on the last tournament there was a whole lot more action going on with the grain. We had like belt stopped, and we had 3.0 multipliers, and the teams were able to also deliver the bales when they had that 3.0. But so far, I mean, almost all. I mean, of course, we should have some stats to back this up. But I'm gonna say that I think that at least like 90% of the bales they have been delivered with 1.9, 2.0, or 2.1 multiplier.
I think this is mainly because we've had mostly bottleneck used today. Unstoppable and Be Cool are two that affect grain a lot, and as a result, them being picked less is causing the grain play to be less. However, having said that, Vultra definitely are going for extra grain and definitely are trying to get that extra bit of bonus, and a 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier difference can be huge. And we rarely see a team. Well, it gets very difficult for a team to win with a 2.1 multiplier against them. When it gets to 2.2 or 2.3, that is normally way too much for most teams to overcome. So yeah, you don't tend to get a 3 times multiplier sitting there for too long very often.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the timing. They have that eventually for a while, but then they just not getting the bales inside. And meanwhile, I mean, you said that Vultra's got to go for the grain yard. Look at Vermeer's. They have 53k of grain currently. So they are definitely building up something with the grain. That's what I'm expecting to see. And we are getting closer to the 8-minute mark as well. Vermeer's going to be trying to look some utilities. The New Holland's going to be picked by Hayden. We'll take a bit of a small bump when reversing and pick that up, but they're not going to be a major problem, so we'll just proceed and we'll be heading back to the fields and trying to get some more bales pressed, as Anton meanwhile is delivering them already, and just couple seconds for the drops.
As I say yesterday, I'm very surprised that Massey Ferguson tractor doesn't get banned more often. It is a really, really versatile tractor. I mean, it has 280 horsepower, so it can pretty much run most of the balers that are out there on the field really well. Plus, it has the front loader on the front, so you can bring bales back with you. So it is a really strong, really good tractor, that one.
Well, there we go. I don't think that we have seen the silos close dropping today at all, to be honest. I mean, nobody has been picking it up, and I haven't seen, at least personally. And was it on the last game? I didn't see all the drops, most probably. So was it on the last game?
No, we've not had silos closed today. I don't think. I think it might have been an option that appeared. No, it wasn't even that. because most teams just close the silos if they get that opportunity.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. So the grain game has been maybe that's also one part of the reasons why we haven't seen the multipliers building up because we haven't had the silos closed today at all. It hasn't been just spawning there on the drops, and the teams have been just been doing the same with the grain game that they're unloading it and then they're just evening it out, and because the silos closed, it's not coming in, so they haven't been able to keep the multiplier for that long. So it is what it is, but we can see the bales up. Ooh, that's going to be a miss, but doesn't go to the river. That's a close one, definitely. But he's going to fix the issue. Maybe cost it 5 seconds, but it's not a big deal.
Pigs are people too. Why do people use auger wagons over trailers? There are no trailers in the FSL. There was at one point, but they've long since been removed. The only one that trailer you can have is Big Haul, but it seems to be that Big Haul has fallen out of interest with the teams in favor of Bottleneck. So we're waiting to see if a team comes up with a way to counter Bottleneck that seems to be the way everybody wants to go at the moment.
And now you're telling me this, because I think I have used the term trailer quite many times today. I guess I have to fix my terminology, because, I mean, of course, I'm not a native English speaker, as you and Kermit are, so trailer and wagon, I mean, they are the same thing for me. But there is small details. Look at Søren. He's gonna get stuck on the bridge, and he's gonna get down with the speed. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's stuck on the bridge, upside down. That is completely denying the laws of physics as he almost falls down on the side.
Oh, he's sliding down, but is that baler stuck?
It is stuck.
He has to disconnect the baler.
And if the bridge is going to be lowered now, that's going to the water.
He can't afford to waste that time. Is that baler staying on that bridge, though?
It is,
but it is stuck on the railing. That could be awful for Fermiers.
That is bad. I mean, for a while I really thought it's going to flip over on top of the tractor, but didn't happen. Yeah, that is unfortunate. I mean, somebody could say that's a masterpiece of work.
That's blocking that bridge now for Vultra. It also is continually raising it, I think.
Yeah,
that is not good.
Yeah, they can't use the bridge, and getting that off from the bridge is going to take a lot of time. Only 4 minutes remaining. Bottom boost is going to be got. Meanwhile, dropped on the fields, we can see Vultra going for it, but also Fermias trying to go for it, but Søren should be faster.
Oh, that is bad for Fermias.
But yeah, let's see. I mean, Fermias, they're still on the lead, and Vultra, they have that one baler stuck there. So now we just have to wait and see what's going to happen next. How will they still have enough bales? They have 25 bales, Vultra, actually. So now they just need to start moving them in ASAP. So maybe that one piece of equipment stuck on the bridge is not going to be such a huge problem at all.
And they're dropping bales now as well, folks. And that's not a good place for that bale to be left, because if a tractor comes over there and gets a bit of air, they're going to land on top of that bale. He needs to get that bale cleared out of there as quickly as possible. And Vultra are down to just one baler, so they are pressing bales at a slower rate at the moment than Fermier. And Fermiers have a lead at the moment as well, although they don't have more bales. Søren has finally extracted the baler from the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, there's bales inside, so they want to get them next to the belt. I mean, Fermius, they had some bales on the belt, next to the belt as well, but yeah, definitely Vultra, they have more, so they gotta start sucking them in. 2.5 minutes remaining, so you have to make sure that you'll get all of the bales inside. Of course, now all hands on deck are just trying to get the bales here, but Anton's gonna start that grinding duty. Søren's gonna be coming to help as well with the telehandler, but he has a slight issue. Actually didn't drop the bale on the belt.
Vultra are making a lot of unforced errors at the moment. That's going to be costing them minutes and points if they keep sort of crashing into each other and leaving balers on bridges, and this is uncharacteristically messy from them.
Right, sure. That's sometimes that's doing some funny things, but yeah. I don't know how the players are feeling the pressure, but sometimes, especially when you play a game that is like so based on skill, it's not really a reaction game, it's based on skill, so then you have to be very careful, and, sometimes you can do some mistakes. But, yeah, now they have a lot of bales on the belt.
The fact that Fermiers have got a 2.3 to 1.7 multiplier, that is going to be harming Vultra no end. 6 extra points for every bale that Fermiers deliver at the moment.
That is true. I mean, Vultra, they have to catch up. They still have the bales. I think they can definitely close the gap. It's now 110, 120 points. I think they can close that a little bit, but is that going to be enough? Because Fermiers, they are also stacking at the same time. Vultra, they do have more bales, but they're getting less points from each bale. So I think it's going to be all up to the delivery of the next batch of the bales on Fermiers' side of things, because that's a one dropping for Vultra as well.
And again, another unforced error from Vultra. Anton's managed to not load a bale straight enough. And Fermiers lose a bale into the water.
And that's what I said, that the next batch of bales coming from Fermiers, that might be the key thing, because Vultra, they gotta close the gap, but do they have the bales? I don't think so. Only 5 bales anymore remaining. They cannot make more than 100 points anymore, and there's no way they can pass Fermiers anymore.
And all these bales have to go in the bottom, and Anton is having an absolute nightmare today.
Yeah, it's not gonna matter.
I mean, it's not gonna be enough.
Even if he would have put all those bales on the belt, they wouldn't have had enough bales to close the gap anymore.
Some uncharacteristic errors from Vultra there. And yeah, they delivered way more bales than Fermiers, but that multiplier was just against them the whole time. And that's cost them. It really has.
I mean, Fermiers, they managed to get the spot straight on the semifinals, and now they're definitely showing that even they didn't play the quarterfinal round, they still earned their spot on the semifinal, because when you can challenge Vultra, that really shows that, you have what it takes. So they are not here just for the free ride. They are showing that they have earned the place on the semifinals.
So can Vultra turn this around and take this to 3 games, or is Fermiers Flamboyant going to make it through to the finals to face either Trelleborg or Dirk Enfeld? We shall see in a moment as we get on with game 2 of this match between them. It was an impressive show there by Fermiers. They really, really outplayed Vultra, and put the pressure on, make it, just causing with that much pressure on them. It looked like Vultra buckled a little bit under it, and were making some very uncharacteristic errors.
Yeah, I would say that for Vultra, I mean, the only person they were truly competing against was themselves on that game. They made so many errors. And when you sum those small things together, the issue at the bridge, couple bales lost, couple bales missing the belt or dropping from the belt, that's when you summarize all those, it can be 100 something points easily. And as the gap was 120, it might be that crucial difference. Now they just have to gather themselves, get the strength back. And, sometimes the feeling is all we humans have to go on. And now they just have to, grab that feeling and put that on the server.
And as our German colleagues are displaying at the moment, there is the Farming Simulator 22 press pack. You can win one of 5 of these this weekend. Just enter via the Gleam link that I put in the chat a moment ago.
Yeah, the giveaway. Make sure to take part. I have heard great stories about the fan kit. And some, I don't know, I have a feeling, I mean, Kermit probably has my package because he said that he has 2.
Yeah. Okay. We are going back in for round 2. Oh no, we are going back in for game 2 in a moment because we are currently on round 2 of season 4 of the Farming Simulator League. One of these 2 teams is going to go through to the final. One of them is going out. Vultra need to win this game to stay in.
Yeah. Let's see how it's going to go. So if Vultra will not win this one, then we have Vermeer's Flamboyance as the first team that's going to be reaching the finals. But let's not go ahead of things yet, because there's still at least 1 game to play. And then we'll see who's going to be the first team that will reach the grand final of the second tournament of this Farming Simulator League season 4. It's been a long journey for you, Alex. 4 years or 4 seasons of Farming Simulator League. Like, what are the biggest differences? What if you compare the first season to the 4th season? Like, what do you see?
Well,
the biggest
season,
difference.
The first season was called the Farming Simulator Championship, and the competition was who can stack bales, 20 bales, the quickest in the middle of the field, and you had to go out there, bale up rows of pre-cut straw and stack them as quickly as possible. And it was just one team doing it at each time. So the head-to-headness of it didn't come in until season 2, when it became the Farming Simulator League.
I mean, what I would like to see, because there's no surprises with the bans and the picks, they are the same. So, on the previous tournament, we had a discussion that there was actually like a real stacking competition on was it on FarmCon? And I would love to see now getting some members, let's say maybe some players from Trelleborg, to show those stunts with the telehandler actually in real life.
Oh God!
Can we get that?
I don't think anybody's insurance would ever cover that.
And then, of course, I mean, then we would have the like a stunt tricks with the telehandler. Then we had a tractor breakdance competition based on the yesterday's tricks at the spawn area, and so on. So that would be definitely fun. But yeah, it could come quite expensive. So I think we need some of the partners like a Vultra or John Deere to chip in and provide the equipment with the warranty or with the insurance.
I think they'd also have to build indestructible tractors in order to do it, which I'm not sure is something.
What? By the glass fiber, they can definitely take that kind of a beating. Crack. Gonna happen. Damn it, Jim.
So, yeah, same tractors selected as last time as well.
Yeah, no surprises.
Very few surprises in this opening to this second game.
Yeah, the second rush, or the I think Kermit had a great word for it, mad rush at the start. That was the case. So there we go. Yeah, players heading back on the fields.
And they timed that perfectly.
Yeah, I thought that there was going to be a challenge, but no, we can see that there's going to be the Answer's going to go for the ideal. So that will give them 2 ideals on their disposal. At some point, we do have a challenge from the baler, and that's going to be going for Vermeer's. So I think Vermeer's, once again, they are looking definitely better for the first bale, because Söder's going to be now getting a baler, and they had the same on the previous game as well. They were a little bit late with it. So Vermeer's, as we can see, hiding already behind Tita here on the fields, and this is actually looking pretty good because he can easily disengage from there. He has the narrow wheel tractor, which has the speed, has the momentum, and I think there's going to be a good first bale for Vermeer's if they don't miss it.
Yeah, Hayden Vermeer's is already going to deliver the first bale before Vultra have even started to press.
Yeah, this is good.
And it's a good flick. Oh no, it's missed!
I mean, is that...
Oh, just slightly too late.
Is that
and he's going to have fun getting this. Is this the moment Soren needs to squeeze in there? There we go. 127 points for the first bale for Vermeer's, whereas Vultra grab 121. So 6-point difference on the first bale.
Yeah, and I mean, if they wouldn't have missed the swing, it would have been 140 plus something. So it was definitely a good time, but they just missed that, unfortunately. A great drive, and I guess when I was telling that, it's going to be a good one, of course they will have to miss that one, so the caster curse is definitely here. It's going to also apply to the noob casters.
Lots of support for Fermiers to make it through to the final in the chat at the moment. Would definitely be an interesting update for today.
I would love to see the first Bale challenge, because both teams, Fermiers and of course Trelleborg, they are very fast with the first Bales. So that definitely could be a thing. But yeah, we don't know. We don't know either of the teams who's going to go to the final, so let's not go ahead of things. But yeah, definitely. I think any of the teams, any of these 4 teams are going to be meeting at the final. It's going to be a great match. It's not going to matter. We still have the best.
Oh, Anton dropping a little bit of grain on the floor. They want to keep every single bit of that grain. It's going to be so important for trying to make sure that multiplier is as high as possible. And Hayden now unloading for Fermiers, whereas Soren doing it for Vultra. And the 12-minute mark, speed limit and bridges lowered are the options that have come up.
Yeah, I think that somebody has really disabled the silos closed from some of the options, because we just don't see that coming in. I really want to see if we do get that at all today. But yeah, let's not worry about that one, because it's certain coming to unload the crane. So Fermiers are building the multiplier as their advantage currently. Vultra is building it, definitely not Fermiers. And it's going to be, 2 points something for now. But now at the same time, we can see also Fermiers starting to unload. So they're going to be trying to, of course, counterfeit the strategy of Vultra. And, we have seen what happens here. It's going to end up somewhere around 2.0 mark. Anyways, Certain a little bit earlier actually leaving. And this could give the advantage to Fermiers, because they're going to be still unloading. But they will leave it 2.0 as well.
So no advantage at this point for either team. No bales pressed at this point for either team either. Just still the 6-point first bale difference between them.
Yeah, this is some very. I mean, if these guys would be actually farming, I mean, we spoke about real life challenges with the tractors and with the telehandlers, but I mean, sometimes the movements on the field, they are also very impressive. When they're just circulating around the different vehicles there, and getting the wagon, as I call it now, straight on the right place as well so fastly. I think on real life it's gonna take a little bit more time, to be honest.
And yeah, they're definitely moving the shortest route they can to get the most grain and the most straw out of those combines.
But there we go. 10 minutes on the clock. No points and no bales at all. So no points since the first bales at all, and no bales have been pressed. Just a lot of grain still coming for the both teams. I mean, they unloaded already a bunch of it, and now they're just collecting more. So definitely, there's going to be another grain drop for the both sides. And I mean, both are collecting about the same amount. Vultra has more now, because it's certain coming in already. Let's see what's going to happen with this amount of grain. Because that will definitely give the advantage for a while. Fermiers, they don't have the player yet. Hayden is coming, so they will be a little bit late with it. So Vultra will get the initial advantage, but Fermiers going to be counterfeiting that with the second load.
And this does require Hayden to unload a little bit from his overloader as well. No, he's left it at 2.1 to 1.9. That is really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, both sides left the wagons next to the silo. They didn't unload it, and they are collecting more. So we do have some huge loads coming later on. That seems to be the case.
I think that Vultra have learned their lesson from the last game, and they are going to make sure they have as much grain as they can up at that silo to counter Fermiers doing something that I think I mentioned in the Trelleborg game, which is making sure that there's as much grain up there as possible. And this is the thing. We were talking about this before. There's not been a lot of play with the grain and the bonuses today, and Fermiers had took advantage of that in the first game. Made sure they had a huge amount of grain up there ready to go, at the expense of bailing slightly later.
Just please give me the silo closed, please. Couple seconds, give me the silo closed right now. No, it's not there.
It's Crazy Tool. Oh, and there's a good opportunity. Why? Why are Fermiers not picking up Crazy Tool as they drive past it?
Yeah, I mean, he was actually pressing the bale, so maybe somebody else will go and pick that up for him because he's right there, doing the work as we speak. So
there we go. Crazy Tool picked up by Vultra, and Fermiers are ignoring it, and it's not good for them.
Yeah, but they still have 35
seconds.
Be
awful.
We'll see. I mean, I still think that they will go for it, but they're just gonna come later for it. Might be completely wrong because he's getting a lot of bales. He's not going
to have as good an opportunity as Soren had, as driving straight past it. You will get as many bales as you can out of Crazy Tool picking up as you're going past in the baler.
Yeah.
And that is a big mistake from Fermiers.
Yeah, they actually picked the bale multiplier.
We're going to see it from...
The Fermiers have the bale multiplier. Now they're going to start unloading the grain at the same time. Both sides actually are doing it as we speak. So both sides are unloading it. And it seems that Fermiers, they have the advantage on grain. They are losing with the multiplier for now, but they can unload it more later. So let's see how far that's going to take them. It's going to be actually 2.0, I think, after the unloading. No, 1.9 still. Can they make it 2.0?
No.
Yes, they can. It is 2.0.
Yes.
Hyden having a small problem at the Bridge of Doom. 2 bales and in front, 3 bales on the back, so 5 bales coming right next to the belt, and 6.5 minutes to go. And meanwhile, Vultra, they have started already stacking the bales to the belt.
Vultra went for Crazy Tool because they didn't have any bales there to take advantage of the bale multiplier. Fermiers have gone for the bale multiplier, but they're only going to get 1, maybe 2 bales in with it. I don't think it's the right choice still.
Let's see. 5.5, almost 6 minutes to go. 1 bale is going to drop, just like Alex was predicting.
Is this last bale going to make it in time? Yes. So they did manage to get 2 bales in with that 1.5 multiplier. I think that Vultra have pressed more bales than and will be able to cover that fairly easily.
Yeah, at least on the numbers they have it currently. But I mean, for many times when we go back all the matches on this tournament, what I have seen is that yes, we see that some team they have like more bales, but then in the end it comes down to the stacking. And because while for somebody stacking, they can still like produce more and bring it on there. So yes, they need to press more. But if you have like, let's say 5 bales down on the 5-minute mark, that is not such a big of a deal if you would be 5 bales down on the 1-minute mark. So you can definitely still come back from that one as long as the stacking on the belt is going to be efficient, and then the logistical chain that is delivering the bales from the fields is working.
That is very true, and it's one of those things where if you're pressing bales right until the last few minutes or the last few seconds, it's how many more you can press in that last 5 minutes. We've seen teams easily catch up and overtake their opponents because they keep 2 balers out there instead of having 1 with 2 stackers. So very, very much up to getting those as many bales pressed as possible. The only reason to not be on the field pressing bales is if you are if you run out of straw.
Oh, technical break.
Oh, and we've had one of Fermiers' team drop.
Yeah, let's wait for it.
They've
But
got
the
3 minutes to reconnect.
But regarding that whole issue that we just spoke about, pressing the bales on the very last minute, it's just like the logistic these days. When you go online shopping, you don't anymore have like huge warehouse next to your building that have like 3,000 pieces of whatever you're gonna be ordering. Sometimes when you go, things are manufactured from the orders, or the logistical chains are more efficient these days. I think that's also reflecting on Farming Simulator League as well. That the teams that have handle the whole chain of the logistics better, and not just start pressing them, deliver like a huge bunch of them, and then unload them. They have to like have a smooth operation all the way, starting from the fields to the very last millimeters on the belt.
And we are currently waiting for a reconnect from one of Fermia's players. They have 1 minute and 51 seconds to reconnect. Hopefully they can do so. Otherwise, Vultra will take this game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we had a break yesterday, and there was no issue then to get the player connected. So let's hope it's going to be the case this time as well. It wasn't Vermeer's. I don't remember which team it was, but the 3 minutes should be usually enough, unless, of course, it's something more crucial, like a power outage on the area, or bigger network connector operator issue, or maybe like a PC crashing or something. So if it's just like a disconnect, like a temporary failure, 3 minutes gonna be fine. But if it's something bigger, then of course we'll see. We'll just have to wait and see and keep our fingers crossed.
We have a minute left for them to reconnect. This may be a bigger problem than we had yesterday. It is good. Somebody did say in chat they've never seen a technical break before, and yeah, it is something that automatically kicks in now. If a player disconnects, it will kick in, and it will pause the game for everybody so that player can reconnect. But with only 30 seconds left for them to reconnect, I don't know if this is going to happen.
Maybe the director is just having some excitement there. The play. Oh, there we go. 24 seconds. Let's go. 4 minutes and 5 seconds to go, and the action is going to resume from the exactly the same moment when the technical break started.
So yes, that was added in, and after we had a couple of problems, I think it was in season 2 with teams disconnecting, yeah, works brilliantly. Easily allows us to pick up games, which is brilliant, and being online like this, as we have been for the last couple of years, it's really useful to be able to reconnect a player.
Yeah, Vultra's gonna pick up the super drop, the bale withering. So that's going to give a bit better situation for them. And looking at the point situation, looking at the bale situation, and of course taking the technical disconnection into account as well, even though, he's still on the game, but, maybe that still affected like a couple seconds of a time before that. So yeah, Vultra, this really seems that Vultra will take this on the third game of the series. But let's see how hard Vermeer's going to be fighting it back. They have a chance to take this 2-0. But for now, looking at the current situation, 40 points of a difference, okay, 64 points of a difference. But still, I think that Vultra, they have the better hand currently.
Kermit has corrected something in chat for something I said a moment ago. If the other player can't reconnect, it's not a case of that team forfeiting. The other team, the team that the player disconnects on, has to continue with only 2 players if the other player isn't able to reconnect in those 3 minutes. So yeah, it's not a straight up forfeit, but obviously it does put that team at a massive disadvantage. Should the player not be able to reconnect. And we can see there that a bale has been dropped on the Bridge of Doom for Vermeer's. That's not good. That's not good at all. And Vultra are now pulling out a healthy lead with equal number of bales.
I mean, we can see Anton, his hands are not shaking currently. So in the last game he had some small issues there, but now he's like very steadily putting the bales there, organizing them. Lennox not gonna take any extra shortcuts. still goes a little bit wide there, but manages to get on the other side of that bridge. Highland's going to be picking something up as well. So, yeah, Vultra, they have been able to gain now a 200-point lead. Vermeers, they have a couple more bales. I think they're a little bit late with the stacking on the bell, to be honest. It's going to be just flipping them as well.
Flying.
And one is going to go below. Slight bump. So they have 2 bales which they have to collect.
I don't think there are enough bales here for Vermeers to sort this. Although Lennox has got the baler stuck on the bridge. That is really bad. That is so bad for Vultra. They're gonna struggle to get past that baler. And Fermi is now trying to get as many bales in as possible, and they are not going to win doing this way. They only have one baler out there, and they're not creating enough bales to win this.
They don't have the points.
But
I mean, the
Vultra have got them. Oh, Vultra with 40 seconds left are unable to get any more bales. They've blocked themselves.
They are done. They are done. Lennox is already, standing on the tractor. 2 last bales are going in as third and makes the push and will get those 2 bales on the second floor. Or does he? He's calculating if there's going to be space. No! It's not going to fit.
I don't think he can get them
or maybe he's just waiting for it. But there's nothing that Vermeers can do. There we go. The final push comes in from Søren. And now Vermeers, there's nothing they can do. They just didn't have the bales anymore. It's going to be Vultra who's going to push the series to 1-1 situation, and we got to go to the third game of the series.
That is a good comeback from Vultra. That is a well-played, strong, tight game from Vultra, and a 300 point, not quite 300, sorry, 250 point win there for them. Yeah, they played a much better game there.
In the end, I mean, they just didn't. Vermeers, they didn't have the bales. So I mean, they did the best work they could, but the gap was just too big to be any more like they didn't have the bales to close the gap at all, because 200 points, you're going to need at least like 10 bales more. And, based on the numbers, which we can see on the lower left corner, we saw that they don't have the bales pressed. So you just can't make the points out of nothing.
There were, at best, Fermi's had 100 points sitting there at the last 30 seconds. On the field, more than Vultra did, and that just wasn't enough to make that gap. And you can see it with just the way that Vultra weren't pressing any more bales. They'd done everything they needed to do, and that was it. That was all they had to do to win it.
Yeah, I mean, Vermeers, they were very strong on the first game, but Vultra made some mistakes. It was still a close game. And now Vultra, they had a slight mistake there in the end, as you pointed out, on the bridges. But other than that, I mean, they were just pretty much flawless. Okay, we don't count the first bales in this time. But there was also some discussion on the chat about that first bale, which was missed by Vermeers. And somebody was calculating that it could have been 147 points even, the first bale, if it would have gone in with the first try. But I think the same trend just continues. The teams are missing the first bales. Either they are trying to so heavily to break the records, or then they are just sloppy. And
I think the worrying thing for both of these teams, whichever one wins this next match, wins this next game, these are, as Fielden put in the chat, these are low-scoring games. These are the 2 lowest scoring winning, these are the lowest winning scores we've had all day. And if they're going to go up, potentially go up against Trelleborg in the final, then they're going to have to score so many more points than this, or they will walk all over them. Admittedly, Trelleborg do still need to get into the final, and Dirk Enfield stand in their way for that. But if Jerka beat Trelleborg, they're still going to have to get a big score in the other semi-finals. So, I think both these teams need to be scoring more points than they are to win, or they've not got a hope of taking this final today.
I completely agree on that one. What we haven't seen today, we haven't seen a single game with a scoreline over 1,000 points. So all the games have been like sub 1,000, and we know how much Trelleborg can actually, bring points when it comes to the finals, when it comes to a very tight situation. And when we look at the other teams than Trelleborg with the points, Ihenfeld actually has been getting the most points, like when you look at the stats. So I think that the second semifinal is going to be a very huge one, because there's two most point scoring teams versus each others and battling from the place to get on the final.
Right, so we are into the banning phase of this deciding game. Vultra have banned the Deutschfahr.
By the way, meanwhile, as we are watching these default bans, there's a question or suggestion on the chat that I should learn you how to pronounce Holmokra.
Holmokra.
Yeah.
The reason for that is because I started a brand new Let's Play on it on Friday. So Holmokra.
Yeah, it's the Swedish O, as we call it. The Swedish O after M. Holmokra. Holmokra.
Okay. I will try and remember that for next week's video.
Yeah, I know. It's the Scandinavian names, they are never easy. Not the Swedish one, not the Norwegian ones, not the Danish one, and especially not the Finnish ones. But the Vultra is pretty easy. And now we do have the picks already done for the captains, and we're gonna be starting the player pick phase. But I'm not perfect in Swedish either, so my pronunciation might not be the best way to go. What I really suggest for Kurt, that make a recording yourself and then just tweet that out and tag Virtual Farmer and me there, and then we have a perfect reference for it.
I am trying to remember, there was a series or there was something in FS 19 where somebody released the pronunciation for the video, and I watched the video about 20 times just to make sure that I could pronounce it correctly.
Yeah, the names
I can't remember
sometimes
what that was for, but it was Yeah,
sometimes the names are just very, very, difficult, and then you have like established standards of some words. So, and when somebody, let's say a British person or American person, and they take a name which is very far away from the whole language, then it might become a thing after a couple of years. Then somebody said, this, by the way, this, and then it's very hard to change that anymore at that stage. But there we go, the third game is going on already. Hayden with a very fast start, and we can see Vultra heading for the pass. There's gonna be a challenge definitely from the Baylor, and it's gonna be Fermius getting the other one, and Lennox the other one.
Anton missed out on the case. New Holland goes to Lennox.
There we go. Let's see the first bales. Fermius, they have been pretty good with it. They're gonna start. I think that the Hayden was. He's very fast. He's still just. It's like dog who's gonna be getting some food. He's right there waiting for the owner to start just pouring it to the cup, and that seems to be good. Let's see what's gonna happen with the bridges. Sören actually also having a good speed, but he's quite far away. And but yeah, it's gonna be looking to have a good first bale for Vultra as well. I think Hayden is a little bit closer. He can maybe use the second bridge. Doesn't go from the bridge of Doom either. Okay, so there we go.
Coming in for the first bale. 134 was Fermius. What is going to be Vultra's? 123. So 11-point difference in the first bale this time.
Yeah, but it's still like seeing the bales today and yesterday, that's actually a pretty close gap. We have seen pretty big gaps sometimes, you know, amazing, like 140 plus points from the first bale, and then the other one getting 120 something, or then we have seen also like, you know, just like a even bigger differences. So, I mean, 11 points, that's I would say that it's a small difference on the context of this tournament. But the Søren's got to go and pick up that wagon from the fields, and then we have more discussions on the chat about the Swedish and how people are not understanding it. Well, I can somehow relate that. I mean, it's not a secret. I mean, Finland is a two-language country, so Finland is one of the official languages. Sweden is the other official language, and it's mandatory at the school to learn that. I probably got the lowest possible grade from Swedish, but I do still understand it. I do speak a lot of it, but yeah, I'm not going to take my primary job to try to teach the Swedish words for Alex. I mean, Alex is just doing a great job with the current names. But it is what it is.
Teams have an even amount of grain at the moment. I don't think that the ideal spawned on any of the stands this time, because both teams are running other combines.
Yes, the drops are there. So let's see what we have here. Søren's going to be delivering some grain. I think we do have Vermeers also on the way. Yeah, Hayden is here seeking the silo. We'll find a place to go. We haven't yet seen the drops, but I guess we're going to be having a peek. But the 12-minute drops, they haven't been so much causing a difference. Direct delivery, and the other one is going to be what? Can you make sense out of it?
Herbicide.
Yeah.
I don't think either team is particularly going to go for that, although direct delivery did pay off well for Vultra when Vermeers got it last time. So I don't think either team is particularly going to go for this.
Yeah, they are not interested about them, so they are gone, and nobody will pick them up at all. So business as usual continues. The gap is still the same. Bales haven't been produced, so it's the same situation with the bales. But this is it. This is the third game of the series, so whoever's going to be winning this Vultra or Vermeers, they will be claiming the first spot on the grand final of the second tournament here on the season 4. And of course, there's a lot of money on the line as well. 10,000 euro prize pool on Farming Simulator League tournament, and that's going to be 10k each tournament, so that's a lot of money. So definitely the team's going to be trying to do their absolute best to get there.
Both teams refilling their overloading wagon. And Lennox avoiding... I think Lennox is avoiding the weeds again.
Yeah, both teams are collecting.
I think the reason why we're seeing such low-scoring games here from both teams is actually because they are pressing bales so late. I don't think we've seen any other teams today wait until the 8th minute to press bales.
Yeah, I think it's about the press. Go on.
I think it's purely because they're getting the extra grain in. And Vultra learnt to their detriment. If they go and they try and press bales early and not get the extra grain, then Vermeers stomp all over them. And it'd be actually quite interesting to see what this type of gameplay will do to someone like Trelleborg, who are out there pressing bales really early. And that's how they score all those extra points. So I think it's going to be... I don't think that the low scoring thing is necessarily an indication of these teams not being very well at pressing bales and getting and getting out there. I think it's an indication of how much they're putting on getting the grain in there and sorting the multiplier out.
Yeah, I mean I completely agree. How I feel about it is that the kind of like when we have, let's say, lower score games happening, the teams are playing with the more disruptive strategies. So of course that's going to disrupt them. They cannot get the points. But also, as we have seen the same thing to happen, as they are like counterfeiting that disruptive strategy. So then both teams miss the opportunities to press the bales because they're both focused on the grain game instead of pressing the bales. So in a way, this kind of a gameplay, exactly, it affects that the teams, they don't have the time to start doing the early bales. And that's why we have the lowest scores. And we are already on the 8-minute mark and nothing has been happening. And still we don't have the silos closed. What's going on?
Bridges raised and bridges lowered. I expect teams to go for bridges lowered. Yep. Oh.
Yeah, they're going to wait for the right timing. But
bridges lowered, picked up by Fermiers. And the whole thing is currently being ignored by Vultra.
No, it's going to come a little bit later. We can see Anton now getting there.
No, I thought Anton was going to go for bridges raised.
He's going to go for the bale. There we go.
No, bridges loaded. There we go.
Yeah, they took that a little bit later. So that it has a small impact there a little bit later. We can see Fermiers actually also unloading the grain, and same applies for Vultra. And Vultra, they do have a lot more grain. As we can see, this 3-vehicle setup is going to be nicely just, letting that flow. And I don't think there's anything what Fermiers can... Well, they have a similar setup actually right now, so they can definitely counterfeit it. So this is where all the time goes. This is why they're not pressing the bales, because they are building these masterpieces of equipment on the silos.
The same amount of rain.
Yep, they don't. Also, they have the advantage, but the let's see how it's going to go.
Here we go, evening things up on Vultra's side, and Fermiers trying to hold it.
Just in time.
And it's gone to Fermiers' favour. 5,000 litres left. There's probably enough there for Vultra to even it up, but not enough to send it over into a 2.1. So, yeah, multiplier is all even now. Again.
I think what happened there was that Fermiers, they had some bales on the belt. They tried to adjust the multiplier with a grain, and then they left something like 5k or something of grain. They didn't unload everything, and then Vultra, they want to balance the situation, and Fermiers, they did understand it, that Vultra's gonna try to do that, so they will try to get the multiplier back, and that's why they left the 5k, that they could still put that remaining grain on there and regain the multiplier. So it's a very a second game, but the Vultra and both Fermiers are now stacking the bales a little bit on the belt. 5.5 minutes anymore remaining, so suddenly now they have to start hurrying with the bales. Vultra, they have 15 bales pressed. Fermiers, they don't have so much, but they are leading with 100 points, which is about 5 bales in total.
I was going to say, the points difference right now is the 5 bales that Vultra haven't delivered. So both teams are neck and neck going into this last 5 minutes. That means that the 4-minute super drop, that is going to be really important.
That is true. Let's see what's going to come out of there. But both teams, they're looking very strong. Vultra, they have more bales. They will start delivering. If there would be a now mistake with a tractor, let's say on the bridges or whatever, that could be maybe even costing the game. Anton will get safely on the other side, even though from the Bridge of Doom. And Fermiers, they are just loading the stuff on the second floor of the barn. So the belt is functioning just fine. And now we just have to wait how the stacking goes. So I would say that the key players currently are the ones stacking the bales. So Anton and Hayden, I think they are the ones that work right next to the belt. But the super drop is there.
And it's Lord Baylor, 2 bales for Fermiers, 2 bales for Vultra, and Vultra score the bales with it. Immediately, 2 bales delivered to the top of their barn, so 40 points for them. They still trail, though, by nearly 100 points. And the bale difference has diminished. So Vultra very much falling behind now against Fermiers with 3.5 minutes left. They are really going to have to push their Bale creation. And Vultra, Soren getting stuck.
We spoke about
On a
that small
Bale.
mistake. That could be it. Every time when the Lord Baylor comes in, I don't know why, I just always imagine that there's Kermit and then he has a cape made out of bales. I don't know why, it just comes to my mind. That is a Lord Baylor, my friends. But yeah, we are heading for the 3 last minutes.
The FSL fandom, we need some sketches.
Yeah, Photoshop magic incoming. Lord Baylor, who's watching the Bridge of Doom. Collecting the tax from each bale passed on that bridge. But yeah, this is getting close. Vultra definitely will make that small mistake. It wasn't like a huge, they didn't get stuck or anything like that, but yeah, it did cost some time. They are catching up on points. The gap is now about 100 points. Anton, the hands are not shaking, has 6 bales. And there's, I mean, when you have 6 bales, there's always a chance for a slight mistake. So let's see the steady hands at least getting the first 2 nicely on the belt. And meanwhile, we're going to be having a focus on Fermiers. But look at those first 2. Will they actually make inside? They're going to be... No, they will not.
No!
They will flip. Oh, he's going to be having a huge problem with the second bale as well.
And that second bale is not going to make it and might actually block
It's going to block. No, it's going to fall off. But still, that is 60 points missed.
But Vultra needs to not be making these mistakes.
Oh, that is bad. I mean, Anton just not having the greatest day. I mean, if they would have got those bales inside, they could be on the lead. But now, 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, and Vultra, they have to get the job done. They might even need an extra pair of hands with, you know, with a telehandler or something just to get the bales inside. Those 2 will make it, and that's gonna be 600 points. Sorry, 500 points for them at the moment. They still have the gap of 75 to catch inside 1.5 minutes.
5:03 to 5:75, and Fermiers doing a fantastic job of getting their bales onto the conveyor, holding that over 100-point lead out from Vultra. Vultra trying to get bales in, trying to get bales pressed, but it's only a 2-bale deficit at the moment. And if Fermiers get all these bales in, then Vultra have no hope of winning this. Even on bales now, 583 to 655. Yeah, Vultra have fallen behind a bit and desperately need to get these bales in.
But it all the way comes down to the efficiency. And Anton was putting 2 there, so they're going to be catching up as we can see. They are definitely there. So it's all the way, all the last 30 seconds, it's going to come all the way down. How efficiently they can stack the bales, how close they have taken the lead now, Vultra. They have been able to, Anton has been, you know, catching up with the game. Sören is here to help as well, has 2 bales, but they don't have much bales anymore remaining, only 3 of them.
Yeah, they are 5 bales
but Fermiers,
behind.
they don't have the time to put all the bales inside. They're going to be stuck in some on the first floor. It's going to be getting so close. 7:25, they're going to take the lead. 1 more bale is going to make the deal. Vultra, they have it, but it's not going to be enough. Fermiers, they will claim the place on the grand final.
Fermiers coming through, showing that getting a pass through to the semi-finals, they deserve to be here. Absolutely, they deserve to be here. They are going through to the final. 2 more bales delivered overall, and both of those into the top have won this game for them and have sent them through to the final. Who are they going to face? They are going to face either Trelleborg or Dirk Enfeld, and that is huge for them.
Yeah, it's I mean, those 2 bales which you mentioned, Alex, those plus the difference of the first bale. That is exactly the score gap.
And that is why that first bale is so important quite often. Because Vultra putting in 2 more bales, not that difficult. They did have the bales there to do it, I think. And then it would have come down to that first bale. But yeah, Fermiers playing a amazing game there, doing so well. And we have got Trelleborg versus Dirk Enfeld in the other semi-final. coming up in a moment for you. That is going to be an amazing, amazing game, I think, as well. But we're going to have a short break first, so we will see you in a moment.
Nobody else. I've got one thing on my mind. I already hear the bells. Baby, I'm not running around looking for nobody else. I've got one thing on my mind. I already hear the bells. Baby, I'm not running around. 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 Baby, I'm not. Baby, I'm not. Baby, I'm not. Baby, I'm not. Baby, baby, everything about you calling out to me. I got to hold, yeah. Everything about you calling out to me. I got to hold, yeah. Baby, I'm not running around looking for nobody else. I've got one thing on my mind. I already hear the bell. Baby, I'm not running around looking for nobody else. I've got one thing on my mind. I already hear the bells. I'm a victim of love calling out to heaven above for, yeah. Baby, I'm not running around looking for nobody else. I've got one thing on my mind. I already hear the bells. I'm a victim of love calling out to heaven above for, yeah. Baby, I'm not running around. 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 Baby, I'm not. Baby, I'm not. Baby, I'm not. Baby, I'm not. Baby, everything about you calling out to me. I got to hold, yeah. Everything about you calling out to me. I got to hold, yeah.
And we are back. That was the first semi-final, Vultra versus Fermiers, and Fermiers claiming the place on the grand final. It's going to be time for Alex to have a short breath of fresh air, and we have the Lord Baylor himself, Kermit, back on the broadcast.
Hey, thanks, Copter. Good to be back. And Fermiers are showing that they're a force to be reckoned with. There's been some discourse in chat about maybe they were a little bit fortunate to be able to get the pass into the semifinal, but let's not forget that coming into this week, they were third in the overall standings, and they can't help that their opponents didn't show up yesterday, and they showed that it wasn't a fluke to give them the pass to the semifinal, in my opinion, by beating Vultra, who was joint third in the standings with them coming in as well. So Fermiers early on in Season 2, a kind of a new team to think about when we're talking about the top of the standings of the Farming Simulator League. So they're already into the final. They'll play the winner of the next semifinal, which is Trelleborg versus Diaka Ehrenfeld, which will be coming up in a moment. We're going to have some highlights to show first from that last round. And Copter, what were your feelings on the matchup between these two?
I mean, it was definitely. I think the games were very entertaining. Of course, when it comes to 2-1 series, then of course it means that it was a tight series. I think Vultra was definitely showing some great strategy on the second one. They made some human mistakes on the first one, but also on the third one. And then in the end, I mean, the gap wasn't that big. Couple bails. One first bail incident is going to be also costing, so it was definitely a good series. A lot of great farming simulator esports. So definitely, I really enjoyed this series.
Yeah, I mean, they're two really good teams too. So to see them face off in the semifinal was a good treat. And Fermier is coming out on top this time around, but I have a feeling we'll see these two teams face off again at some point as the season plays out, and Vultra very well could take the lead. A little bit shaky there by Tita, trying to go across the stone bridge, and adjusted it just at the right time so that he didn't end up in the moat.
Yeah,
Surin here beating his opponent to the bottom boost drop, super drop rather.
I don't think that we're gonna call that stone bridge anymore. that's a terminology from the past. It's now already a bridge of doom, thanks to you, Kermit.
I don't like the Bridge of Doom personally, but
okay. Okay,
I like the safer route instead, because sometimes it can be safe, but it can absolutely wreck you. You're right. It can be full of doom if you're not careful.
I think all the terms are correct ones. Just kidding, and of course trying to get some banter on the way.
No, it's fine. It's fun, and people have been calling it that. They've been calling it the Bridge of Death. So whatever you prefer. Definitely go with it, as we see Hayden losing a bail into the moat there. Anton trying to score some as well.
Yeah, some nice moves there. But in the end, I mean, Fermiers, the last game kind of like showed that. I mean, based on the first game alone, I wasn't sure. I mean, of course, Fermiers won it, but Vultra made those mistakes. Then on the second game, Vultra did better. So when we came to the third game of the series, I actually wasn't sure who's going to win it. I didn't have like a clear idea that's going to be Vultra, it's going to be Fermier. But in the end, I think the third game really showed that Fermiers, they had the better way. They had the better gameplay on that series, and so they definitely earned the place on the finals.
I want to clear something up because there's still talk about Fermiers getting a free ticket into the semifinal. So yesterday, in the play-ins, the opponent that would have faced both the opponents that could have faced them in the quarterfinals today did not show up. Both teams did not show up. So it is no fault of Fermiers that they got that free pass. It was just a stroke of luck for them. But let's not forget, they were in the semifinals last month too, and lost at the semifinal stage. So they very well could have made it anyways. So our organizers have gone by the rules. That's how the rules are for now. And maybe they'll change in the future. I don't know. But you can only play by the rules in front of you. And I think Fermiers do deserve their place in the final today, because they got it done in this matchup. We're seeing the highlights now. Vultra making lots of mistakes. They did force them to the third of the best of three by winning the second one. But, Fermiers on top in the end.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, definitely, just like you said, those are the current rules. You're going to run the tournament by the rules. You cannot really change the rules during the tournament. So if there's something that needs to be looked, that's definitely a discussion item. The admin's going to have a look on it, and something might change, but we definitely cannot change anything on the middle of the tournament. And without this kind of like a no-shows, which sometimes happens, maybe there's a flaw, and now we see that. So that's the thing. So we just have to learn from the mistakes, but we cannot change things on the middle, because then it wouldn't be fair for the players and the teams.
Yeah, and there's a comment like, we'll have more teams. Well, the teams that signed up all participated except for the two that didn't show up on the day of the tournament. So if we want more teams, then more teams need to register, and then we'll have more qualifiers taking place on the Saturday, and it'll work itself out in the end. But right now, there's a potential for a whole lot more teams to come in if they so wish to participate.
Yeah, I mean, if you get 10 more teams, let's say, if you guys on the viewer side of things get 10 more teams, and if you get 10 more teams, I promise to take that cow costume from the promo video and come to FarmCon with it. Come on, guys, get it done.
The Rosie costume does exist, and so if this happens, then we're gonna make you stick to this Copter, you've said it now live on the internet, so you can't take it back now.
Okay, how many teams in total we had this time? So okay, so this amount of teams plus 10 on the July tournament, and I still have time to come to FarmCon with it. Okay, I'll keep my word.
All right, there it is. Yeah, they broke the Rosie outfit out last week. They had an event at the German office where Angskar did a tractor tour with Klaas, where he drove a tractor all around Germany, and he ended at our office, which these two gentlemen you're seeing on the screen now are currently sitting in the studio at that office. And if you're confused, you're seeing the German casters on screen because they're in the studio in Germany. But on the English channel, you're hearing the English broadcasters, which right now are myself and Cast by Copter, and we'll have Virtual Farmer back for the final as well. But this is Homer and Klaas.
Two handsome
Software.
gentlemen.
All right, here we go. Trelleborg, winners of the first tournament of Season 1, back-to-back world champions in the Farming Simulator League in Seasons 2 and 3 versus Diatka here. And no offense to Diatka, but Trelleborg are so strong. So they need Diatka to bring their A+ game here if they want a chance to move on to this final. Right away, they are banning the Manitou telehandler, which makes me think their next ban pick will be the Massey telehandler. Trelleborg going with the Deutz-Fahr 9340. So they're probably going to ban the Vultra as well with their next pick. Let's see. Two big tractors banned. There it is. And now Diatka, I assume, will go with the Massey telehandler.
No surprises. I mean, we saw the Deutz-Fahr and Vultra being blocked earlier as well. It started neuting, even though we don't see that happening all the time. But it was definitely a play earlier on the series. I think it was on the quarterfinals. But anyways, so there we have the bans, and now we have the captain picks. Let's see if we do get the 2x bottleneck, and then we have the IDL in case. Yes, we do. Like I said, no surprises there. It is the same. And I want to make a small clarification. So those 10 teams, I have to come back. They have to play. They cannot be just registered teams and no shows. They got to play. Otherwise, it would be just too easy.
Yeah, if that were the case, I would just go sign up for 10 accounts just to make you have to wear that suit and, just not say anything about it. But we'll play by the rules on our side, too. But we will definitely hold you to this if we can make this happen. The problem with this, though, is that if you want to make Copter wear the Rosie costume at FarmCon, then you need to get this done in the next month, because we have one tournament on July 9th and 10th will be tournament 3, and then the weekend following is TwitchCon. The weekend after that is FarmCon. So you only have one more tournament to be able to get this done. So you don't have a lot of time. Get it done, practice, get ready to compete, and let's get Copter into the cow costume.
Let's hope that it's not going to be plus 30 degrees there. That's going to happen, because those costumes, they can be quite hot. But,
we might have to call you Cast by Copter. Cast by Copter that day. Will have to be your nickname. Yeah. All right, here we go. Trelleborg and Diatka, first of the best of 3 in this semifinal. Winner will take on Vermeer's Flamboyance in the final of the second tournament of Season 4 of the Farming Simulator League. Let's get it done.
Let's get it done. There we go. The mad rush, as Kermit calls it. They're going to head for the pads. We can see a slight challenge there on the Harvester. It seems that EFL is going to be winning that one. And also the balers, not the Harvesters, going to go for them. Trelleborg, they're trying to build the first bale, but it seems that they're a little bit late maybe with it, because they didn't get the Harvester straight away as they were hoping for. Yeah. So this is looking better for EFL, but JK is definitely go for the hunt. And it's actually not so bad, because they do have the Harvester in front of him, but it's not going to be 140. It's going to be 130 something if he swings it right.
Yeah, I think like a good moment early on of disruption by Diatka by getting the 2 Harvesters and kind of slowing Trelleborg down a bit. But the problem is Trelleborg just went and got the Massey anyways, and now JK is going to beat Diaka to the punch on first bale because Jeppy here missed out on balers and had to go pretty far away to grab the New Holland. Here comes JK. He's going to try the flick 132. And it looked like with the disruption, it could have been a good moment for Diaka, but it's not paid off for them, and they're going to be significantly behind here on the first bale.
Yeah, it's going to be at least 20 points of a difference already on the first bales. But yeah, then we'll see how the mind game's going to go from here. Definitely Trelleborg showing the strong hand at the start, but Ehrenfeld, I mean, they have shown, I think they have been pretty impressive as well, and they even have to actually reverse it in, so that's going to put the gap to 24 points after the first bale. But it's, I mean, it's doable, definitely. It's not like it's not the end of the world, but it's definitely something.
Yeah, I mean, but we saw earlier, didn't we, with Trelleborg trailing after the first bale and still winning by 2 points. So to be trailing them by 24 at the beginning gives you a lot of work to do the remaining 14 or so minutes of the round. And now for Diaka, they got to make sure they're not committing any errors here.
Yeah, now it's back to the grinding. 45 seconds for the first drops. I'm really hoping that, well, it's not going to happen probably at the first drop, but I'm still waiting to see the silo close, to be honest. We just haven't seen that the whole day, and I would really love to see some kind of a more disruptive gameplay happening, because now both teams, they are just collecting the grain. They both have 30k. They're going to go to silos. They're going to try to unload it, then the other team is going to unload it, and then we still have the same multiplier. So please, the gods of Farming Simulator, give us the silo post.
Yeah, we're a few seconds away from the first drop. So there's, if you're new to the FSL, there's drops at the 12th minute and the 8th minute. Both teams can collect the same one or pick a different one. And then at the 4th minute is the super drop, which is only able to be claimed by one team. We've got direct delivery and bridges lowered here. So bridges lowered, self-explanatory. Direct delivery increases your multiplier directly as you're harvesting. So I would imagine that teams are going to pick that at some point. They both have bottlenecks, so bridges lowered would only lower that third bridge. And at the 12th minute, there won't be a whole lot of movement driving into the barn area anyways.
And the unloading is happening for Trelleborg currently. They are fixing the multiplier as their advantage, so they already have 2.8. Oh, JK having a slight problem
in the
there.
wood pile there.
But the Ehrenfeld is going to start unloading now as well, so they will counterfeit the strategy. Jeppy just getting the grain there. It's going to be pretty even, so we're going to end up somewhere around the same ballpark. And on the very last seconds, Trelleborg's going to go and pick up something, but no, they don't actually get it. Too late.
Interestingly, like there for a minute, Diaka had a grain advantage. That was just because they hadn't unloaded it all. So it's pretty even at the moment. No bales pressed by either team. The focus is solely on the grain at the moment. And bales will be starting to be pressed now as JK, right on cue, turns around and starts collecting the straw into the John Deere baler. Jeppy is running back for his tractor that he left on the pod at the beginning of the round, and will likely be going to do some baling of his own. So some precious time lost out on here by Diaka. They're 3 bales behind Trelleborg and potentially about to be more before they can start pressing.
Yeah, that's true. 10 minutes on the clock, so 5 minutes done, and no points since the first bales. There we go. John Deere is nicely producing. I mean, John Deere is so easy to recognize with the green color and everything, green and yellow. One thing that I gotta ask, I mean, maybe you know the answer, Kermit, because Case is something like a completely new brand for me, to be honest. So is there like, some of the tractors, like if we go on the other side of the pond, on your land, on America, is it the same brands there, or is some of these brands like more used on the US?
Case is a really popular brand in North America, especially in the US. Usually there's like a battle between people who prefer Case and John Deere in the U.S. Those are the two real major brands when you're thinking about combine harvesters and tractors as well. I mean, we do have, some of the brands that you may be more used to seeing over there, like Colossus becoming bigger in the U.S. as well. But More often than not, you're seeing Case and John Deere
Okay.
on most farms in the U.S. for sure.
Yeah, thank you from the clarification. I knew that you will have an answer on this one, so thank you from that, because case is definitely something that we don't see in Finland. Maybe some
Right.
other parts of the Central Europe. It's probably like John Deere and Vultra, which are the most popular ones in Finland. But back to the game. We're closing on 8 minutes, so just about 40 seconds until we have the second drops coming in. The bale game. Meanwhile, we can see both sides having about the same amount of bales. Couple bales lost for Ehrenfeld. The grain situation, we can actually see Ehrenfeld currently up unloading and just building the multiplier for them. But yeah, Trelleborg, they have the grain waiting for it, so they can definitely counterfeit that one. And Ehrenfeld, they try to get those bales inside with the advantage. And let's see how many bales they can actually get inside, because that's 2.7 if I see correctly. So these could be 100 points, and that's not a bad play.
This is a good moment for Diaka to score these, because they're already trailing. They were behind in the bale count there for a moment. Now Trelleborg are going to equal it out, so they're only going to score 1 or 2 with extra points. Let's see, there's another one in. So it's kind of Trelleborg were ready to react and minimize the impact, but Diaka have moved into the lead, so a good bit of play by them in the 8th minute.
And there we have
There you go.
Yes, finally, the final moment. I mean, because
when both teams have no grain and probably aren't going to deliver anymore, there's silo closed for you.
Okay, that's it. See you next tournament.
Yeah, like Trelleborg have 330 liters of grain and Diaka have none, and they're probably not going to have any more grain the rest of the way. But at least it's appeared now. You know it still exists.
Can I cry now?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, well, at least it's still there. That's good to know. Just, well, it didn't get that much used. Maybe we'll see that on the final as well. But yeah, we can see 2 bales. They are getting awfully wet, and that's Ehrenfeld's bales. So they are soaking in water. And I think they are lost, unfortunately. Maybe they will somehow manage to get them up from there and dry them out with the hairdryer or something. But yeah, that's definitely 40 points lost.
It'd be interesting if we could make it happen one day. And again, this is nothing confirmed. I say this all the time on my normal like farm sim streams too. Like my role in the marketing team and being on broadcasts a lot, I get to be the dreamer, and the coders and the 3D artists are the realists when it comes to what we can achieve. But it'd be interesting to see if like bales that ended up in the moat had like a points penalty or something given to them when you score them because they've gotten wet. That would be interesting to see.
Yeah, what is the condition of the bale? So you have to like, you know, take good care of them, because it's the same in real world. If you well, I mean, in Finland, we don't do much bales. We have these like rolls with the white plastic wrapping around them, because we have the conditions that we have to like store them for the winter time as well, and
Right.
they have to stay dry. So I mean, and it's very important in Finland that those rolls, they actually stay intact. There cannot be like any holes or any damage, because otherwise there's going to be like the wet during the winter time getting inside. So they need to be very carefully held. So, of course, if there would be a puncture of that would be definitely almost like unusable. At least it cannot be used for the
Right.
same purposes. So you kind of like have that kind of a thing here, that if you're going to like spin that bale on the water, you probably don't get the same value from that on the market.
Yeah, that makes sense. Trelleborg back into the lead now, 308 to 232. Multiplier is even. It's going to remain that way. Diaka do have a 5 bale advantage right now, but I think that's just because Trelleborg are more consistently scoring them at this moment. So a minute before we get the super drop, and Diaka really need it to go in their favor if they're going to want a chance to take this first of the best of 3 in the semifinal here. The winner of this will take on Vermeer's Flamboyance in the final, which will have a short break once the best of 3 is resolved here, and we'll come back with highlights of this semifinal, and then we'll go straight into the final. We'll have Virtual Farmer back on the broadcast with me for the final as well. Here's BNN now for Diaka going across the stone bridge.
Yeah, 20 seconds for the super drop, and definitely Trelleborg is catching the points. 150 points about between the teams, so Trelleborg has the advantage. But there's a lot of bales, 25 bales for Ehrenfeld. I just want to see if they can actually stuck those in. And of course, you cannot afford any kind of mistakes on that bridge. So GP getting on that other side, definitely having the, well, not the safer route, but let's say the safer passage this time from the different bridge.
Yeah, the bottom
Ooh.
boost, meanwhile, for Trelleborg, and good bit of play by them. They were already in the area. I don't think they really needed that, but they're keeping Diaka from getting it, which would have been helpful for
Yeah.
Diaka to be able to quickly close this gap with under 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, I mean, Ihenfeld, they had at least like 12 bales there next to the pond. So if they would have got it and they have been able to stuck all those in with a very fast pace, definitely that would have been very beneficial. But now they're doing a great job. So I think this all the way comes down to Vultra versus Favi from the Ihenfeld side. How well they can start stacking on the belt. 3 minutes remaining. There's got to be the bottom boost. It's got to be actually working out for Trelleborg pretty nicely.
Yeah, they scored 5 or 6 that way.
Yeah.
So bottom boost, if you're new to the FSL, that super drop in the 4th minute, it gives you, for the amount of time that it lasts, the same amount of points that you would get for your multiplier for bales into the top of the barn, but you just have to put them into the bottom and get the same amount of points. So an easy way to just quickly score a lot of points. So
Well,
Trelleborg are looking good.
Yeah, gap is 200 points, actually even more than that, just going more all the time. But I mean, Ihenfeld, they gotta get those bales inside. I think they gotta be doing some hard work, stacking them all the time currently, and hopefully that's gonna be resulting into some points as well. 412. So they just get some more bales on the belt, because Trelleborg, they're just all the time getting it. Here we can see Falvi just getting the job done. I think there was actually 6 bales on the belt, so that's going to be closing more than 500 points now. And there's still 2 minutes of time, so if they can keep the flow of bales good, and maybe a small mistake on Fuvler. Of course, we don't hope to see that, but that's a problem. Let's see what... That might be actually...
There we go.
It actually went inside. That's a great job.
Video game magic.
Yeah, that is the... I mean... yeah, in critical moments, men sometimes see exactly what they wish to see.
150 to go, 7:08 to 5:32. I mean, there's 10 extra bales out there for Diaka, but do they have the time to get them all in and more critically in via the conveyor belt? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's getting close, but there's still time. At least that's still possible, because sometimes we see this kind of a gap when there is, 25 seconds and then they don't have the time to anymore to put the bales on the belt. So they are doing the work, and they have a lot of bales. I mean, they do have 17 bales versus 9 from Trelleborg. So
The
in
problem
a way,
is Trelleborg are scoring them right now, and they're not.
Yeah.
There's 2 in finally, but they've got to
Let's see.
score these.
Yeah,
There's
they
a
gotta
minute
do
to go,
something.
and 15 bales into the top in a minute is going to be tough to accomplish.
Yeah,
Some
they're
of these
too-
are going to have to go into the bottom.
yeah,
It's
they're
not going to
too
be
far
enough.
away. Too far away. I mean, if Ihenfeld can do that magical push with the telehandler all the way inside, maybe if they have learned that trick, then they have a chance. But when we see Trelleborg just getting 2 bale stacks on the belt already, just getting those points. I mean, Ihenfeld, they just don't have the time to close that gap, because
Yeah.
Trelleborg is able to deliver at the same rate as Ihenfeld, and Gepi coming with the tractor all the way from the safer route might not really help, because only 2 bales on front of the fork.
Right.
And, yeah, the time is just simply running out.
And the telehandlers were banned at the beginning, so they're the only ones that have those telescopic loaders. These front
Yeah.
loaders on the tractors are not capable of reaching that high, so they would have to get them all through the belt. And in fact, I don't even think they have all 8 of theirs at the barn, so they're going to leave several bales
Whoops.
not scored here. And
Oh.
Sheppy driving up and making a mistake. So the gap's going to be 106 points for Trelleborg in the end. And I think that might be the lowest points total for Trelleborg today, but probably the most comfortable win that they've had as well.
It's not a bad amount. I mean, 928 points still, so it's a good amount of points still. I think the lowest one was below 900, which they played
Yeah, they
on
had
the quarterfinals.
885,
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
against Bednar, they had 885 against 883 in that second one. So, yeah, Diatka's got to find a way here to be able to bridge that gap. The first bale points, they were already behind, and then they lost a critical moment of time there where they fell behind in the bale count early, and were having to fight to make up for it. Good bit of they had that good moment where they scored some extra points per bale when they had the multiplier advantage. But Trelleborg were able to react quickly enough that they minimized the damage that occurred. So you're seeing the German guys in the studio again. Don't forget that little straw bale right next to them is part of the giveaway that's going on today. 5 fan kits we're giving away. Lots of goodies inside, including a collector's edition for PC for Farming Simulator 22, complete with the awesome little beacon that actually flashes and matches when your beacon is on in the game via your USB port of your computer. So that alone is worth it. And then there's all kinds of other goodies, including a hat and a coffee mug and some chocolate and some marshmallows and some olive oil that are all themed around the base game maps of Farming Simulator 22. But yeah, Trelleborg winning, and I would expect them to look comfortable in the second one too, but Diaka could pull out a surprise if they play the strategy right.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about the Trelleborg's points, that it wasn't, it wasn't the lowest score, but it wasn't the highest score of today. But this was the lowest score of Ehrenfeld on the other side. So,
right.
I mean, if they can put their A game on, get the same amount of points which they get on the quarterfinals, they can definitely challenge Trelleborg. And that is, of course, what I want to see here happening, that we would go all the way to the third game of the series, because I think that Ehrenfeld, they have shown definitely that they are capable of doing it. So now it's just about finding that performance also versus the top-rated team.
If I remember correctly from last season, Diaka Ehrenfeld are actually part of a sporting club, including a football club by the same name, which was really interesting to learn about last season. I like getting more information about our teams and our players, and so hopefully we can get our players more eager to participate in media type things, because if we can get to know the story behind these guys who are playing every month in these tournaments, I think that it would benefit the viewers and us as well, to learn more about them.
Yeah, DJK Ehrenfeld, they are a football club, definitely. They do have a stadium in Hirschau, Germany. That's what I learned from Google with a couple of seconds. So definitely they do have a football club, and you're completely right about that one. And it's probably not that far away from the FarmCon, by the way.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I feel like most of Germany is not far away from the rest of it, though, and especially when I talk to my colleagues and then they start to learn about the vastness that is the United States as a country.
Okay, it's 300 kilometers away still, but
that's a drive to grandma's growing up for me, though. So
yeah, it's not bad. I mean, of course, States is definitely a completely different ballpark. I have driven from the East Coast to the West Coast, so I know. I have been there so many times in the past, so I know that it's a big place. But I mean, Europe definitely. There's a couple of things about Europe. So when we go to the Central Europe, Germany, Belgium, Italy, France, they are all right next to each other, so you can just drive from the country to another. So it's almost like a passing a state in America. But when it comes to Finland and Sweden, we have the sea between us. So we are on the different side of the sea. So yes, we are part of Europe, but we just cannot drive with the car that easily. So the Central European countries are not so easily accessible from this part of Europe.
Maybe if you had Vultra driving, you could jump the sea. In the telehandler.
That's gonna be a one long jump. I mean, then I would call him a pilot after that one, and the jump would be done with our airplane instead.
Similar bans this time by both teams. Diaka have banned the telehandlers. A slight change by Trelleborg. This time they didn't ban the Vultra. Instead, they banned the Fendt 1050 Vario, which has the most horsepower of any tractor in the Farming Simulator League at 517. It's not even close. The next highest is the John Deere 8400R with 450. So a little bit different, but pretty much the same setup, same player perk, same team perk. And let's see if Diaka can force a third of the best of three here.
Yeah, let's hope so. There we go. The start is going to happen. And once again, the players are rushing to the pads, and JP is going to be having a huge challenge from Trelleborg. They're going to go for the same pad, neck by neck, side by side. Who's going to be getting that one? Both are getting there.
So
JP seems to have the advantage, and yes, he's going to win that battle. And Trelleborg, this might be impacting the first bale. It seems that they are also winning something else. JP is going to go for the first bale, and this is looking very good. 34 seconds, a slight hiccup there for Folvi, but we still have 25 seconds, and then for the 1 minute mark, this is going to be damn good bale, unless we're going to do the caster curse.
Much better start, though, by Diaka to get this first bale, and JK is way up on the hill as well. So if Jeppy doesn't... Jeppy, honestly, I'm interested to see if he's going to risk a drive-by attempt. It looks like he's gonna. But he's 146 close to matching the record set last season by JK, who we see on screen now. It was 147 last month. But this is going to be a huge early advantage for Diaka.
Yeah, they are really showing how it's done. I mean, we saw 146 yesterday, if I do remember correctly, or was it even like this morning on the quarterfinals? We saw it once on this tournament, and that was the record of the last season. We had 147 on the previous tournament, so that is not yet the record, but definitely EFL, they are really
also
showing.
The fence post.
Yeah, that's going to slow him down. This is going to be like 105, 6 points, maybe. I don't know. 9. Okay, close anyways.
Okay, so we saw this earlier though as well from Trelleborg, and that's when they won by 2 points in their quarterfinal against Bednar, which that was our matchup of the final last tournament last month. So is it going to be enough? Diaka can't rely on just these few points. They've got to continue to grow their lead wherever they can throughout the rest of the round.
I mean, if there's something that I have learned from Trelleborg is the fact that they always find the means to close the gap, no matter what's going to happen. We have seen every time that they find just that extra piece, or the extra. They go the extra length for the mile. And even if I would be Ehrenfeld and I would be leading with 100 points, I wouldn't be convinced that I can win the game. They have been just so strong, Trelleborg. To be honest, that is my personal opinion. So definitely, I think that Trelleborg, yes, they are currently not on the lead, but I think that they have so many tricks on their sleeves, and they had a great understanding from the game. They can definitely still come back and even take this 2-0.
I think the thing that makes Trelleborg so good in the Farming Simulator League isn't necessarily that like their skill level is that much higher than their opponents. It's that they do know how to adapt and not panic in situations like this. And they know how to try to avoid major mistakes. Once they've made one, it's like if you've ever played golf, especially, once you make a mistake in golf, if you're not mentally ready to bounce back from it, it's going to make you continue to make more and more mistakes. And I feel like it's the same in esports. Like if you let the pressure get to you, and when you make a mistake, if you let that bother you, then it's going to snowball effect and you're going to make more and more mistakes. That's what Trelleborg, I think, do really well, is when something doesn't go their way, they find a way to adapt and bounce back from it more often than not.
Yeah, I think it's definitely completely right on that one. We have the drops, by the way. It's going to be bridges lowered and bridges raised, so those are quite self-explaining, and nobody has gone for it for now. And I don't think they're going to go for it either.
Yeah, I'm not sure both of those are worth going. I mean, bottleneck, you could shut down the third bridge for a moment for your opponent or open up all of the bridges for yourself. But Diaka has 3 bales, and what's happening here? We're seeing from inside the baler there. But Diaka has 3 bales, and they've left the baler for the time being. And Trelleborg don't have any. So bridges raised or lowered at this point when no one's really going into the barn area where the bridges are. Not really that useful.
But regarding the Trelleborg strategy, so yes, you said that they will find a way around. But to me, it seems that they just have a very good playbook. I mean, they adapt to the situations, but it's very clear. Like, we're going to do this, and if the drop is going to be this, we're going to do this. It's like very organized, clearly, that they have a straight plan how to do it. And clearly, they have been practicing this on a detail level. So if you're going to go harvesting here, then you're going to come here. They have, like, it's almost like, well, I'm going to bring up the ice hockey once again, but when the ice hockey coaches, the ice hockey coaches, they have this like this board where they draw. There's the goalie, the shooter's gonna be here, the defensive player's gonna be here. So I think they have a very good playbook. But Wooler, meanwhile, having some issues, got to go for ideal, which is already taken.
Yeah, I think that must have been he was going for that at the beginning of the round and got beaten to it, and then his tractor was stuck, and he just left it there and went for a different combine, would be my guess. But yeah, he's finally able to get it unstuck. But Trelleborg are making some mistakes here now that are giving Diatka a window of opportunity to take advantage. The grain count is even. If you look bottom left, by the way, if you're watching the stream now, you can see this information above the mini map. You've got the amount of grain each team has, the amount of bales they currently have pressed, and their current combo streak as well is listed right there. So 146 to 109, still just the first bale points are the only points to be scored. That'll start changing soon. We're a minute away from the 8th minute drops, and this is where we can see bale multiplier show up. So that could be a good chance to score some points as Diatka are at their silo now and delivering grain off camera and increasing their multiplier. So similar to last round, I would expect them to try to score some points into the top of the barn here before Trelleborg can answer back. It looks like Paul is headed to the silo for Trelleborg now, so they don't have a whole lot of time to get these in. This is going to be 27 points per bale at the moment. That one's probably going to go in before Paul can get there for Trelleborg, but I bet he's about to ready to deliver the grain now.
Yeah.
All of them have made it in. Wow, okay, there you go. Another good moment. We've had an oops for Trelleborg, meanwhile, somewhere off camera. They've had another mistake here.
Yeah, it seems that Ehrenfeld is going to be, well, at least getting some gap for now. The drops are going to come in 5 minutes, and if Trelleborg doesn't unload that crane, and if there's going to be silos closed, we're still going to go for it. Ehrenfeld, they have a chance to do something about it, but it's a crazy tool and the bale multiplier. So Trelleborg, they have no issues of unloading that crane, and they're actually going to start doing it right now, so they will balance out the multiplier, definitely.
Diatka picked up bale multiplier for 1.5 times. So if they can score some points real quick, and they've just scored some 32 points for that bale.
Yeah.
That's nice. But Paul is going to grab bale multiplier as well, or what's he going to go for? I would assume so, because he's the one with the baler. Going for crazy tool would be wasted with that tiny strip in front of him. He's going to wait until the last second here. So
yeah.
Okay, just waiting a little bit. So they're going to have it for quite a bit after. They've got about 40 seconds on them because they waited to pick it up. And yes, they're going to take more of an advantage of it at the moment too. Diatka were scoring some with their regular multiplier before the 8th minute drops, which wasn't a bad idea because they had the regular multiplier advantage. But yeah, how many points are Trelleborg getting per bale at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, both are having the multipliers, so both are getting 30 points per bale. Ehrenfeld just managed to get some more bales inside.
Well, I think Trelleborg's is 1.6 as well because the multiplier was against them when they picked it up. It is still 30, though, isn't it? No, that was Diatka. 32. So 2 extra points per bale that they're getting in with this multiplier. That's going to help.
That's definitely going to help. So, yeah, 300. But they still have to close the gap, 170 points between them. But yeah, at Trelleborg, they definitely have those bales, so and they do have still some time remaining, so they should be getting, I think, like I can't really see the seconds, but I guess it's going to be 20-something, so that is still remaining there. So they should get some points, but they have to get some more bales on the belt. If they can get 3 more on the belt, they would be closing the gap, but I don't know if they have the time for it.
Yeah, they're running out of time for it. That is definitely a good moment for them to close that gap. But Diatka have to like the position they're in. Whoa, there you go.
That's
a few more in, and that was just enough to get them within 11 points. So they're going to take the lead with this next bale. Diatka have the bale count at the moment, though, but they need to be careful. He's going to put one into. In fact, I think both of those go into the bottom? He was trying to prevent a combo there.
Yep.
Potentially, and Vultra was about to put 2 into the bottom to try to pick it up. So. Good awareness by Diatka. That could have been disastrous. Trelleborg is into the lead. Bale advantage in the favor of Diatka. They have the bales to win right now. They're in a much better position than the first round.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are getting the bales. Ehrenfeld is just delivering them. They have a lot of bales next to the belt. So if they can start unloading them, or maybe loading to the belt, not unloading from the ground to the belt, the bales, I think they're in a good shape. So just don't do the same mistake as many teams have made, that they just, get the bales there, but then they don't have the time to put them on the belt. I mean, the ratio, the multiplier is not going to be changing at all anymore. There's no grain. So it's going to stay that way, and now it's just about the hard work once again to collect them from the field, get them next to the belt, pile them on the belt, and start getting those points. But suddenly, I mean, still, Trelleborg, they just did close that 200-point cap, and they're actually leading by already by 69 points. So they are definitely doing a great job.
Yeah, Bale points or bottom boost or even Lord Baylor right now as the super drop coming up in 15 seconds. Whichever team gets it, if it's one of those, could be absolutely massive for the result of this one, because it is really close at the moment. But Diaka have the bales. Look at that, 21-10. But they've got to get them into the top. Here comes the super drop. If it's multiplier switch, then it's pointless. Bottom boost, and both teams are going for it. Who's going to get there first? It looks like it's going to be Trelleborg. In fact, the player for Diaka realized that Wooler was going to beat him to it, and so they didn't waste any more time to try to get it and turn back around. So that's a good moment for Trelleborg, but I'm not sure how many. Yeah, there's no one there at the moment, and they don't have as many bales at the barn.
I think that if Ehrenfeld would have got the bottom boost, they probably would have won the game, to be honest. They had so many bales there, and I think they had some manpower to stuck them inside as well, but that's going to be 3, maybe even 4. Let's see. Oh my god, that's going to be 80 points right there. That's going to be 40 and 40 more, so definitely they are working it out. But Ehrenfeld at the same time scoring the points as well, so the gap will stay about the same. And Volvi doing a great job on the belt. Beaton's going to be getting there as well. 3 minutes on the clock, and Fuller, they still have 40 seconds to stock that that's a lot of points also from the beta. 120 points right there. But Ehrenfeld, they are fighting back. It's going to be 70 points gap, so it's not that the Trelleborg is just going to be immediately building a huge gap. Ehrenfeld, they will follow, and they are also getting the points.
Bale for Bale right now, if they score the same amount into the top, bottom boost is about to run out for Trelleborg. They're going to get a few more in. Yeah. They've got 10 seconds left, so that's probably going to be just about it. But now there's only one left, and they're in a 100-point lead. But look at the bale count difference. Diaka now have to get every single bale into the top. This is going to come down now to potentially a mistake could make or break Diaka from either team. Wooler,
that's the mistake,
is in the moat, and I'm not sure. He may have done that intentionally because his teammate was coming across the bridge. I don't know. But I would say that he crashed off the stone bridge and then just decided that was the best way to get out of it.
But they need every point possible. The gap is only 9 points. Ehrenfeld's going to be loading these bales, and Volvi getting these on the line. This is going to go all the way down to the fire. Fuller coming with 2 bales. Let's see how he's going to be handling those. I think he needs to get them on the belt, but he's going to stuck them on the lower doors. I think going to be trying to counterfeit a combo, maybe. We can see Volvi just waiting for it. They have taken the lead by 30 points now. So Trelleborg, they will have to come up with something. Otherwise, we might be going for the next one. They are just waiting and seeing what's going to happen. The 20 points is not going to be enough, which those bales are going to give. And what is going on?
No.
That must be a huge trouble. Volvi is going to make a huge mistake. That's the handler. And Trelleborg just get those bales flowing. 1 minute on the clock. Huge trouble for Ehrenfeld. Volvi needs to make those breakdowns, movements, and there we go. John Deere is back on the wheels.
He's lost his weight, though, so he's going to be a little bit unstable, and he does not have time to put it on the back. So he has to be careful, but that was not what they needed. Diaka crashing into each other, causing their main stacker to fall over, and precious seconds wasted, and now they're not going to be able to get all of these bales in via the top, and that could cost them. They were well on their way to winning this, and now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, it's definitely causing a problem because the Trelleborg, they have about the same amount, that they are just getting these inside. So this is gonna go all the way
1
down to the
point.
wire. 15 seconds, 3 bales on the way. Can all of those make all the way on top of that bale? There we go. We can see all the machinery working here.
Over
5
1,000.
seconds, 1,000.
1
Who's
point.
gonna say how this is
It's
gonna go down
Diatka.
all the way? It's gonna be getting so close, and Ehrenfeld,
They
they
did
will
it.
get it. Yes.
I thought that mistake may have cost them Copter, but they've been able to avoid it, and they started off really strong. I mean, 146 on the first bale. They had a huge gap at the beginning, and that's ended up helping them win this round, and they forced the best of 3. Credit to Diatka. We've had over 1,000 points in a game featuring Trelleborg, and Trelleborg have not come out on top. What a great game for Diatka. And it could have been even worse, or even better of a scoreline for Diatka, and worse in the case of Trelleborg. If they hadn't flipped over, they probably would have scored all of their bales.
I don't know what to say. I'm just wondering how. I mean, they had the standoff situation, so we didn't see. But how on the standoff situation you actually get that tractor flipped? Of course, they had a crash, but still, like they were standing still. They were not even moving.
Player or fan, Copter, in that moment you have to be like panicking. We were panicking a bit, I think, as casters as well, because it looked like they were well on their way to winning, and that could have cost them, but they were able to bounce back in the end and get it done. So wow, what an exciting match in the semifinal, and it'll go to the third of the best of 3. And Diatka, if they play like that again, they have every chance of causing what would be the biggest upset so far of season 4 of the Farming Simulator League. Coming into this weekend, Diatka had no circuit points, and if they were to go into the final, they would be picking up 70. They currently have 50 no matter what, but they would have a minimum of 70. And if they were to win the final, you get 90 circuit points for that. But wow.
I think we said before the game that if Ehrenfeld wants to have a chance on this one, they need to bring the A game. So do you think, Kermit, that this was the A game from them?
I usually say they need an A+ game. I think it was an A game that they brought, and it was a B- game maybe that Trelleborg brought into that one, because Diatka just started out really strong. And then they had that mistake at the end, but it didn't cost them because of how strong they played early on. So Diatka are playing a different strategy than I've really seen teams play against Trelleborg so far this season. So they have every chance of winning this third and moving on to the final. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Now, sometimes Trelleborg, when this happens to them, it's like poking the bear, and they come back fierce next round. So, like, we've seen JK a couple of times today make first bale mistakes.
I mean, that was one of the games.
Yeah, and what's been happening too is, and Diatka have been doing a really good job of beating Trelleborg to the balers that they want, and that is slowing Trelleborg down at times. So if they do that again, let's see how Trelleborg reacts. But I mean, if JK comes out and gives his best for first bale and puts 147, or maybe even breaks his record here, it's going to be a lot better of a round, I think, for Trelleborg. But Diatka can do it, and I'm curious to see what they're going to do. And here we are. We don't have to wait too much longer. We're going to head into the pick and ban phase. There you see the teams on your screen. Trelleborg against Diatka Ehrenfeld in the semifinal here. Winner goes into the final. Winner takes all here in the third of the best of 3.
Yeah, it's all on the line. It's nothing else than the spot on the finals. So we know all how important it's going to be. So Trelleborg definitely, I mean, they are in a way the fan favorite, or the team that's going to be expected to be on the finals. But as mentioned now multiple times, Ehrenfeld, they are just showing that they are definitely capable of. And just like Kermit said, it's going to be a huge upset, of course, at least for the post expectations, if Ehrenfeld's going to beat Trelleborg here. But it's going to be anyways the better team that's going to be advancing to the finals, and they will of course face the Vermeer's Flamboyants on the final. But the bans, the same actually happening as far as I can see. So no expectations should be no changes should be expected to happen here. and the same should apply for the picks as well. So, but the first bale, that's still a little bit bothering me because on that previous game, JK had that problem. It was only 108 points when I think Ehenfeld had like 140, was it 6 even? So that
Yeah,
was the gap.
146. Yeah.
If JK would have done the same, Trelleborg would have won it.
Ooh, Trelleborg have gone with herbicide here. Oh no, they're
Nah.
faking this out.
Baiting.
Cheeky Vuller, cheeky. So I actually went back and looked at last month's tournament, and Diaka didn't even participate last month.
Yeah.
So like, if they had participated and got into at least the quarterfinals and had some circuit points, we'd be talking about them like close to the top of the standings, especially if they can pull off the upset here and make it into the final. But this is a huge moment in the second tournament for them to really just climb up to the standings, even though they didn't even participate last month.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is going to be one very busy 15 minutes, I do have a feeling. The picks for the players, no surprises there. Now I just really hope that they will pick the same. That's because my symmetrical eye wants to have that happen. Archimedes and Massive Ferguson coming, so the color straight is perfect on my eyes as well. And yeah, there we go. The final game on this best of 3 series.
Telehandler's gone again. 2 big tractors banned by Trelleborg, so pretty much the same as the pick and ban phase goes. And we're ready for the mad dash, the mad rush for the pods. This is becoming more and more important, the beginning of a round.
Yeah.
If you can disrupt your opponent and get an early lead, it can often help you win 15 minutes later. It's crazy to think about. You know, you could still mess up and it's not going to matter. But, oh, this time Trelleborg getting to the ideal faster.
Oh.
JK this time getting to the John Deere baler faster. And Vuller and JK are well on their way to a high first bale here.
Yeah.
No messing about.
This is looking very good. I mean, this could be... okay, I'm not going to say anything because then they're going to call that it's going to be caster curse. Both teams have a good speed, but Trelleborg, I think they have a better start. Well, we just have to wait and see. I'm going to tell you later, depending what's going to happen when I had on my mind. But yeah, 15 seconds, and then we have 15 seconds past. Yeah, there we go, JK. This could be a new record, to be honest. That's what I'm expecting to see here.
If he
because
gets
this
the
is
flick
looking,
right.
yeah,
Oh, he matched
147.
it.
It's
so
tying
close.
with the record.
You remember what I said about poking the bear? And like Jeppy is well behind now too, so this could be a huge gap. It's not going to be massive if he gets it in on the drive-by, but he's got to get this right.
Yeah, the gap is going to be anyways about 20 points. He needs to reverse that in. That's going to cost some time, but it's going to be 121, so 26 points of a difference there. Of course, Trelleborg on the lead. So JK with a great performance, getting the same first bale as he made on the previous tournament as well. And now, did he forget something? No, he just spotted something interesting on the field.
Yeah, he's headed for the auger wagon to get that grain unloaded. But, man, JK, what a player when it matters. He had, what was it last time? 109? You know, not very good first bale last round. And this time he comes and matches his record from last month. And it's just impressive. And now Diaka know that they need things to go their way the rest of the way. This time they can't make that mistake late in the game around the barn. Like, you've got to make sure you're playing a clean game now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the previous game that the gap was just 20 points. So I would say that any mistakes, not on the late game, but also in the middle, that can have a devastating impact. Of course, the team can miss the finals because of that. So both teams, they will have to do the best they can. They cannot afford any of the mistakes, at least not on the current stage. We'll see, let's say after 7 minutes, I might be disagreeing, but we'll see the score situation then. But the grain is going to be collected. Trelleborg has more of it. They are kind of like a little bit ahead on everything because they had a better start on the game. And the Ehenfeld, they will just have to somehow come up with a plan how they can go on the lead. Grain is going to be delivered by JK. Who else? And the drops are coming in as well.
Yeah, let's see what we get in the 12th minute. Maybe we'll see Crazy Tool again. Maybe Silo closed in the 12th minute would be interesting. But no, we've got bale drop for 1 bale and herbicide. So Not sure, especially because it's at the barn and teams aren't really going to the barn at this point of the round. I'm not sure that either of them are really going to bother with these. Bale drop for 1 bale. I mean, that moves one of your currently pressed bales to the barn. So for Trelleborg, it's pointless. They don't have any pressed yet. And is it really worth getting 1 bale there? I don't think so.
The grain game once again advancing. Trelleborg did stop the belt for Ehenfeld for a while, but it's not gonna matter because now they are just evening the multiplier, and it's gonna be business as usual after they have dropped the grain. Unless, of course, Trelleborg they do have more grain being collected, but I don't think that's gonna be a play for now. They will just go for the second drops at some point. Jeppy at the same time also leaving from the area. JK's gonna go and pick up the piece of machinery he left on the pads at the start, and will be just heading on the field. So yeah, it's I'm not gonna say a normal chilly day at the fields, but there's definitely things going on. But for now, it is just teams are preparing for the next big thing.
Yep, it's wild how there are like the beginning of the round and the end of the round are always kind of like the craziest moments, and there's a lot of action in between, but there's most of the time in between is like just getting the work done, right? Like harvest, so you get as much straw as possible for the first like half of the round, and then the second half you're focusing on getting the bales in and scoring them into the top of the barn.
Well, 10 minutes
are often super crucial.
Yeah, exactly. 10 minutes and 2 minutes for the drop. So we'll see if there's going to be any more disruptive gameplays coming because of the drops. But the grain, the same amount for both. So I guess they are just trying to get that 30k done. We'll move that next to the silos. And if there's going to be some kind of silo close, for example, coming in, they can try to do something with it. But we'll just have to wait and see. A lot of bales also being pressed by Trelleborg currently. Or at least some of them. Ehenfeld is doing the job as well. But I mean, Trelleborg, they are also finding a way to deliver them next to the belt. And so if they can get a good amount of bales on that location, then of course the 8-minute mark could change the gameplay. And every time, this just might be me, but every time we saw the primary stacker of the team delivering the bales, then we know that something's gonna happen soon because they are like already on that machinery that they're gonna start operating with the belt. If it's just people dropping the bales from the baler, it's not such a big a deal. But when you have the primary stacker already on that equipment, you know that something's gonna happen soon.
Yeah, and so far we've seen Diatka. They've been about ready to start scoring bales with a multiplier advantage at this point. Like they're beating Trelleborg to the silo, but they're about 30 seconds to a minute behind what they normally would be at this time. But that may work in their favor if they can get this advantage and keep it for a little bit. Trelleborg have to be ready to deliver as well, though. Looks like Paul's headed over there. So is there someone at the barn for Diatka at the moment to score a few of these at 27 points apiece? There is someone over there, but Trelleborg is already answering back. So already in this third round, Trelleborg are taking away the advantages that got Diatka the win in round 2.
Yeah, I mean, if there would have been a silo closed here, then they would have been able to use that strategy. That's why the Ehenfeld was unloading before, that if they can close the silo, then they can keep the multiplier for a longer time. But it's not there. It's not going to affect at all. And of course, the impact wouldn't have been so big because Trelleborg did manage to unload some of the grain already before the drops came in. But the score situation is pretty even actually now. It's going to be just 5 points between the teams. Both teams have been able to make some scores. So a couple bales from the both sides have found their way into the barn. And now the bales are being pressed 18, 19, 20 for both teams actually. So a lot of them are coming. And because they saw that there's nothing that huge on the drops, they will just, focus at the main task at hand.
Yeah, both teams picking up Crazy Tool as well and canceling each other out, basically. They were both ready with a teammate already pressing and took full advantage of that. So good moment by Trelleborg to make sure they didn't let Diatka get an advantage with Crazy Tool. And they're looking good with 6:50 to go. much better off than they were at this point of the last round.
True. Well, it's not that long time anymore. 6.5 minutes, and then we should know about who's gonna be proceeding to the main finals. So the tension is definitely building up. 100 points. Trelleborg has been able to make some lead. They have put 5 bales inside, so we can see the bale difference is actually exactly 5 bales, and it was even before. So they have been able to stack 5 of those inside. And now, you know, it's looking busy on the both sides right next to the bell. JK making a last-minute jump. Well, actually, early jump, not a last-minute jump, but will make it on the other side without getting anything stuck there. 1 bale dropping from Ehrenfeld from the belt. Not going to be a huge deal yet. They still have a time to fix that. But of course, we'll see what's going to be the scoreline in the end and have they managed to move that in. But they can easily stuck that on the lower floor, for example.
And at stake right now for the winner of this one, moving on to the final, in terms of circuit points, a minimum of 20 extra points if you finish runners-up and lose the final. If you win the final, it's 40 extra points than finishing 3rd or 4th for winning the whole thing. And then, of course, there's prize money as well. So if you finish in 3rd or 4th, if you make it to the semifinal round and get knocked out at that stage, you get 1,000 euros. If you finish runner-up, you get 2,000. If you win the circuit tournament, you get 4,000. There's some other prizes from Nitrato and Noble chairs at stake as well, but a lot on the line here for both of these teams with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, more bales. They are just trying to get it. And I mean, after 5 minutes, you're going to start doing something with the bales. You have to start stacking them on the belt. There's no more grain left, so the multiplier is not going to change once again anymore at the later stage of the game. So now it's just, you know, trying to still use the final seconds of also the primary stacker, which is Vultra on this case for Trelleborg, to move those bales and then, you know, just start get to work, and then the remaining players, they will just start delivering the bales from the field. So yeah, we should get on that final excitement. There we go. That's the start. Fuller already with 3 bales on the belt. They will extend their lead. Ehrenfeld, they are also getting the bales there, and I think the job is going to start pretty much right now. They have 4 minutes to get all those 19 bales inside.
Diatka really need the super drop to go their way here too, to give them a chance to get back into this, I feel like. Even with the bale advantage at the moment. Let's see what we're getting at the super drop. Again, multiplier switch at this point would be absolutely pointless as the multiplier is even. Still at stake could be bottom boost. It's multiplier switch, so there you go. Before I could even get the rest of them out. So the teams aren't even going to waste time going for this one. And that is bad news, I think, for Diatka.
That is true. I mean, they are almost, well, they're actually more than 200 points away. And Trelleborg, yes, they do have less bales, but it comes all the way down to the last-minute logistics once again to get those already existing bales inside and let the stacker to do the job that he's hired for.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the 2 others can just, you know, try to produce some more and get them delivered as well as a fresh bales to him, and they can try to keep that gap. And if the gap is 10 bales, that is just a little bit less than the 200-point gap which they currently have. So expecting that all the bales will go inside and they will, let's say, produce the same amount more and get all the bales inside, then Trelleborg should be winning by 20 points or something like that. So it's going to be very close. Maybe just the difference of the first bale is going to be the deciding factor, as Jeppy has a slight issue on the bridge.
Well, he's giving the fans a honk, though. He's showing off for the fans at home. Maybe not the time to do it, but we appreciate the showmanship nonetheless. I think he had a feeling the cameras were on him there or something. Or he's just signaling to his teammates to get out of the way. I'm coming in with bales. Could be that.
Yeah, honking is always nice. That's always a nice boost. No matter what's the game, still you can honk. Always. It doesn't. I mean, I haven't seen a single game when honking is actually a bad thing. If I think all the computer games that I played where you can actually drive a car, but yeah, that's a different story. 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and the gap is 205 points. The bale difference is just 2 bales, so Trelleborg has been very efficient of getting also some new bales on their way. That's going to be 60 points more for Ehrenfeld. That's not going to close the whole gap. It's going to be definitely going smaller, but I mean, Vultra just getting these inside. That's going to even out the situation. There is still 2 minutes to go. But to be honest, I don't know how Ehrenfeld can still anymore catch that one. They are doing a great job, but they just need to get more bales on the belt, especially, and the safer route once again. Okay, but I don't know how you came with that name for the players. I mean, it's definitely not the safer route.
Well, because so previously in the video, which was narrated by someone else, they just said the safe route across the stone bridge, and it's not really safe 100% of the time. So that's why I came up with the cheeky safer route, because previously, like, we're seeing bottleneck used a lot this season, but previously with bottleneck not really in play, Diaka just on the belt there. I think they realized that it's too far gone. But yeah, so last season we saw a lot of action on the drawbridges. This season, bottleneck being chosen a lot. So most of the action driving into the barn is now taking place across the stone bridge, the bridge of doom, the bridge of death, the safer route, whatever you prefer. That's where most of the action getting to the barn is happening in Season 4 so far.
Yeah, true. But 40 seconds to go and the gap is still 205 points. So every bale which Ehrenfeld has been putting to close the gap, Trelleborg has been matching it, and the gap is exactly the same. Here we can see the Beans. I mean, he dropped already once, and they don't have the bales anymore. They only have 3 available, and they are just playing around the belt. 1,027 points. Trelleborg is putting the best game so far on at least today. And these guys, you don't get any extra points by driving these utilities inside of it. You have to get the bales there.
They're trying to win the hearts of the viewers at home. They can't win this matchup and go to the final. JK had to try to match them and then ends up swinging at the top. So Trelleborg move on to the final. They'll be taking on Vermeer's Flamboyance. Once we come back from the break, we'll have highlights of this matchup, and then we'll go straight into the final, and that'll be that for the day. But credit to Diaka, because I feel like they easily, it wouldn't have surprised me if they had just gotten swept, personally, coming in, based off of looking at the game on paper. But the game isn't played on paper just like any sport or esport. It's what you do in the arena that matters. So Diaka played a really good second round. The first round was pretty good as well. I feel like the third may have been their worst one. So they picked a bad time to bring their worst performance. But credit to them for getting the circuit points that they did. They didn't participate last month. They made it to the semifinal, and they're going to pick up 50 circuit points, which is going to put them squarely in the top part of the table early on in the season. So congrats to them, and it'll be Trelleborg, who coming into this weekend were in first place against Vermeer's Flamboyance, who were third place coming into the weekend. So still a lot to play for, and I'm looking forward to it. We're going to have a break here in a bit. We'll be back with some highlights and our final in just a bit. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Get up and stretch. We'll be right back. Hello, we're back, and I now have Virtual Farmer back in the buddy seat with me. How you doing, Alex?
Not too bad. Feeling a little bit under the weather, but we on final and I'm feeling good.
All right, well, hopefully we'll have some more action like we just saw in that last round to kind of energize you and get you through. I know that the Farming Simulator League always gives us a boost of energy. We're going to see some replays in that last matchup, Diatka against Trelleborg, here in just a moment. We'll have the final Trelleborg against Vermeer's Flamboyance coming up after we watch these highlights. And I was really surprised by how strong Diatka played this first round. JK getting 132 to 108, and really it came down to we'll see the second round, the first bale. Like Diatka did really well, and first bale often set the tone of who was going to win the round in this matchup.
Yeah, it was amazing seeing Diatka playing and at times outplaying Trelleborg, especially in that second game. They came back all firing and doing really well to win that second game. Of course, the first game where even then they were really playing hard and pushing Trelleborg in this first game as well.
Yeah, I think they performed really well. It's Jeppy going for a ride over that bale there. But, Trelleborg are often like this. Like, they're prone to drop around or even a match from time to time, but they often bounce back really well. So this is the end of the first round, 928 to 822. And then this by Jeppy, he beats Vuller to the case baler. That's the first moment. That was mere inches involved in beating him to that. And then 146 on the first bale, and JK hitting the fence post on the way in and ended up with 109 on the first bale. Just uncharacteristic from him. We'll see the first bale that he came out with in the third round, though, here in a moment.
And Wuller being stuck on that harvester cost him several valuable seconds as well.
And here goes Fawi flying across the stone bridge. I'm loving all the nicknames that have come out of the first two tournaments for the stone bridge. With Bottleneck often in play, we're seeing so much action on this bridge. And really, like, when teams are at the barn and like we just saw one teammate's trying to drive out, the other's trying to come in, like, there's some coordination that's needed from teams with Bottleneck being used a lot.
And it's amazing in this second game with the bottom boost coming for Trelleborg. Under normal circumstances, this would be a winner for Trelleborg.
Here's the moment where we all started panicking for Diatka as well. Like, they were cruising and looked great for the win, and then this happened with a minute to go, and all of a sudden it's like, no, Diatka, don't make this mistake now against Trelleborg of all teams. So it ends up like his teammate Bianen comes over and gives him, no, he actually got it himself. Okay. So he's able to get flipped back over, and I thought that could have cost him. Right now it's 1 point in it, then it's 21 points in it. And man, that was just so close. But here comes JK, and just fractions of a second probably away from breaking his own record and getting 148 there.
I am still waiting for that 149 he promised.
Yeah. I honestly had a feeling, like, I was like, he's going to come out and like break his first bale record after the round he just had. He is going to laser focus on getting better. So he matched it. But it was definitely a lot better than 109, that's for sure. And again, the first bale kind of set the tone for how the round was going to play out 15 or so minutes later. Jeppy getting denied at the bridge there.
You beat Trelleborg, and quite often they will come back, and it is like poking the bear, and they come back just stronger. And this third game is exactly like that. You can see that they are pushing everything and leading with 2-3 minutes to go by quite a long stretch. And there was just no way Diok could reply to this. And you can see it with what they do at the end.
Yeah, I like that Diatka came into this as well, and we've talked about this before. Like, if you want to beat Trelleborg, you have to disrupt them first and foremost, but that's usually not enough as well. You got to get the gameplay done at the end, but as we see the little swing at the top of the barn by JK, Trelleborg winning the matchup and moving on to the final. But yeah, like you got to bring your A game, but Trelleborg just know how to adapt, and they know how to come back stronger in these kind of situations. So credit to Diatka for the performance, and they've got some crucial circuit points out of this weekend no matter what, and some prize money. But it's Trelleborg into the final and facing off against Vermeer's Flamboyance. We're going to have that matchup for you in just a moment. Don't forget to enter the giveaway. The link is in chat on Twitch now, and the giveaway is for the Farming Simulator 22 fan kit. A lot of awesome stuff in there, including a collector's edition with the beacon and everything for Farming Simulator 22 on PC. But yeah, what I was trying to say was credit to Diatka for disrupting Trelleborg and coming in and banning the telehandlers in all of those games, because Trelleborg had been using the telehandler earlier today to their advantage. So good bit of play by them trying to throw them off. As here we go, Alex. It's final time. We've got Vermeer's Flamboyance as the blue team.
It's final time, and this is going to be an interesting one. Vermeers have been really good at doing some disruption tactics today. We've seen that with them, the way they played against Vultra. They were the two lowest, it was the lowest scoring games we had today was against Vultra. And at a certain time, I don't think that was because they were scoring badly. I think that's because they were pushing how much they could disrupt Vultra by. And you could see it in that second and third game. Vultra had to change their entire tactics in order to even just win that second game.
And I feel like Vermeers they've kind of got a record already this season of being a team that's seeking out disrupting their opponents, which you've talked about it, and we have too, like several times. That is a really good way to win in the FSL. You can't just think about what are you going to do. You got to think about how can we upset and disrupt what our opponents want to do.
I think if we see Trelleborg scoring points with Bales before the 8th minute, Trelleborg are going to be in trouble.
That's an interesting second ban for Trelleborg, by the way.
It is.
That's the Steyr with the narrow tires? They must.
And no one's used that.
Yeah, and they banned the 6120M, which I would assume that they normally would go with. They must be going with the Lindner instead. Or
I would guess that this is an attempt at disruption.
Unstoppable as well.
Wow, are they? Then this is Trelleborg. Trelleborg have mixed it up. They're difficult like this. Trelleborg are.
They used Unstoppable earlier in the quarterfinal, and then the very next round they switched to Bottleneck. So they clearly are well practiced in playing both strategies, and Wooler has gone with the Lindner with that was the best stacker left remaining with the telehandlers and the 6120M John Deere out. We've got pretty similar setups so far. Runner perk and the Lindner for Wooler and Tita, the case with the narrow tires for Haidon and JK with under pressure, and Archimedes plus for Paul on Trelleborg and Cygnus for Vermeers. So what those perks do really quick, runner perk allows them to run really fast on foot, like really fast. Even saying it doesn't do it justice. So that can be helpful in certain moments. Under pressure allows that player to press bales for less amount of straw, and Archimedes plus allows the player with that to unload grain 50% faster. Here we go. The first mad dash of the final, the second tournament of Farming Simulator League Season 4. And we've got JK and someone from Vermeers neck and neck here, going for what appears to be the Coon Baler. And JK wins. Looked like Trelleborg also won out on getting the Harvester claimed from the look of it. Here's Cygnus now going for the
Cygnus
case
is
baler.
going to get that case baler.
No, it was actually Fermir's that got to the ideal. I got my team colors messed up. So Fermir's Flamboyance with 2 ideal harvesters here in this round. Here's JK now. This is a different approach. They're on the bigger field now, not as close to the barn. So this is not going to be quite as high. And that may be because Trelleborg were beaten to the ideal. Haydn going across the middle bridge here. And a chance for Fermir's to get a first bale advantage. Oh, he fails on the drive-by, though. No, Haydn. And he doesn't have a front loader. And JK's coming in now. And chance missed for Fermir's. That would have been probably above 130. It wouldn't have been that much of an advantage, but instead of an advantage, they have a 2-point.
That was a good recovery, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect him to recover as well as he did without a front loader, given where that bale ended up. I see we have some Fermir's fans in chat. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today. This is the final of the second tournament of Season 4, so the broadcast will be ending after the best of 3 is concluded here.
And we can see now JK is out there and is pressing bales at this point, whereas Fermir's aren't even getting started on that. They are emptying out the grain, and we've seen them do this before. This is where Fermir's do not press a single bale until the 8-minute mark, which is massively risky. But can pay off if your opponents don't go for as much grain as you.
Yeah, it's kind of what we saw from Diatka, especially in that second round in the semifinal against Trelleborg, is they were delivering grain early, but also getting bales in with a slight multiplier advantage and scoring them. And every little bit counts when you get to the end of a round. So definitely the focus is on the grain right now with 2 ideal combines. I'm wondering if they aren't trying to fill up the auger wagon as fast as possible and also fill up the ideals and take them to the silo for a grain chain. As we have our 12th minute drops, it's bridges raised and direct delivery. So bridges raised does what you think it would. Right now with Fermir's having bottleneck, that would only raise 1 bridge on Trelleborg's side temporarily. For Trelleborg, it would raise all of Fermir's bridges, so it could be useful. But direct delivery is a pretty good one at this stage of the game because you're going to be harvesting grain already, and direct delivery increases your multiplier as you're harvesting grain. So let's see if teams decide to go for these. They were on the far side of the fields, so they may not take the time to go for it with 15 seconds left to grab them, and there's no one in the vicinity. So these are going to come and go without anything happening.
And you can see now the advantage that is being had by Trelleborg on the bales. They have pressed 7 bales. JK is out there doing that while Fermir's are out just collecting up their grain and getting that sorted. In fact, I believe Haydn is now running back to the baler to get baling.
Trelleborg delivering grain as well.
10.5-minute mark.
So now Trelleborg have the multiplier advantage, and JK is ready to score with the advantage. This is going to be a huge moment because Trelleborg have played this right. The thing is they're going to have the advantage now, but I feel like Fermir's are playing the long game and are going to have the advantage here when they get both of the ideals filled up. But Trelleborg about to score some bales.
That's actually fairly disruptive to the way Fermir's have been playing, especially as Trelleborg are now scoring points with that 2.6. That immediately plays off against how Fermir's set up. And Fermir's now bringing in 2 ideal combines full of grain to counter what Trelleborg are doing.
Yeah, and so now Fermiers need to. They've got 6 bales pressed, but some of those are going to be down on the ground, and 2 of their players are currently at the silo. Cygnus is now the sole player there, and his teammate Tita is on foot with the runner perk. So good move by Tita, and going back to a tractor to try to get some bales in. But Fermiers now need to get these bales in and score to counter what Trelleborg just did with the advantage, because this advantage is going to be in their favor now. And Cygnus, I'm not sure why he's not dumping from both combines here. He needs to get over and start that one
I think
as
that
well.
other combine wasn't quite in the right place.
There he goes. Now he needs to be emptying this out of the horse. These are precious seconds. Trelleborg are not far away from having their auger wagon full again and ready to come even things out. You got to take advantage when you have the moment to do so. And this, every second they're wasting getting the advantage flipped is seconds they're not delivering bales and taking advantage of the multiplier gap. 2.4 they're at now.
And Wooler is bringing in bales. He can't score them at the moment because they will be at a massive disadvantage if he does.
Trelleborg are almost ready to take the auger wagon to the silo. So this is the moment now for Fermiers. They need to get this. They've got a 2.4 to 1.6 advantage. What did he? Where's the 15,000 extra liters of grain? Did he lead? Oh, it's because they have Unstoppable. It makes sense now. If they would have put any more in, it would have stopped their belt. So, okay, never mind. I forgot that Unstoppable was in play. We've got Bale Multiplier and Speed Limit. Go grab Bale Multiplier, Fermiers, and score these bales. Someone go get it. Look how slow their belt is going, though. Is it even moving?
It's so slow.
Oh, and there, Trelleborg wasting some grain, but it was full anyways, the auger wagon. It is moving so slow that they are not going to be able to maximize their advantage as much, and that's where Unstoppable comes into play, because Unstoppable not only disrupts Fermiers from not being able to go over the 2.4 multiplier. If they were to do that, if they go to 2.5 or above, they shut down their own belt, but also it's 50% slower. Their belt, and Trelleborg's is 50% faster, and now Trelleborg's delivering grain, and they did not get. They got 1 bale scored into the bottom. I think they got 10 points. Now they're getting 34 for that one.
There we go. They got 1 in.
But that was mainly because of the bale multiplier and not the actual multiplier that they worked for to have the advantage of.
Still sitting at a 2.1 though. Fermiers do have a slight advantage on
and a
the multiplier at the moment.
1.6 to a 1.5 on the bale multiplier as well. So it's a good moment for Fermiers, but they did not maximize how much they could have scored there because of how slow their belt was. Wow. I mean, this is close now. Trelleborg with a 3-point lead. Trelleborg with the 2 bale advantage. 6 minutes to go. And we still have the super drop.
I'm surprised it's only a 2-point advantage. They missed one.
One falling off for Trelleborg.
Drop one off the side.
And that's not good with the bale multiplier in effect, because you want to get every single one in that you can. Fermiers is going to run out of time, I think, before this one that Haidun's bringing now to the belt, and how slow their belt is. He's going to try to drive it up and score it because there's not enough time. And he's going to get stuck, unfortunately. So he's just going to put it on there. He'll get 21 points for that one now. But that was a good moment for Fermiers to help them get back into this as far as the scoreline goes. But they do still trail by 69 points. And they are behind on the bale count by 1 at the moment. 1:15 away from the super drop in the 4th minute. Ooh, Tita!
So close.
Ooh.
And he's got 3 bales immediately in front of him to pick up, I think, as that bridge comes down. So he's got a nice short trip to get those in. 27 points in it at the moment, with the bale advantage on Trelleborg's side. who are now bringing in a mountain of bales.
I hope that we see a good super drop here. I don't know if we've seen bale points yet today, but if we could get a bale point drop here, that would be huge for whichever team gets it. That's just a free set amount of points, whatever the drop gives you. Bottom boost could be helpful. Lord Baylor scores some of your currently pressed bales directly as well. Bale Withering could be helpful if Vermeers were to get that. But Multiplier Switch, it could help Trelleborg. And it is Multiplier Switch. Someone from Trelleborg just crashed into that tree. We can see their ghost there. I don't think either team's going to waste time to go for this. It's not that significant, really.
If Trelleborg's not worth if it's not going for it, it's not worth Vermeers going for it. The only reason Vermeers would get it would be to reduce the time on it.
Yeah, and what's the point, really? Ooh, Paul kind of swerving there. What's the point of going and getting it to get like 0.2 extra points when instead you can just get more bales in and press more bales, which is going to score you more over the long run. So,
especially with Unstoppable.
Trelleborg leads, 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. This could end up being close at the end because of the point advantage for Vermeer. They do have a slight 2-bale advantage now, but nearly 100 points in it at the moment.
It would take Trelleborg not delivering some bales, and with the speed that they've got on their conveyor, I don't think that's going to be an issue. Any mistakes they made, they can quickly correct. And as we know, Trelleborg don't tend to make a lot of mistakes.
They make some. I mean, they're human as well, like the rest of the players, so they do make some. But I think the best thing that they do when they do make mistakes is even if it's not in that round, they almost always bounce back from them. You know. And, a bale-tastic for Vermeers. Ooh.
They have got into the lead. They've managed to catch Trelleborg with their proverbial pants down.
And 50 bonus points for 10 bales delivered in a row. That is a huge moment for Vermeers. And all of a sudden, I'm sitting up on the edge of my seat because now this one is in Vermeers' advantage. Wow. Huge moment. I wasn't even realizing that the bale combo was at that point.
No, there's not enough bales on the field for Trelleborg to win this if both teams get every single bale in. Because of the multiplier advantage that Vermeers currently have, this is big. Vermeers have managed to flip this game on its head and could easily go into the lead, 1-0.
Wow. I mean, that's a huge moment, especially when you consider how slow their belt is, that they were able to get that pulled off. Good moment for Vermeers, and that makes things interesting. It's a 18-point lead for Vermeers with just about a minute to go, and now a 1-point lead for Trelleborg, and now a 20-point lead for Vermeers. We're back and forth here between the two teams. A minute to go. Cygnus crashing into the post of the bridge. Not what you need at this point.
Needs to get these bales in. Now, the thing that could cost Vermeers here could very easily be their slow belt. Trelleborg can get all of these bales on their belt. Vermeers have to get every single one in of a chance at winning this.
The good news is there's only 4 for each team. If they had like 8 to match against 8 right now, I would be more concerned. But they only have 3 outstanding, but 2 of them aren't at the barn at the moment, which is not good. And they're going to have to put this one into the bottom.
So close.
They're trying to. Tita's trying to get up to the top to push those in. I think they're going to make it anyways. But why is Haidon waiting to put this one in the bottom?
So close. So close.
2 points.
By 2 points.
Oh, just getting that one into the bottom. Wow, Vermeers, what a game. 1,005 to 1,003. And they had 3 less bales, but it was the combo points that won it for them. Great play.
That is a fantastic game from Fermiers, pushing and pushing and pushing Trelleborg. Uncharacteristic mistake from Trelleborg, letting the Bale-tastic happen. That does not often happen with Trelleborg.
I just wonder if they thought, okay, they've got unstoppable. If they put all their bales onto the belt, we've got more than enough time to get back. But I don't know how many they put into the bottom there. We didn't see it on the screen. I feel like they had to put a couple into the bottom, but it's worth it to get those bonus points.
It was a single bale they were waiting to put into the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream as it catches up, and Hayden has a single bale at the bottom, and they're desperately trying to make sure those two go into the top. And I don't know why Hayden's waiting for the last few seconds to do it. But yeah, single bale in the bottom, two in at the top, and it's enough to take it by 2 points.
I love, like, we're on a minute delay just for fairness, you know, so that there's no cheating going on of people watching the stream while they're playing. But it's always fun when moments like that happen to then see chat get to the moment where it's happened and the chat's just going crazy. I'm glad everyone's having a good time. And I have to say, and they still could not win this final, but Fermiers, they have like their logo with the flames behind it, and I feel like that's fitting because I think they have to be the hottest team in the FSL right now as far as teams that we didn't really expect to be at the top of the standings. And if they lose this, then they're going to be in second place. If they win this, I think they'll still be in second place. I'm trying to do my math. Yes, they would be, but nonetheless, like, they're going to be right at the top of the standings with Trelleborg, win or lose. And they are showing, like, they have a B team as well, and they have been practicing a lot, and it shows. And they are a team to be reckoned with for sure. And if they play like that again and get the things to go their way, then they very well could be the winners here in 2 straight games. I mean, that was amazing.
The big question is going to be, how are Trelleborg going to adapt? Trelleborg do well at coming back from a defeat to win. Quite often, though, it tends to be the second game while they're having a play around and testing out something new that they come back from. They've got to win both the remaining games now in order to win this tournament. Whereas Fermiers just need to take the one more win. So can they do it? Can they repeat that? And
first move, I think, by Trelleborg is to not allow Fermiers combo points, because without that, Trelleborg are winning that round, and that was a lapse in concentration, I think, there.
Which is abnormal. Normally, you get Trelleborg sitting there waiting to get the counter points and go further into the lead. Why are Trelleborg banning the fast track?
They've been messing with us all.
Why are they banning the favorite? I don't get teams banning tractors that haven't been used all day or all weekend even.
Maybe it's more a case of they want to use something else and they don't want to take it out of play. I'm not sure, but here go the telehandlers again. I think that's smart. Like, no matter what, Trelleborg and Vuller, if it's Vuller or Martin now this season, whoever their main stacker is, they can get the job done, because you can't really ban like every single loader. The only way to stop is if like they were to ban, they've left the Lindner in play again, which is on purpose because they can pick up 3 bales a piece on that. So you can't really ban all of the 4 like best stackers, the 2 telehandlers, the John Deere and the Lindner with the manure forks on them. Pretty similar setups here. Pretty much same as we saw last game. We've got Bottleneck for Fermiers. We've got Unstoppable by Trelleborg. I'm actually really surprised that Trelleborg are sticking with Unstoppable, but to be honest, they have to know they would have won if they didn't allow those combo points. So it wasn't necessarily a bad strategy. It was just bad execution at the wrong moment.
I don't think it's a strategy thing. I think it is purely that they will learn to learn from their mistake, and they will keep a closer eye on how many bales Fermiers have delivered in a row this time. That's all they can do. It's not. You're right. It's not a bad strategy. They would have won by 40, 50 odd points had they not allowed that Bale-tastic to happen.
Exactly. Same setup, pretty much. Same equipment, same player perks, same harvester and baler. The only difference here is the team perks. And let's see what we get out of the gate here for first bale. Trelleborg could do with another 147 or maybe a potential record-breaking moment. Vuller's going on foot with the runner perk. Looks like he's headed for the case combine. He's got someone, Tita from Fermiers with the runner perk was right behind him.
Oh, is Cygnus going to get... No, Cygnus misses the baler.
So that's JK grabbing the baler. So that is going to help him for the first bale points. And Vulner heading over to the smaller field near the barn with the case combine. JK is going to be right behind him, but Fermiers aren't too far behind either. And where's JK? He's got to be not too far behind. In fact, Hayden's already out there before JK somehow. And here goes Hayden now. There's JK. They both have narrow tires. This is going to be close. Hayden, if he gets this on the drive-by, will have the slight advantage. No time for mistakes now. No, and JK gets 137 in, and that is not a good start for Fermiers. But they did this last round too, didn't they? And Hayden was able to recover. This time, not recovering as well. There you go, 125. So this is not too far off. It was 2 points in it last time, wasn't it? So now it's 12 points in it. So a little bit different. Long way to go, but much better at the start as far as the gap for Trelleborg.
My maths failing me there.
I don't know about you. You've been around the FSL and doing the casting since Season 1, but I am absolutely loving Season 4 so far. It's got so many more talking points, I feel like. The playing field, there's a wider variety of teams that look like they can compete at the highest level, and it does often come down to skill in the end. The first bale seems more important. The drops seem more important. And team coordination seems more important too.
And I would have also said that disrupting your opponents, as I've always said, that seems to have become more important as well.
You're right.
And teams seem to be catching on to that.
And for the longest time, I've felt, so far through the two tournaments, I've kind of been like, I'm loving it, but at the same time, I'm like, man, I do miss out on how crazy the combos were last season with Transport Company. We saw combo points. I mean, we saw bailing sprees and bail pressives and impossibles pretty frequently last season. And now we're only really getting bail-tastics. We may have had one bail pressive in all of the matches so far that we've broadcast, but the combo points seem more special now when teams get them because Fermiers just proved that it can win you the round if you can get one.
Bridges lowered and direct delivery. I was about to say bail press. And direct delivery are the two drops at the 8-minute mark. And Iden is lining himself up to drop grain and is in fact dropping grain. Taking it to the 2.4 and now is matching it with...
This is such a fine line that you have to play when your opponents have unstoppable, because if you go over 2.5 or over 2.4 into 2.5 or above, you shut your own belt down and then it's pointless and you have to score 10 points per bail into the bottom. So yeah, even at 2 times a piece on the multiplier. If you're wondering, you can see the multiplier on your screen if you weren't aware of it. Underneath the scores, there's a little yellow box. and it shows you the multiplier for each team. Right now it's at 2 times for each team, and then the arrows next to it show the speed of that team's belt. So Trelleborg with Unstoppable in play have a 50% faster belt and make their opponent's Vermeer's belt 50% slower. Vermeer's have a lot of fans in chat too. I'm loving it.
They do.
$177 to $125. Trelleborg picked up bridges lowered, by the way, which is a good play for them considering Vermeer's have bottleneck. So they've got a little bit of time now that they can come into the barn with some bales, which they've already done. Vermeer's have yet to press any bales. So just an easier route for Trelleborg to get in with those bales at the moment and score them. I would expect Vermeer's to do something similar to what they did last round with the chaining of the combines at the silo, but the problem for them this time is they don't have 2 ideal combines. They've got 1 ideal and they've got the Massey.
And Hayden is in position and is dropping the grain now.
Yeah, you got to get that.
I think this is an attempt to try and throw off Trelleborg. And there is the high end of the 2.4. It means that Trelleborg can't score bales at this point without doing it at the lower amount. So Trelleborg now have to go and get this all evened up before they can really start scoring points with bales. In the meantime,
they must be about
the combines are coming in.
It looked like Vultra, yeah, they've scored some of those bales. Vultra put them on, which is surprising. They're only getting 16 points.
I don't know if he hasn't realized that is not good. It's not going to be good for them.
They have to be close to delivering the grain. I'm really surprised they did that, but considering they lost by 2 points last game because of the combo, maybe they're thinking, let's not leave it to chance at this point.
They are very close to a combo.
That's why they were doing it then, because
Vermeer's
don't have any bales. Yeah, they're going to get a combo here, I think. They're like Vermeer's have no bales to answer this with. So you have to get one pressed and get it in.
We've never seen a combo sit there this long unchallenged.
He's going to get it. These 2 into the bottom, and they've got 50 bonus points. So Trelleborg doing to Vermeer's what Vermeer's did to them last round, but JK hitting the barn a bit. He's still able to recover. And just in time, too. Look at that. He did the drive-by bailing to try to stop it.
So close.
Oh, so not only did they disrupt them, so that was a great play by Trelleborg because they've gotten the combo points and disrupted them, but they just made Vermeer's press 1 bale and waste time to bring the bale in.
Yeah.
And Vermeer's went ahead and scored it after the combo had already happened, so they've scored half the points they could have scored for that bale, trying to stop the combo. So, and almost a 200-point lead here early.
And now Trelleborg are evening up the multiplier.
Wow. I mean, we said about poking the bear earlier.
There's still grain in that ideal.
Oh no, they only have the 1 ideal Vermeer's this time, so they're not gonna have.
But they
quite
still
as much
have
grain.
a 2.1,
and they can only go to 2.4. Remember too, so there's really no point, I guess, into having 2 full ideals because you can't empty it all the way. They're delivering some more now, so. Crazy Tool, meanwhile, has been picked up by Trelleborg, and Vermeer's have not yet picked in. They didn't pick up that drop either, so that was another moment of disruption.
They picked up they picked up the bale drop.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's an interesting move to pick up bale drop.
I think Crazy Tool for them would actually be more useful at this point.
Yeah, maybe they weren't ready to press bales, and as we've said plenty of times already this weekend, if you're not ready and one of your teammates is already pressing bales, you're wasting the potential of Crazy Tool for sure. But I don't see a way for Vermeer's to get back into this one. It's almost 300 points, the gap.
Yeah, but they are scoring an extra 8 points for every bale.
It's just not going to be enough, in my opinion. We'll see.
5 minutes and 44 to go. It all depends on how many bales they can get on. They can close this gap.
They're not going to be able to get like that many extra bales, though, in my opinion, because Trelleborg are just going to consistently be pressing and bringing them in too. So they will be scoring more, but the gap is already there, right? This is too much of a mountain to climb, I think.
They own it. So for every bale that Trelleborg put in, for every 3 bales that Trelleborg put in, Vermeers only have to put in 2.
Yeah, that's not enough, I don't think, to close this gap. Trelleborg are well out into the lead, and that slow crawl of the conveyor belt as well. We'll see.
I don't know. I've not seen a team win with that much of a disadvantage on the multiplier.
Yeah, but the damage has been done already, in my opinion. Damage has been done. We'll see. You could be right.
I think,
and super drop could change things too.
My bets.
Bottom boost would be huge.
It's possible. I'm very worried for you that the caster's curse might sink Trelleborg at this point.
I was thinking the other way around, and that you're going to sink Vermeers personally, but we'll see how it plays out. Can we call it the commentator's curse if we're both predicting different things, and one is going to happen no matter what? This is the safest way for us to be right for a change.
I'm saying I have no idea who's going to win this at the moment.
Bottom boost could be huge. Bottom boost could be huge for Vermeers. There comes Copter. Oh, well, that's 2 against Trelleborg now. It's Bale withering. Vermeers is going for it.
Then. That's helpful. Trelleborg is screwed.
Bale withering for Vermeers helps. That's deleted 2 of Trelleborg's bales. They have 5 extra.
3 minutes 45.
Which just isn't enough to close this gap. It's over 300
it's the
points.
Speed of the belt. That's the biggest trouble for Vermeers at the moment. Is getting the.
If that was bottom
the bales
boost,
are there. They've got 17 bales. I don't think they could get 17 bales on that conveyor and get them up to the top 3.5 minutes.
Definitely. If that would have been bottom boost in the super drop, they could have shoved all of those into the bottom and then the ones that they're bringing in at the end, they could have got in at the top. But I don't think they're going to be able to just. For one, Trelleborg are matching them in the amount of bales. Every time they're going out, Trelleborg are doing the same. So not only do you score more points per bale, but you need more bales as is. And the speed of this belt is causing them all kinds of problems.
This is the trouble. That is a huge problem. It gets stuck on there at a bad angle and falls off. So slow to correct.
Now we've got Trelleborg fans in the chat. We've got fans for both teams in the chat on Twitch, and I'm loving that. I love seeing the support. 2:25 to go, and it looks highly likely that we're going to the third of the best of 3 in the final of tournament number 2 in season 4. If I'm wrong in 2 minutes, then I don't know. I'll just shut up for the rest of the day, maybe. I don't feel like
He needs to get that bale off the side.
Copter already claimed the cow costume at FarmCon, so I'm not sure what I can put forth as my bet.
No, that bale is falling off.
The incredible mouse in chat says that the game will be over by the time that belt reaches the top. Oh, hide on. Vermeers is having all kinds of issues here.
Don't block your belt.
It's all going wrong for Vermeers. I mean, 1.5 minutes to go, and they're not even at 400 points yet. And that one's... Look how the belt's so slow that it's falling off super slow, too. Like,
They're trying to drive bales up the belt to score these points, and they can't do it.
Nope. I think the John Deere is much more capable of getting up the belt compared to the Lindner. The Lindner just doesn't quite have the reach to make it as easy. And now, but now what do you do? You've gotten one up, but now what do you do? And Hayden, this is just I feel like
This
Fermiers
is
are kind of cracking
carnage.
under the pressure here. It is carnage. That's the best word for it. Well done, Alex.
They would have been much better off leaving their multiplier at 2.2 and having a faster belt.
I agree with you. I think that's a good point to make because that belt is just so slow. It's brutal.
It's so slow they can't, and they've given up.
up.
They know they can't.
Yeah,
do
save
this.
your energy for the third game, boys, and try
right.
to play like you did in the first round, not in the second. Now, this is definitely going to the third of the best of three, and by the time this round's over, Trelleborg are going to be close to 1,000. I bet they might run out of a time for 1,000. They're going to be over 900 though. Only 10 seconds to go.
Look at all many undelivered bales. And just nothing Fermiers do.
Well, completely different ending to the round is what we had in the first round of this matchup where we didn't know who was going to win. That one, it was pretty clear from that point. Yeah, like they had the bale multiplier in their favor, but I think you've made a great look at the sheer amount of bales difference. 27 extra bales for Trelleborg. But yeah, 2.2 with a faster belt is probably a better move than 2.4 and slowing your belt down to an absolute crawl.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
and they need to block that bale-tastic. So we said the thing Trelleborg need to do is block the bale-tastic after the first game.
They were like, no, we're just going to get one of our own.
The second after.
Yeah. We're not going to block the bale-tastic. We'll just get one of our own. How about that?
Yeah.
Trelleborg said. Man, I don't really know what to predict for the third game.
Noticing that Fermiers aren't pressing bales before 8 minutes, and Fermiers have nothing to answer that
if you're going to do
bale-tastic with.
If you're going to do unstoppable and get your multiplier to 2.4, then you need to be delivering bales starting in the 8th minute because you don't have enough time to get. I don't know what the limit would be, but I think with under 4 minutes, if you have 15 or more and your belt's that slow, like you're in trouble. Because you need to be pressing more than those 15 still with 4 minutes to go, and you're not going to get all of them in. So Trelleborg have shown that they can win with bottleneck and with unstoppable, but man, that was a great showing of how powerful unstoppable can be. They're showing off the fan kit, by the way. Don't forget about the giveaway going on. A few more hours to enter.
Our German fellow commentators are pushing it hard, so I'm going to put the link in the chat.
It's already in there. That's what I've got the stream deck for.
It's in there again.
Yeah, I've got the button right in front of me. Luckily, I have the similar setup for when I'm doing the scrimmages, so it's nice and easy.
I can't set my stream deck up to automatically put it in the Giants chat.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I've got an advantage. But there you go. Go enter the giveaway. 5 of these fan kits we're giving away this week. Awesome stuff in there. We both can attest to that. We both have them sitting in our homes. I know it's right behind Alex where he's sitting at the moment. It is. But some really cool stuff in there. I think, the biggest item is definitely the Swiss chocolate. No, I'm just kidding. The chocolate's really delicious, but the collector's edition with the beacon for FS22 on PC is definitely the big ticket item. There's an awesome hat and a coffee mug in there and some other items too. I like the keychain a lot, if I'm honest. I use it all the time. Like my wife and I have e-bikes now, and now I have like house keys and Giants US office keys and bike keys and everything else on my keychain. And I'm using that nice little leather bound farming simulator. Like it's almost like a mini lanyard type of keychain. You can't put it around your neck, but you can clip it to your belt or hold it in your hand real easily and have all your keys right there for you. Okay, this has been an awesome matchup, and I don't know what to expect in this round. Fermiers need to play like they did in the first round, that's for sure, if they want to win. But here we go, all to play for.
I do agree with Felden about using direct delivery. And it does do it with the only thing that worried me about it is whether it did it for the 1.5 factor like the overloader does. And I just double checked, and it does. So yeah, why teams, especially if they're trying to be disruptive with grain, don't go for direct delivery? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you can't predict that direct delivery is going to drop, but if it does, you need to be ready to adapt your strategy, I think. That's a good point for sure. At stake right now for these two teams, one of them will walk away, the runner-up will walk away with 2,000 euros in prize money. The winner will walk away with 4,000 euros in prize money. Also, circuit points at stake. The winner will get 90. The runner-up will get 70. So there's a few other things, including noble chairs, which Alex is sitting in right now.
I am. Mine is very, very comfortable, and yeah, I highly recommend them. Fantastic.
Trelleborg keep winning these chairs. They've got enough to like take them with them to events and like sleep on them. They can turn them into like a bed at this point. They've won so many of them. Same setup pretty much. Telehandlers are gone. Same two tractors banned by the Borg, and same equipment reserved, same team perks here. And you can probably bet that the player perks and equipment will be the exact same as we've seen in the first two rounds as well.
Yep.
Okay. It's been coming down to, at times, I mean, that last round didn't really, but we saw in the semifinal Diaka throwing off Trelleborg by beating them to the balers that they wanted and the equipment that they wanted, and they were able to get that huge first bale advantage. Fermiers could use a moment like that to kick off this best of three. If JK brings his A game and gets a 145 plus score on a first bale, Fermiers will not like the situation they're in unless they match it. Here we go. We're about to find out. The last match of Tournament 2 of Season 4 of the Farming Simulator League. Let's do it.
We're off.
We've got a couple of battles here. This is Jake. They're going for the New Holland baler. That's an interesting route to take to it. Also a fight for the Case Combine. It looks like Vuller won that one, but JK misses out in this battle. So splitting the battles for equipment, Trelleborg gets the Combine, Fermiers gets the baler, and I think there was, Cygnus is already at the ideal, so now Hayden for Fermiers should be following Cygnus for the first bale. Here comes JK now. He's picked up, looks like the Kuhn baler he's picked up there. And he's going to go to the near side of the small field near the barn. Hayden's already got his bale pressed and is headed to the barn. This one could be close because of the route JK's taking.
This is going to be a good first
Hayden has
bale.
missed the drive-by in each of the two rounds so far. So if Fermiers wants to take the victory here, he needs to get it right on the third attempt in the final. And he's taking the safer approach, and that is smart by Hayden, because this is going to be a nice little advantage. It's not going to be huge if JK pulls off the flick. There you go. 8 points in it.
Still a decent...
But the first time that Fermiers has had the advantage at the start with first bale. So a good start for them.
Now, Hayden really needs to get one bale in that baler so that they can counter that bale-tastic if it appears.
And they already have. They listened. They're prepared this time.
Right.
Yeah, I can't. That was crazy last round. The fact that they didn't even have one. That was when it all went wrong for them, because that was like, it wasn't just one moment where Trelleborg got 50 bonus points, but it was like 3 or 4 disruptions against Fermiers 2 at the same time.
Yeah. And that was the first disruption that then put them on the back foot and just made all the ones that came after harder and harder. But Fermiers did make a couple of unforced errors. It sounds like a really good idea to get as much multiplier as possible, but when you are running against Unstoppable, as we were saying, just getting your belt so slow with that 2.4, much better to have it at a 2.2.
And in fact, I almost wonder, like, if you shouldn't have at least one of the combine operators dump grain onto the ground here early on, so that You don't like just get the straw on the ground so you can press bales, but keep those combines going as well so you can get more bales pressed when you're ready to do so. 133 to 125.
Not a bad shout.
Yeah, here comes the drops. Crazy Tool and Bridges lowered. So I would imagine that if teams are ready and pressing bales, that they will grab Crazy Tool. But neither team are pressing bales yet. Well, JK is now.
I fully expect. Yeah. Oh, this
And they're
going
gonna
to
go grab
be
it.
painful for Fermiers.
Fermiers needs to get ready to match this, but I don't know if they are. Do they have anyone running a combine? Or a baler, rather?
Baler.
They don't?
Yeah.
They don't. They're delivering their first bit of grain, and they've got 2 combines rolling. They need,
I would
to grab
drop a combine at this point. They don't need 2 combines running at this point.
They don't need the grain. It's a bad move. It could be costly. And the chance, like, they're now behind 9 bales.
I would, you see, this is the thing. I would adapt my my strategy. If I was going up against Unstoppable, you don't need 2 combines out there by this point. By the 10th minute, you should have somebody out there baling and just getting the grain in.
Especially
you
with
only
Unstoppable.
need a limited amount of grain.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that. I mean, again, you can't predict that Crazy Tool is going to drop, but you should be ready to change your strategy if it does. You know?
But I think in general, you don't need as much grain.
Yeah, you don't. And it seems bizarre to run 2 harvesters. They've already delivered some of their grain, haven't they? And now they're going to deliver, like, even more of it. And it just seems kind of silly.
And Trelleborg are trying to score points at 2.6.
There's one. They're going to get a couple of bales with bonus points here, so 26 and 23.
So Trelleborg trying to put Fermiers on the back foot. Fermiers not doing too bad to counter.
It looks like they're going to go to 2 point... Oh, they're stopping at 2.2 this time.
They've learned.
They have. But again, like, why spend all that time? And they have a bunch of grain in that grain cart that is just going to sit there.
I can think it's only to probably to counter Trelleborg. That's the only reason I can think to have the extra grain. Because if Trelleborg has more grain than them, they can control the multiplier.
I mean, they had the 2.4
grain,
to 1.8 right advantage, like, or 1.6 rather. They had that, but the problem was they fell so far behind in the bales and not being able to get them in. And it's the same story here. Tita just now coming back to the baler.
Cannot connect that tractor up to that baler.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, here comes Haidon now. This is a bad moment for them to learn that that's the case in the middle of the final against Trelleborg.
Right, here comes Trelleborg. With enough bales to get this multiplier.
They've got him sitting there, but here comes Tita now. They're ready to at least counter this. Oh, but the problem is now Tita's going to have to waste time just sitting here too. This is another disruption, and he's gone ahead and put it in just to reset it.
There will be no bale-tastic.
No counterpoints, but at least there won't be combo points. But Trelleborg disrupting Fermiers in a way there because Haidon's just had to sit, or Tita, I think it was actually, is just sitting there when he could be out pressing bales, which is desperately what Fermiers needs at this point.
Right, I think Fermiers are no longer out there with the harvester, so they have been able to slightly earlier. You can see Trelleborg are now getting ready to go and counter. And what was the drops? I missed what the drops were. There we go. Bridges raised and speed up.
Interestingly,
Trelleborg are going for bridges raised.
It looks like to me, though, Alex, I'm looking at the arrows at least for the belt speed, and going to 2.2 has not helped them at all with the speed as far as the arrow indicators are. It's the same one arrow. So I'm not sure it's even helped them. And now Trelleborg are actually going to have a little bit of time here with the grain advantage, and they're ready to score bales with it.
To the speed up. He did with a second remaining.
He sped up to get the speed up on that occasion. Okay, so Vermeers are now answering back at the silo.
Can they do it before points are scored? No, no. And not before the second. They're having to muck around trying to unload those combines, and it's cost them. They need to be scoring
down
points.
By 200 again. I mean, this is similar to that last round. They are not in a good position. I mean, I'm amazed, really. Like, there's still 6 minutes to go, and anything could happen. But Trelleborg just adapts so well. They lost the first game, and they easily could have let that bother them. But really, it was the combo that won it for Vermeers. It was a lapse of concentration. And since then, Trelleborg have played the best games that they've played all weekend.
Right, 5 minutes 48, and Vermeers are down, but they do have a 2.2 advantage with the multiplier. Again, I'm not sure this is enough, especially based on the last one. 200 points to try and catch up in 5.5 minutes.
I feel like at least when the teams play these two strategies against each other at this high level, if they play them right, like, so bottleneck is slowing down the time that your opponents have to spend to get to the barn, but at least when they get there, Trelleborg, their belt is super fast. I mean, look at how fast their bales are going up. For Vermeers, on the other hand, they more often than not have at least 2, if not all 3 of the drawbridges at their disposal. But once they get there and get the bales on the belt, it is just a crawl to score them. Tita doing a good job pushing that one over with the front of his tractor, but they're not in as bad of a position as they were in the second round, but they're definitely not in as good of a position as they were in the first round, which they won. So 20 seconds to go, and I said it last round, I'll say it again. Vermeers really need bottom boost, and not only do they need bottom boost to drop, but they need to claim it. And I think that could help them at least make sure that they're getting their bales.
But they need the bales there to make the difference.
They have less bales at the barn at this point as they had last time, but they weren't able to get them in anyways. And here comes the super drop, and it's Lord Baylor, and it does look like Vermeers is going to get it.
Immediate scoring of 2 bales,
JK's
and
there.
Trelleborg have got it.
We couldn't see JK off the screen, and I was like, Vermeers are getting this, but JK was right there, so that might be the nail in the coffin for Vermeers.
Yeah, I think that has sunk Vermeers, unfortunately. They have a mountain to climb in 3.5 minutes. This gap is not closing.
No. And I mean, look how fast these go up for Trelleborg, and look how slow those are going for Vermeers, who trail by over 300 points and need every bale into the top, and I don't even think that would be enough. I think, I hope that Vermeers learns from this, because they have played really well this weekend, and they played really well in that first round, but then Trelleborg just absolutely started disrupting them, and they've got to find a way, if they're going to stick with bottleneck against Unstoppable, especially if they come up against Trelleborg again, they've got to change that strategy early on and not run 2 combines.
I actually think they could run Unstoppable against Trelleborg.
That as well.
And use this strategy doing it as well.
Yeah, you're right. Either switch to Unstoppable and cancel that out, or look, they got it to a 2.2 to 1.8. That doesn't matter. So try to get a little bit less grain and even the multiplier at 2 apiece, your belt will be slightly faster, and you can press more bales early on and get them in as well, which is important because you're running out of time
But
now
I think
to bring bales in with the belt.
That's why I would go for Unstoppable. I don't think Trelleborg are being slowed down with how many bales they're getting back. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you can score points and not be disrupted by Trelleborg slowing your belt down with Unstoppable. You know, cancel that out. Take that advantage away. You'll still get your advantage of the 2.2 to 1.8 because it's a grain delivery thing, and possibly even take it higher. We've seen them take it to 2.4.
I mean, what was the difference in that first round? I know that they won really because of the combo, the Bale-tastic, the 50 points, but they would have, even without that, the gap would have been a lot smaller than what we've seen in the previous 2 rounds now, going up with the same strategy. So I'm not really sure exactly what has changed from the first to the second and third.
Trelleborg were waiting, A, to drop the grain at the 8th minute, and have been dropping it earlier, and B, they weren't putting bales in immediately. Trelleborg have taken advantage in these last 2 games of dropping bales while Fermiers haven't even pressed them.
Right. I mean, look at this, how slow they're going. 40 seconds, and you think, okay, they've got 11 bales. Normally 40 seconds with 5 or 6 on and 5 or 6 left. You can get them all into the top, but with the belt that slow, it's just not going to happen. And it's going to be another tournament, another season, back-to-back tournaments, back-to-back world champions. Trelleborg are going to come out on top here. Fermiers have to be happy with their performance, and they're into second place in the overall standings, I believe, no matter what. Let's do the math here.
Oh, no, that's not...
Actually, they're going to be even with Bednar on 100 points in second, I believe.
And it's all over. Trelleborg have taken it.
So, yeah, 70 circuit points for Fermiers. That puts them on 100. Bednar lost to Trelleborg in the quarterfinal. That gives them 30 circuit points. So it'll be Bednar and Fermiers tied for second place, and both of them have made the finals in the first 2 tournaments and lost to Trelleborg, respectively. So we're starting to kind of see the hierarchy at the top. But a lot more tournaments still to go.
Fermiers will be in second because that's 70 points for them, so that's 120.
Oh, you're right. I was looking at the B team for Fermiers and adding it in. You're right.
Yeah, so it's gonna go
120
so
in second, Bednar on 103rd.
Sizable lead.
You're right. 180 for Trelleborg, 120, like you said, for Fermiers, 100 for Bednar, the top 3 in the overall standings.
And 100 for Vultra as well. Because they got 50 today too.
So they'll be joint third with Bednar. Kind of like teams that we expected to be kind of competing at the top, Trelleborg, Bednar, and Vultra, but also Fermiers. Definitely the up-and-coming hot team to watch. But Trelleborg just doing well again. We've got replays coming up here in just a few moments. We're going to see how this one played out. That first one was super exciting, and I thought the second 2 were going to be as close, but then Trelleborg just absolutely pulled away in the second and third. Here we see Fermiers hide on getting to the baler first. This is the first missed attempt.
If you watch JK doing that release versus Hayden doing that release, JK has an exact point he releases at every single time, and Hayden is just behind that on each of his throws.
They're both doing way better than I do when I try to attempt it. It is tough because you have to get the timing and the angle right and the speed right. And at the right moment, as you're pulling past, you gotta like kind of flick the back of the baler without catching the barn or the belt. Oh
yeah, this is the second game. I was suddenly going, that Bale-tastic was
No, this is the first game still.
Was Trelleborg's, but that's from the second game. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still seeing the first one here. They get the... Aren't we?
Is that the first one? No, this is the second game. This has to be the second game because otherwise the
you are
Bale-tastic
correct.
was... yeah.
So we didn't even get to see the Bale-tastic. Yeah, so, yeah, this is where it all went wrong for me. Really.
Yeah.
They played better in the
Just
third game than they did this second one, and their Haidon takes a spill. Trelleborg winning the second one. And then into the third, and it was pretty much the same as the second. Haidon doing a little bit better, a little bit safer approach.
I feel like he was trying to do the drive-by and actually went too close to the barn and got caught and happened to score because he was so close to the barn.
It worked.
I'm not
and
sure that was intentional.
That was the only time that they had the first Bale advantage. They won the first round despite a 2-point disadvantage. But, yeah, Trelleborg were just too tough in the second and third rounds.
And then this, you can't connect that up. Not to the weight. You could do if you drop the weight off the back, it would work.
Learning on the job there for Tita, I believe. He'll know that for next time.
That little tractor, I'd love to see that try and pull one of those blisters.
Right. I want to see that little thing pull the Corona Big Pack, especially.
Oh, man.
I think what Kermit needs to do is that you need to practice that swing. You know, just take your fan kit, the farming simulator fan kit, almost like a bale, and just put it on the back of your e-bike and start swinging it, you know, from doorway inside.
I don't know what would be more of a disaster, my attempt in the Farming Simulator League arena or trying to do that in real life. At least in the FSL arena, no one's going to get hurt. In real life, someone might. We'll see. But yeah, Copter, it's good to have you back with us.
So many Bales just coming in for Trelleborg all the time. And there
it was a good tournament, guys. Trelleborg came out on top again, but like storylines are starting to kind of play out, aren't they? A little bit more. We're going to see the circuit points here in a moment, but yeah, the storylines are starting to kind of become a little bit more obvious from our viewpoints. We know the teams that are at the top right now. We kind of know what the strategies are usually going to be, or the most chosen ones at least.
Yeah, that is completely true. I mean, on the first tournament, I think we had some, ideas that Trelleborg, they on the paper they should be the one, and they won the first tournament. But then on the second one, they're just gonna prove themselves that they are definitely the ones to beat.
I'm looking at the circuit points now. Yeah. Like the fifth to seventh is like wide open, really. At the top, Trelleborg and Vermeers. Trelleborg especially having a nice little lead, but the top four are looking pretty good so far this season.
It is shaping up to be a really interesting season, and the fact that Trelleborg have two strategies they can apply depending on how disruptive they want to be honest, because that was massively disruptive. That's the tactics they were using in that final. I think we might see more teams using Unstoppable next time and being a little bit more disruptive, which is only going to be a good thing.
Definitely.
Trelleborg are leading the way, and the other teams I think will try and adapt a similar strategy for themselves. It's really good to see. Really good to see all the variety and all the variations we're getting at the moment in the FSL.
Yeah, there's a lot of preparations to do now for the other teams. So it's about a month to the next tournament. So there's a lot of time to prepare. I guess the team's got to be watching the replays a bit from the tournament and see what they can do differently. And of course, teams, you need to also remember that if you want to see me on that cow outfit, you got to sign up for the next tournament.
Yeah, and don't forget, July 9th and 10th are the dates for that next tournament. So if the channels you're watching on right now, we'll be back live on July 9th with the qualifiers and the 10th with the final. And quickly, before we go, don't forget to enter the giveaway for the 5 fan kits as well. A few more hours left, I believe, on that. And we're about to sign off. So I'm going to let these guys say goodbye, and I'm going to say goodbye for now. We'll see you next month.
Yep, we will. We'll see you in about a month's time. So thank you everybody for joining and watching, and yeah, we'll see you in a month.
Yeah, thank you from my behalf as well. Always so nice to be here. And I think this weekend has been just a blast. So, guys, enjoy the summer. We'll see you guys in a month.
Goodbye, everybody. See you next time.